Welcome everybody to another beautiful day and another beautiful split of CBLOL English, where my name is Hawk and joining me is everyone's favorite random minion caster, my friend. How are you doing as we are now officially underway with Split 2 of the greatest region in the world?
Well, Hawk, I'm excited. We saw these teams yesterday. That was our first glimpse at them, and it's left me wanting more. We had some surprising results. INTZ seems to have fixed some of their problems. Kaboom might have won. I'm not sure they deserve to. And, you know, Furia, Fluxu as well. Those two teams. Fluxu kind of looking like the best team after day one. Now, do I think they're the best team in the league? A little bit premature, but if you only watched yesterday, I could see the case for it.
It depends on how you feel about whether Fluxu just playing like the best team in the region or whatever, or if Furia maybe fumbled the bag, the groceries are all over the floor. Maybe a little bit of both. I mean, yeah, who knows? RMC, I do, before we get into, our first matchup and the rest of today, I want to spend a little bit more time talking about yesterday. You say Fluxu had a really great look. We've got some other, maybe more expected results. Loud losing the first game of the season to Pain, as is tradition. We've got Kaboom pulling one out over Liberty. I mean, any other reactions to kind of start off the split?
Well, I think if we pull up the graphic of like what which teams, the standings, as it were, you'll see who has won and who hasn't. And, people who just generally watch might be surprised to see that Loud is not one of the winning teams. But remember, Loud generally suffers from the international hangover. I kind of mentioned the fact that, hey, Liberty, they probably should have won, but there were some big Baron throws in their game. I think the big one that a lot of people might be looking at is Los Grandes. The fact that they didn't win, and BRTT is back. Daddy's home in CBLOL, but he kind of forgot the keys and couldn't get in the front door. So them losing a little bit of a surprise, and today, our very first matchup will feature Los Grandes and BRTT. So I think that will be something that we'll want to keep our eyes on and see whether or not Los Grandes has fixed the problems that we didn't expect to see.
Yeah, and Los Grandes up against our other struggling team that we just mentioned a little bit. I mean, of course, only one game sample size, but Furia coming in looked a little bit shaky yesterday against Fluxu, and I mean, it was a slow game, it was a boring game, and it was not a good game for Furia, really whatsoever. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to get it done. And it's going to come down to, Los Grandes mostly running back the same roster. We can pull that one up on your screen. We can dive into things a little bit more. Like you said, or like I said, mostly running back the exact same roster, except with one really big change there in the AD carry position, wanting to make a run back to the playoffs and even further.
Yeah, I mean, that dominated a lot of the discussion. The fact that BRTT came back in, replacing Cello. I feel bad for Cello, but you take BRTT if you can. And, with this roster as well, this was a roster that did well, made it to playoffs. This was supposed to be the big easy fix, a big shot calling voice with mechanics as well. Now, I do believe that the draft has started, so we won't quite go through the Furia roster. We can talk about that, as the draft is going on. Furia on the blue side, we've already seen the bans come through. Super Clever taken away from Rebel, taken away from Super Clever, specifically Corki, huge ban right now, and Tristana taken away as well, but they will pick up the Jace as an answer.
And BRTT picking up the Draven.
Let's go.
We're just talking about him. One of the greatest players in CBLOL history, getting back on that signature. It's been many years, RMC, since we've seen BRTT Draven, and you love to have it get pulled back out now. Also, Wiz on the Nidalee, a champion we are seeing a resurgence on here in Split 2 across, other global leagues. Nidalee just becoming a pick here in Season 14. You'll love to see it for this veteran.
Yeah, especially with the changes to jungle item, Blackfire Torch or the Faded Ashes makes her clear so incredibly fast. Her traps as well kind of increases her damage, and then she lands that spear after that. It just does the freak patented tons of damage. Now, I do want to talk about the Draven quickly as well, Hawk, because yesterday I almost became a hater of PRTT when he hovered the Draven for the longest time and then went with Kalista. I am so happy to see him on this Draven. Axe brought up the stat that, hey, since Season 6, BRTT has only ever lost one game on Draven. So him picking it here is a huge statement that says he wants to take over. We see it being paired with the Leona as well, not the Nautilus that we've come to expect with 100% presence here in CBLOL. And I like the Leona. I think she's more aggressive. I think she pairs incredibly well with the Draven. And I don't see a support, even if you run a Braum, it's still really, really scary to go against a Draven Leona.
That Braum getting banned out as well. So now, what do you go for, Furio? Really obvious poke composition with the Varus, Nidalee, Jace. A lot of long-range damage coming out, and I want to see more engage here for Los Grunges. Get Super Kleber onto, a big fat tank that can pull the trigger, get in there with the Leona. Otherwise, wouldn't mind seeing C's on some of that engage as well, because the big question is going to be whether or not Los Grandes can get on top of these poke champions and lock them down, RMC.
And if we look at what Caesar's played last split as well, Vi, Sejuani, two of his most played champions. Now, the Vi is off the table, but Sejuani is still there. And I think back to what we saw in 2023 split 2 as well, where a lot of CBLOL teams are trying poke on position. Sejuani was the answer to them. They're not going to go with that. They're running the Lee Sin instead. We saw Croc manage to find some good engages with it, though the early game was a little bit rough. And now Furia, they're looking for their support and their top lane as well. ZZK will have to go blind into Super Clever.
Yeah, ZZK, somebody that, coming into this Furia roster, has had an up and down time in CBLOL, I think it's fair to say. There's been times where he's been one of the weaker top laners, I feel like, and there's been times where he's been one of the best. Furia, hoping he comes up heads here in this matchup and throughout the split, but up against Super Kleber, who, was one of the standout rookies that we had in top lane, alongside Makes. These two being spectacular, RMC.
Yeah, and Super Clever was the best team fighting top laner for my dollar in terms of CBLOL. Even coming in as a rookie, he dominated Academy as well. But it won't be the team fighting that we see hovered right now. Twisted Fate did come up as a counter to Cassante. The other one was kind of the Vayne that showed up throughout MSI as well. And so for Los Grandes, it really feels like lane dominance that they're looking for. You pick even that Lee Sin because Talia into Jace isn't exactly a winning matchup, but it doesn't have to be a losing matchup either. You pick the Lee Sin to win that lane, you expect Draven Leona to dominate bot side, and now Twisted Fate into Cassante to win out. Furia will have to really maximize Wiz's Nidalee, I think, to equalize things out.
Yeah, I feel like Vayne very famously struggling to poke comp, so with that Twisted Fate coming out, has more of that agency to move around the map. You've got the double globals, Twisted Fate, Talia, a lot of go buttons on the side of Los Grandes. For me, all eyes on BRTT on the Draven. All eyes on C's on this Lee Sin as well. They've got to be able to link up, make plays, and get going for Furia. Look, it's a really stalwart composition. They got 3 poke champions and 2 frontliners. If they can weather this early game, I don't think they'll struggle too much, but that's going to be a big if. Los Grandes, one of the things that impressed me in Split 1 was their coordination. Only one change coming into Split 2. If they're able to link up in the same way that they were last Split, I mean, I think they can run over this game.
Sure, and if we're talking about sort of the early game, Hawk, it's worth noting Los Grandes yesterday had the single biggest gold lead of any team in their match. They were plus 4,000 gold yesterday up against INTZ, and they kind of struggled in the mid game. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a surprise because we talk about their teamwork. That was where they failed. BRTT coming back in, he did great in the laning phase. He had the second highest gold at 15 of all players in CBLOL yesterday. NV did really well in the damage. It just didn't quite connect. And on the other side, Furia, let's talk a little bit about their roster because we didn't have time earlier. They did make a lot of changes. They only retained Tuts and Ayu. They picked up ZZK once again. He's coming back from Saudi, where he started the year, getting that bag. Wiz coming back in after military service. Honestly, didn't have a very good game coming back. Looked kind of disconnected. Struggled to really make the plays happen. And in the bot lane, Jojo coming in from Red Canids has been paired with Brunsey for a year and a bit now. Now paired with Ayu, that bot lane didn't pop off the way you wanted it to, the way you'll need to against BRTT's Draven.
Ayu, Jojo, a lot of work cut out for them. Los Grandes cutting out the work for Furia already with a bit of a bot side invade as we are onto the Rift for the first game of Day 2, 2024 second split here in CBLOL.
And right from the get-go, Hawk, we're seeing some aggression come through. Los walking in, knowing that they are stronger. They've got the early game champions. Furia, though, they're fine to back off. They just want to get vision to track where C's is, and they're able to do that. Keep our eyes on the jungle because Nidalee is a very fast clear. And if she lands max range spears in the early game, even if you're something like Elysian who clears really well and really safely, it can get dicey.
Really surprisingly to me, RMC, standard lanes coming out. No Furia lane swap to try to put that Twisted Fate down, avoid this Draven lane. Furia opting to go straight into it. Jojo, Ayu stepping into the wave. So see how that works out for them. Look, if they're able to survive, could be a good play, but might have been something I expected. They do at least have the information that C's is on the top side of the map. So knowing that Lee Sin is clearing downwards, maybe there could be a play to make top side. However, Wiz on that match clear, I'd expect these junglers to be on a collision course.
And that's a good point, Hawk, to raise. The whole lane swap thing would have been great against both the Draven and the Twisted Fate to kind of shut both of their early games down, or specifically with Twisted Fate to delay his bit of mid-game coming through. But CBLOL yesterday, we only saw one lane swap. It doesn't feel like the teams really want to go with those lane swaps early. We're not seeing too much cheese. If anything, it's been fairly conservative. We've not seen too many of the big meta changes coming through. We've seen a bit of Nidalee. We've not really seen too much of the Karthus. Corki has been almost permaban, so we only saw it the one game right now. Instead, I think back to some of the drops we saw yesterday, it really still feels like teams are stuck in that 24 season 1. Nobody wants to necessarily rock the boat right now and have a wrong read on meta.
C's going for a bit of an invade. Gonna find Wiz on the Krugs. Should be able to steal away this red with the roam up from Cabby. So nice denial. Los already trying to flex their muscles on the bottom side of the map and take a little control. Denying that camp from the Nidalee so big. I mean, you know how much of a pressure jungler Nidalee can be. Oftentimes able to get farm advantages with that quick clear speed. Not going to be able to this game, but RMC, you talk about the teams mostly playing standard. I feel like CBLOL, nothing if not honorable. Oftentimes, these teams more than willing to resort to fisticuffs.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these aren't the teams who necessarily do it. I'm thinking of Liberty when we think of that sort of thing. But with this Los Grandes composition that they've dropped themselves, Hawk, they 100% want to fight. And that's why they're daring Wiz right now. They 3-buffed Wiz, and they're saying, Wiz, we know the only quadrant left in the game is the Los Grandes bot side. Do you dare enter our jungle and look to compete? And that's why we saw, Cabby willing to stay out at the detriment of BRTT. They're getting the vision down. They're making sure that, hey, we know where you are. Come at us, and we are going to waste as much of your time as possible.
A bit of a taste of things to come to. BRTT already dodging out on a couple skill shots, avoiding that damage. But I'm actually a little surprised that with this push that Wiz did not go for a counter invade. Of course, Envy is pushing up heavily in mid, but no mana on the Taliyah either way. It's just going to be the wave crashing into the tower, but Lowe's doing everything they can to prevent it. C's is here, and Wiz has already gone for the recall, but no Zenith Blade means no dice. Cabby, C's, and the rest of Los Grandes is going to walk away with no bloodshed.
And picture perfect space in there from IU to be able to get down those free autos onto Cabby, dissuade Cabby from going in. And throughout all of this, Hawk, I do want to highlight blue buff is still up for Los Grandes. Season actually take it, and Wiz gets priority, gets first move on that back. Will at least be able to answer Raptors, take that away from C's.
Yeah, quite a time investment from the Lee Sin right there. I mean, that farm advantage from taking the red buff away ends up being relatively moot. I mean, it does give the Lee Sin more skirmishing power, but it's also a double crab going the way of this Nidalee. So Wiz bouncing back really well, using his time just a bit more efficiently. Sees, though, still wants to try to make plays. He's got first move here from Envy towards the Grump.
E6.
Going to find a Nidalee. Here comes the Twisted Fate porting in, but Wiz with a really nice pounce to get under the tower. He is going to be denied a camp, but no kill yet again as Furia is weathering this early game storm.
Yeah, and Wiz, who's pretty much solo weathering this. We're not seeing the rest of Fury respond to back up Wiz. Nidalee, you're on your own. You do your own thing. Now, normally, that's really bad for Nidalee. She is still more of an early game champion. You want to exert the pressure early. Her skillings can be a little bit hit or miss. But with this composition Fury have, with the Varus, Jace, and Nidalee, they're a pole composition. They're not worried about Wiz falling behind early. They're looking more towards that mid to late when they can siege up objectives. But for Los Grandes, I like this look. They're being very proactive. I love the fact that level 6, and we saw both globals already being used. Sure, it didn't pan out, but when we think about, how Los Grandes played yesterday, they had a great early game. The mid game was where they struggled. This, to me, feels more like mid-game style play, even though we're only 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, BRTT actually falling behind on this Draven quite a bit. IU and JoJo laning so well in that 2v2. And I will say, I think oftentimes a common misconception is that Draven is some crazy early game champion. I mean, he is, right? But a big part of this champion is, look, just stack up like crazy, get one kill in the mid game, and that's when you cash in. That's when you really take over. So, BRTT still is going to have a lot of options, but it is definitely not the full court press laning dominance that we might have come to expect from this Los Grandes composition when it was locked in.
Yeah, that's a bit of a fear that Los Grandes will have to deal with. I'd love to see a bit more pressure being put into this bot side, the next reverse wall that comes up. I want to see Envy looking at this bot lane instead of the top side, because top side, Super Clever is doing super on his own, right? He's up 14 CS with zero pressure on ZZK. That is a winning isolated matchup. So the longer you can isolate top, the better. Bot side, as you pointed out, Draven is a bit of a pressure machine. He doesn't have to get kills early because it builds up all those stacks. But what you do have to be careful with Draven is not dying. So the mindset has to be very passive, and we're seeing aggression come through from Furious bot side.
Yeah, JoJo wanting to change that not dying. That is a flash burn from the Rel just for the cleanse, but fight in top as Wiz taken so low.
Okay.
Level 6 gets the one shot for first blood. Tut's out of mana, but Envy likewise means it's just going to be a 1-for-1 as junglers fall.
Topside Super Clever just chipping away at ZZK. Ghosts burnt from both of them there. And the kills that went over. Let's talk about that. First blood goes over to C's to this early game jungler, to this Lee Sin. Very much necessary if you want to keep the snowball rolling. But for Furia, they got it onto Tuts, onto this Jace, who has been doing really well with the pressure. We get to see how this started as well. And it's actually Wiz kind of poking his head in to Los Grandes' jungle, saying like, hey, can I find anything? No, not against the Lee Sin. He outduels you every time, and we saw that happen. Sure, Tuts finds a kill to answer, but let's not kid ourselves. Between the 1v1 between C's and Wiz there, C's won that comprehensively.
C's wants to continue forcing Wiz out. Now, Super Clever not having the push in top at the moment, however, does have the Destiny. Instead, it's just going to be a grub start for this Lee Sin. Should be able to take that one away with the push that he has in mid. Gold still very even in this game. Maybe this neutral objective could be the first thing. I will say, a bit of a late first grub take. Already 8.5 minutes into the game. Again, Los, they're just not really snowballing that much. And JoJo first on the move. Cabby, BRTT on the way. But it is going to be a contest coming out from Furia. Do we fancy ourselves a fight for Los? And it looks like the answer is no.
No, they're waiting for everybody to get there. Funnily enough, the grubs actually reset on both C's and Wiz. So not only is it a slow start, it's a slow take on these objectives when we finally get there. Now, Los actually has the members, but Hawk, they pulled up BRTT. Furia didn't touch IU. So sure, Los Grandes, they get more Void Grubs, but I'd argue I think Furia, they're benefiting from these macro movements right now.
Especially because Furia still managed to take away 1. And now, of course, you still get the bonus for 4 now to get to the little Twitch chat. However, it's still like, denying one is really good. I mean, the 6 stack still so powerful, especially after the buffs. The RTT losing out definitely does not feel great for Los Grandes. And I'll say too, I mean, again, late neutral objective stacking, I think Los really needs to start getting on these dragons, because against this poke comp for Furia, if you're not able to force them to walk into your composition as Los, this game could be really difficult. You might just end up getting poked out.
And vision control right now around this dragon pit, wholly in the hands of Furia. Scuttle being taken away as well for Los Grandes to poke their head in. They're going in blind. Seas is completely not in the area. And unfortunately for this ball lane, BRTT and Cabby, they're both like a level behind their counterparts, effectively. So they lost all the control that you should have with a Draven lane. It is shocking to me that a Draven lane doesn't get first dragon. It feels like a Kalista lane or a Lucian lane kind of losing out. And sure, Varus is pretty strong early, don't get me wrong, but Varus isn't a match for Kalista, Lucian, or Draven, or shouldn't be in terms of early game power.
I'm going to be honest with you, RMC. I think not getting this dragon for Los Grandes is a blunder. I mean, I feel like somewhere that had to be in the early game plan with this Draven lane, and now BRTT potentially at threat of a dive for members of Furia, wanting to continue denying one of the greatest to ever do it here in the CBLOL. Does have the backup of Cabby and Seas on the way, and I think that should be enough to dissuade Furia, although 2 tower plates already having been mined off of this. RMC, it has been 2 years since Wiz last won CBLOL, longer for BRTT. Right now, I'll be honest with you, Wiz, I think having a pretty solid game despite the death for First Blood. Looking like he's living up to some of that legacy. BRTT, not so much.
Okay, C's not actually landing the Lee Sin Q onto the Raptors there, but will still be able to take this one. Yeah, Wiz, I mean, having a pretty quiet game, honestly, with the Nidalee. You'd like to see more, but I think a lot of that is on C's being able to pressure this. I still feel like Los Grandes is the team that's making a lot of moves right now, and Furia, they're fielding this sort of pressure that's coming down. ZZK all inning on Super Clever up top.
Be all out. Super Clever forced to ghost away, and that's just going to be that.
Okay, honestly expected a little bit more.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Q3, Super Clever. He needs to be very careful. One more auto would kill him. Does get the quick gold card and the escape, but that's just Casante starting to fight back. The one winning lane right now for Los Grandes. Not really winning so much anymore on the bottom side of the map. You talk about Los Grandes making most of the moves. Furia, though, they've been starting to flex their muscles.
They have, and it feels top side. This dive.
Clayper will get another gold card. ZZK taking up the tower. Now he's forced to ghost. I think that's going to be the end of the fisticuffs up here.
It has to be. I mean, ZZK is too low now, and a single gold card to his face would stop him dead in strikes. Ghost expended for not very much at all. But yeah, let's go back to this bot side, to Furia starting to make moves of their own. I think Furia have done good macro movements. They've been making very, very safe plays, which is why we haven't seen too many kills come through from Wiz. They're just going up to objectives. They're taking that. And that's just good, clean, fundamental League of Legends. What wins you games isn't kills. It's objectives. Whereas Los Grandes feels like they put all their attention into trying to get those early kills, into getting pressure to walk into the jungle, to shut Wiz down. And unfortunately for Los Grandes, that hasn't paid out for them. And now we're starting to hit that mid-game point. This is where Los Grandes fumbled yesterday with a 4K gold lead. They don't have a 4K gold lead this time. They are pretty much dead even. And for Furia, they didn't do anything yesterday whatsoever. The fact that we're seeing them focus on objectives now already speaks volumes of improvement compared to yesterday. And I'm getting a little bit concerned for Los Grandes because Furia is looking better as we approach the 14-minute mark.
Seems that the Void Grubs will be the battleground. Remember what we said. Walking into Furia's composition so difficult with the amount of poke that they do have. Doesn't matter how much engage Los does have if they can't isolate a member and take them down. Trying to just get pushed for Envy. No one willing to start up the Grubs as I say that. Wiz now going towards it. Super Claver does not have the push in top, and I think with that, RMC, I think these are just gone. I don't think Los Grandes can get in here. They were too late to the setup.
No, BRTT didn't move at all. Now, Ayu did go back bot, but I don't know if Los Grandes are aware of that. There was no vision on that back, so they're kind of playing this safe. Now, Ayu showing in the bot lane. They will know that topside is going to be a 4v4, and Furia, mission accomplished. They didn't have to get the Grubs. What they needed to do was stall out. We hit 14 minutes. Grubs have despawned. Los Grandes will not get Void Mites.
And more gold taken off those tower plates with the push that they had in bottom as well. So Furia feeling extremely comfortable with their game state. Still only up about 400 gold, but remember it was Los with the full court press composition. It's going to be a full bot tower taken away. Los getting nothing on the top side. Furia everything in bottom.
And I'm just so curious how much of that plating was solo to IU. At least the last 3 were solo for IU because he sat there while Jojo was roaming around making action happen. Tuts in the mid lane, not afraid to step up right now, and this might actually reveal that C's was trying to sneak away Herald.
Yeah, but Furia, they're here. They can contest this should they want it. You have an IU coming out of base, item and a half on this. Varus, so incredibly strong, and sees his going to get forced off the objective. The Herald will just reset. I don't even think it matters if Furia gets it, or okay, Shelly maybe deciding not to reset, now finally running back. Bit of a weird bug perhaps with the patience, or one way or another, Furia, they're going to deny this objective. Los, they are coming up empty-handed. One of the most coordinated young teams that we saw in 2024 Split 1, looking completely out of sorts here in day 2.
A team with the best team fighting top laner in CBLOL currently. A team with the shot calling veterancy of the GOAT of CBLOL, the original record holder who just got surpassed by Robo in BRTT. A team with a support Cabby who performs so incredibly well. And you're right, Hawk, they just look very, very much Los right now. Fury, on the other hand, they get that Herald. It takes a bit longer. It gets the reset. What's scarier to me is look at IU just pressuring up in the mid lane right now. Even without Herald, he's absolutely dominating. And who's going to answer this? It feels like only Envy really can hold that lane against IU. But if Envy's there, BRTT feels exposed in a different lane.
BRTT not having that completed Bloodthirster just yet. Envy, likewise, no transformation on the Seraph, as here comes the engage onto Wiz. They will find the Nidalee very cleanly, and as the TP comes out, it's already too late.
That's the kill for BRTT.
Lost the fight, and that's the cash in for BRTT. Finally, the GOAT of CBLOL coming online, as now the Jace wants to join the fight. The health bars are chunked for Los Grandes, but I don't think there's a continuation. Somehow, though, Furia, despite losing the kills, not going to give up this Drake.
Nope. They've still got pressure. They've got that inside track on the mid lane right now. They can siege that up. Los Grandes is a little bit too low. And more importantly, they don't have the engage, Hawk, they need. Cabby blew everything to facilitate that initial pick. And that means that Dragon, Fury can just poke you till Kingdom Come. Now, we saw what Los Grandes need to do. They just need to force engages. They've got the tools for it. But what happens after is the big problem.
Yeah, Wiz definitely the priority target too, but talk about what happens after. It's just going to be a mid tower. I think Furia ultimately going to be all right with how that one went. The big thing, though, BRTT getting the cash in. I saw over 600 gold appear over that Draven's head. That is what Los Grandes needed to potentially start coming online. You talked about that pressure valve of a Draven RMC finally starting to burst.
And I love this call from Cabby saying, hey, you know what? I just flash and engage. We do not care. We make this happen. They blow the flash on Wiz as well. And one thing about the Furia composition that we have to talk about is the fact that they only have one real true tank, 604 gold there for BRTT, and that's ZZK. If ZZK is not there, not even Jojo can survive the initial burst and engage that comes through from Los Grandes. So for Los Grandes, this is the aggression we need. We just need to see them keep going for it. See hero, kill hero to come through. Now, another thing I want to highlight is despite the cash-in, BRTT is still 1,100 gold behind IU. And sure, some of that's plating, some of that's turrets, but a lot of that is just straight CS. So BRTT still not going to hit as hard, and Varus is a better team fighter than Draven.
Yeah, RMC, I mean, I want to bring something up that you said at the beginning of the game, which was that, in day one, IU and JoJo did not really live up to the individual prowess that we might have expected from this duo at the start of the year. As I say that, okay, flash for flash traded off camera. Get a little bit of a replay of that. But,
okay.
I mean, RMC, I would say IU and JoJo in this game really living up to that prowess that we wanted to see.
Yeah, and what's really funny, too, is yesterday, IU and JoJo didn't feel like they had the synergy together, right? JoJo being a newer player to this team, not having played with IU before. I'd argue today, I'm still not necessarily seeing that synergy. I'm seeing great mechanics individually. IU holding that lane 1v2 at times, winning out the 1v1 against BRTT. JoJo having great roams, but not necessarily together. Even now, I look at IU. IU's there. Where's JoJo? Not with his AD carry. He's up top, sieging away, trying to pressure, and the siege is really effective. You're seeing Wiz and Tuts both land C's out.
I think that's going to be a top tier 1 taken by Fury. I want to point out as well that that dragon that we fought over a few minutes ago now, still on the map. Furia more than content to not take it and just play for the pressure in the lanes. They know that they have the range advantage to take down some of these towers, and Los Grandes not again, really able to find an answer. Feels like that's going to be my most said phrase this game. Los Grandes struggling to find answers to the pressure that Furia is providing. As I say that, it's going to be an ult towards mid, and I think that's going to be a very dead IU. BRTT wants to get another shutdown, but it goes over to Super Kleber. Traded for Cabby 1-for-1, but I think Los Grandes is going to be happy with an additional gold going into Twisted Fate's pocket.
Yeah, normally, hey, yeah, trading support for AD carry worth, right? Right? Not exactly. Because while all this happens, look at the health bars, right? Super Kleber initiating that with the gate means that he's low. He didn't have Zhonya's, couldn't pull a Messiah, and that means that, sure, we lose IU, but the rest of our team is available. The poke from Tuts and Wiz is available. The vision from Furia is available, and that means Dragon will be theirs once again with no contest. We get a replay on how this works. Now, one thing to note is the Veil of Night on IU gets popped by the Destiny, and that's always going to happen, unfortunately, which means Super Kleber will guarantee a stun. That sort of spell shield will not save you on the initiate from Super Kleber. I think once Super Kleber picks up a defensive item of some sort, I don't know whether that's going to be a GA or, you know, something like a Zhonya's necessarily, and I don't know when he's going to build it, but when it comes through, Hawk, Super Kleber is probably going to be one of the best initiates onto IU for Los Grandes.
And despite the kill, feeling good for Los Grandes. Again, not able to convert it into an objective, not able to convert any sort of real win condition. I mean, at this point, it feels like Los Grandes, their win condition, we're coming out of this mid game. They just gotta somehow win fights, which they have been able to do, but they have had completely moot pressure on the map. And if things continue to go this way, it does feel like Furia is still very, very comfortable with their overall game state.
I mean, you brought back PRTT, right? The last time he won, 2021 split 1. He retired 2021 split 2. Back then, Brazil was all fight all the time, and you drafted a team comp that basically needs to all fight all the time. Yes, technically Super Kleber can split push, but given what we've seen, he can't answer Wiz and Tuts. Los Grandes need to channel the full power of the father of CBLOL right now and just go ham. Look for fights. I don't care. You'll win them. Just pick them.
IU, no flash on his head as well. If you're able to take down that Jace, could be really good. Tuts has his flash, but of course, the teleport, given that he's in the solo lane, so no cleanse or anything like that. Defensive utility is limited, and remember, so much engage getting drafted. We wanted to see it from Los Grandes. There are definitely options. It's just feels like Los Grandes has not really been able to get the stars to align other than a couple kills here and there. Not really any sort of meaningful advantages to be found other than keeping the gold very close.
And I do want to praise Furia for this as well. We keep talking about Los Grandes needing to find initiate, the fact that they're not forcing fights, perhaps as hard as we'd like to see. But part of that is, of course, on Furia's positioning as well. Wiz and Tuts have had really good rotations with Jojo to perpetually poke out whoever is trying to split push. That's why Super Kleber hasn't been able to get as much pressure as he'd like against ZZK, especially when you look at the 40 or 35 CS advantage Super Kleber has. Los Grandes shouldn't be pigeonholed as badly as they are, but look, TP behind, once again, finding Super Kleber isolated.
Destiny Gate just going to be burned for it. So it is a big cooldown burn by Tuts for another big cooldown on the side of Los Grandes. I think ultimately Los, good awareness, not going to be too upset about it, and actually gives them a top lane tier 1. See, though, how Furia can transition their pressure on the other side of the map. Los Grandes needing to get back to base, and there is a lonely Draven under this mid-tier 2 with many sharks circling. Or perhaps, what's Furia's mascot? Is it like a puma or like a jackal? Some sort of...
It's some sort of big
dog,
cat, like jaguar?
Cat. Yeah. Is it a dog or a cat?
It's a cat. It's a cat. It's some sort of feline,
okay.
Yeah.
Some sort of feline. A jaguar, maybe?
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
I think jaguars are native to South America.
Axe, I think, said it's a panther, so...
Panther.
Okay.
That makes sense. I can get behind Panther. If you were to assign Los Grandes a mascot, RMC, what would you say Los Grandes' mascot should be?
An orange.
An orange? Why an orange?
Because they're the orange team. I forget what their name translates, or they are like the orange team, like the orange wave or something like that. So,
all right. Well, we'll see if the Oranges can contest this Baron as the Panthers are onto it. Envy the only one in the area. Oof. And no Destiny Gate on Super Kleber. This Talia is just going to get one shot. Now it's a 3v5 around the objective. Super Kleber, no way to join. Furia actually not confident enough to stick on the objective just yet. Tier 2 being traded. Now Furia is back onto it. They did let the Baron reset, however. All eyes on C's to see if he can get the steal. Mid lane tier 1 getting answered. Baron down to 6,000. ZZK and JoJo doing a great job of zoning. C's going to be forced out of the pit. It's just going to be towers traded for nothing as C's trying to get fancy with it. Not unfortunately able to find the ward over the wall. Ultimately is a Baron and a kill traded for 3 towers on the side of Los Grandes.
Yeah, and that is huge for Los Grandes. I know it looks bad that they lost Baron, but let's look at what they actually managed to achieve. They bought so much time at that Baron. The call was never to actually peel Furia off. If you can, that would have been a minor miracle. Instead, it was just to stall it as much as possible. 3 turrets taken, mid-outer broken, bot, inner, and inhibitor taken down. And keep in mind, right now, the win con for Los Grandes is about the super clever split push. So the fact that he's able to find an open inhibitor right now does give Los Grandes angles to fight. Now, Tuts, is he caught out? Does not have teleport available.
Yeah, that's going to be the Destiny Gate. Does have Wiz for support, but a Weaver's Wall going to come out. It's 3v4, though, in favor of Furia, as Wiz takes so much damage on the way in. Envy does still have the flash if he needs it, but Cabby wants to engage onto him. That's going to be Wiz finally dropping a super cleaver, picks up the auto. Kick flash is not great from C's, as JoJo is just able to walk it out. IU is here for support, and the WQ is going to find C's with the final auto, and now Envy is forced to run away. Los Grandes are the ones that start the play, but it is Furia that ends it. JoJo still trying to find it as Envy is so low. The hail of arrows not able to get him. 1 for 1 ultimately is the call. But Furia, they're the ones with the Baron. They're the ones with the push. And they've got ZZK in top.
And normally, if you can trade 1 for 1 when Baron's up, the un-Baron team, that's the advantage for them. But Furia was pushing while all of that happened. And look at the lane save talk. Every single lane is pushing for Furia with this Baron buff. Los Grandes had to go for the reset, and for Furia, this nullifies a lot of the pressure that Los Grandes was looking for prior. IU going to just go onto this Dragon, onto this Cloud Drake, and normally, I'm not a huge fan of Cloud Drakes, but when you've got a poke composition, when we see how these fights are going, movement speed, ability to get in and out is massive. Movement speed was kind of what got Tuts out of this position, right? The fact that he probably should have died was able to space out, and for Los Grandes, this initial fight looked great. And it feels like a lot of their other fights where they are able to win it out, they are able to get that 1 kill. But this time, IU says, enough. I have scaled, and I don't care that we're 2v5 right now. I will push in and I will look for this. And this time, Furia are able to actually answer back and not just take an objective off the back end of it, but actually win out the fight after the engage of Los Grandes.
And over the course of his young career, RMC, we have seen glimpses of what IU is capable of. The prince that was promised on full display this game, 2-1-0, but farming 10 CS per minute, 3.5 items on this Varus. He popped off in that fight. And 4Cs went for the kick flash on a JoJo, ultimately gave his life for it. The kick flash was not good enough to have the kill get answered by Los, and definitely going to be a play that he potentially wants back. Ultimately, though, the gold still very even. 27.5 minutes in the game. After everything, it is still Los hanging in there. Not really much getting done with that Baron for Furia.
Yeah, very surprisingly, actually, I don't think Furia got any of the turrets. The bot side inner is still standing. It's low. It'll go over in a sneeze, but it's not quite dead yet. So Los Grandes kind of able to hold on. We see Super Clever doing super clever things. He's just going to keep split pushing bot side. Los Grandes, what can they find here? The fact that they're holding out against the siege of Furia is good. But let's not forget what siege comms were best at doing. A lot of times we look at objectives and their ability to control them. But originally, siege comms were best at taking objectives. You just set up in the area with vision around it, you chuck all your poke, and it becomes a game of dodgeball. So far, Furia have yet to really show us that, partially because Los Grandes don't engage with them, but also Furia, I feel like they need to siege, actually threaten these turrets a little bit harder.
Yeah, I feel like, Furia, they've been willing to play very reactively so far in this game, knowing that they have the reactive composition, right? They have the scaling. However, RMC, I would say they've scaled. They've got 3 items on their carries and 2 items on everybody else. Their composition is fully online. I agree with you. It is time to start flexing the muscles. The longer that things do waffle around, it does just still leave the door open for Los Grandes to potentially make a counterpunch and find the fight that brings them back into the game. Because, mean, as we just highlighted a couple seconds ago, the gold is still very close. The window is there. And I think for Envy in particular, having a pretty solid game on this Talia, the damage that he can output, 3 items in his own right, is very high.
And the other fear I have for Furia as well is as we wait for the game to go on, the flank angles from Los Grandes can get very interesting because they have a Twisted Fate, because they have a Talia. They can come in from a lot further distance. So the vision that Furia needs to put down gets tougher as it goes on. And I'm also kind of waiting for Super Clever to get his defensive item, right? Once he gets that GA, once he gets that Zonias, it becomes a lot worse for Furia. And then at that point, sure, Furia's scaling is still good. Yes, your poke is still good, but you have to be a lot more careful of Engage.
Furia, though, working together as a pack, not wanting to leave the door open for any individual member to get picked off. 4 of them towards mid, just pushing up that wave, keeping Los Grandes relatively jailed in their base. They've got a bit of control over their bottom side jungle. Not really any to speak of in top. Envy, I mean, you can see he's a little trepidatious, perhaps, stepping up to that wave, knowing that Furia could be waiting in the wings. It is, however, just going to be a reset. We have another Baron spawning here in about 5 seconds. Furia, as it has been throughout this game, better objective setups from them first to the play.
Yeah, and if you look at the vision from Los Grandes right now, they've got some wards bot side, none on that top side. BRTT just kind of baiting everybody out with that Bloodthirster. He's going to heal up this poke very, very effectively. If anything, Cabby has to be careful, has to burn the flash to stay safe. And for Cabby, that means you won't have that for that quick engage.
Yeah, I think pretty big mistake. Cabby just stepping up where he was not allowed to, losing out on, I mean, the biggest go buttons flash is going to hurt, and Super Kleber, it does at least force ZZK out of bottom. Furia, though, they want to force a response in kind. Now, Los Grandes is around. I don't know if Furia actually has information as to Caesar's whereabouts, and they are going to respect the threat, backing away, not able to get any major cooldowns out from Los Grandes, and it is going to allow the Oranges to take control over this topside river.
And keep your eyes on ZZK. ZZK has teleport, so Super Clever can't actually match the cross-map movement. Destiny does not cover the entire map, but ZZK is the tank. And if he's dealing with Super Clever, Furia are scared to hard tank this Baron because they don't have somebody who can survive all that poke. Seize might have overextended.
He could be caught out, RMC. Jojo's going to find him, but the Magnet Storm completely goes wide, flashing away from Wiz. And I think this Lee Sin might be able to get away. No, he goes back in and gets taken down. It is Wiz coming up with the kill. No jungler available for Los Grandes. And I think I have an idea of where Furia's eyes might be set, but instead it is going to be a reset, respecting the threat of Super Kleber in the base. Solar Flare going wide. Cabby wanting to cancel some backs, not able to do so. Furia does successfully get their reset off. Worth noting as well, RMC, their Soul Dragon has spawned on the bottom side.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think Los Grandes don't care about that Soul whatsoever. Cloud Drake is actually really, really strong for Furia, but it's just not worth Los Grandes looking at it right now. They can just sack that and go for the earlier Elder instead. They're still looking at Baron. BRTT gets spotted basing, but Furia don't want to stop it. Let BRTT go back, go and try and go for this Baron steal instead. Wiz starting it up.
Yeah, and Los does not have Super Kleber on the push this time. They're going to be late to this play. And this is going down pretty quickly. Baron already down to 7K. I think it's just Los getting caught napping. Furia, they're going to take an uncontested objective. The Whirling Death, barely not able to take that one away. Baron did get low, but ultimately is secured by the Nidalee. And man, oh man, after very tense game states, Los not able to trade anything for this one.
Furia not even gonna look for that
That's
soul.
Just a flash forward. IU finding the flashless Leona. Cabby way too far ahead of his team. Everybody else basically in base. And now, RMC, it's time for the Siege comp to come online as this mid lane tier 3. Not long for this world. The inhibitor short to follow. It is only gonna be a tier 2 traded for Super Kleber, but at some point, you would have to think he has to go back to base, but just committing to the split. Tuts has recalled to match this Twisted Fate. The tower's already getting melted. Does have the power of those couple of grubs to take it out. Super Kleber, one more auto would kill it. Not opting to pull the card. Does not want to get all in by the Jace. It is going to be Soul and an inhibitor traded for only a tier 2 tower on the other side.
Yeah, no minions, unfortunately, available for Super Clever. He's got to walk in the next wave. I like this from Los Grandes, though. They're continuing to do the pressure. We've seen this trade happen the last time Furia got burned as well. Los Grandes was just focused on the push, pardon me there. And yeah, is not as effective this time. Doesn't actually get the inhibitor turret. He, by the way, also did not ever get the exposed inhibitor bot side. So for Los Grandes, they're still firing back best as they can. But at this point in the game, they cannot afford to lose Cabby. When they lose Cabby, there is no siege defense. There is no way for them to look for any sort of engage. And they just have to give up objectives. That's what we saw in the mid lane. And now with Supers pushing in, with Baron still ticking for a minute plus, Furia can just set up siege and frankly should be able to take another inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, Los has just been completely floundering when it comes to objective setups. They weren't able to find any sort of meaningful snowball as a result. Best team fighting top laner in the CBLOL, Super Kleber, this rookie, hasn't really been team fighting very much. He's been impactful on the split, don't get me wrong, but it has just felt like, I mean, honestly, more desperation than anything. It's always been in trade for really big losses on the opposite side. As I say, that a lot of damage is traded onto JoJo. 5 members of each team up here on this top side. Once again, Furia going to try to create the shooting gallery. Super Kleber, Envy getting chunked out. No wave, though, just yet for Furia. Means that they cannot quite break this tower. Los is going to be back out, but I've got to see them pull the trigger because the longer this sequence goes, the worse it gets for them.
Yeah, this is the might of a siege comp. It's like shooting oranges in a barrel. Cabby looking for the engage.
Going to get popped. IU forced to cleanse. EZK, though, he is tanky in the front line, and this tower is going to die. Envy taken so low. Cabby again forced to flash defensively as the inhibitor will be taken.
That's the easy inhib take we expect to see. Tougher, honestly, than I expected, but Envy again gets chunked.
It's got to go back to base. Furia, they're not even going bottom. They have a wave bearing on that tier 2, but it's going to be a tier 3 onto BRTT. Forced to flash. Not going to be the end just yet, though, but these Shock Blast, 4 items on Tuts. Identical items on IU as well. The damage is just immense. Another tier 2 set to drop. No contest to come through from Los Grandes. And while they did keep things close, the court was not nearly pressed enough. RMC Los Grandes, it feels like they have fully fallen out of this game. Only a matter of time before Furia can potentially push their way in and just close things out. You can see the damage dealers at the top. Envy again getting chunked out. Envy again going to be forced to base. They're not even going to be able to defend this third inhibitor without their Talia. Cabby does have the ulti back up. Maybe they could try to pull the trigger on the exit. But Furia just going to walk out as 5. Triple inhibitor to their name.
Okay, looking to just keep chasing, delay some of these backs. Baron wore out a while ago, so no fast recalls. If the desync comes through, there's a chance for Los Grandes here.
Oh, he's just going so deep, but the spell shields mean he can't get anyone. Tut's just going to be able to flash away, and it's already a one-shot on Super Kleber, 2 for 0 in the fight. They're on a BRTT. He's got no flash. ZZK is going to duel him out as Envy drops on the other side. It's going to be a clean ace for Furia, as it may have taken 37 minutes, but they are going to bounce back on day 2 with a nice win over Los Grandes.
And Los Grandes, the team that we were so hopeful for, one change and everybody hailed it as an upgrade, is not able to find any wins here in the first week. And what a way it's happened as well, Hawk. Today, they picked a comp that needed to get rolling, that needed to snowball. And hey, props to them for dragging out the game as long as they did. But the odds were always stacked against them after the first 15 minutes. And Furia playing it slow, but playing it to perfection. It really felt so incredibly tough for Los Grandes to find any traction in that game.
Yeah, Los Grandes not able to replicate that early game success that we saw yesterday. And I think for the side of Furia, you know, we talked about potential coordination issues coming in with such a different roster for the split. Honestly, looking really solid. I mean, you know, I don't think they did a whole lot that was that mind-blowing that game, but their fundamentals were really good. Their objective setups were much better than their opposition in that game, RMC. And for IU in particular, we were talking about individual performances needing to show up for this bottom lane. Both him and JoJo, I think IU really having a fantastic performance on that Varus. I think it was 6-1 and 2 at the end of it, if I'm not mistaken. Did the most damage in the game as well. Massive stuff from the AD carry of Furia.
And you love to see it. I mean, Furia made changes. IU was one of the few pieces that didn't change, and we saw precisely why this game. His snipes were on point. He was landing all the poke he needed to be able to land. And I'm going to be honest, I still don't feel like Furia's teamwork necessarily was the cleanest this game. It did take them quite a while to actually start sieging with the siege composition. but individually, all of them were doing their jobs right. And one player I want to highlight as well was Wiz, because yesterday on the Lee Sin, he absolutely wasn't the struggle bus and had basically no impact whatsoever in that game. Today he comes in with the Nidolee, and early game, he didn't find kills, he didn't find assists, but he had a ton of impact. He soaked all the early pressure from Los Grandes. A big reason why Furia was ahead at 14 minutes was because of what Los were just throwing at the jungle, couldn't keep him down. And later in the game, we saw Wiz come back and land those spears, get those traps, which just secured the vision, helped secure the vision that Furia needed to really set up these sieges. So Furia looking much, much better, Hawk. And Los Grandes, big questions for them, because this is not the start they wanted, or heck, probably even predicted.
Yeah, definitely. Los Grandes a little out of sorts so far in week 1. Of course, you know, they ramped into split number 1 last time, ended up making playoffs,
Sure.
only 9-9. I think we were hoping they could, you know, immediately start building on some of that success. Clearly going back to square one a little bit, but maybe they can bounce back. Furia already doing it here today. Definitely looking more like a team that might need to be respected. But we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have your second... Whoa.
Before we head out, there was something our producer's telling us in the ear. Rose has informed us that they have figured out why Los Grandes has lost. And we actually didn't go over predictions before the games, but let's pull that up, because it seems like the CBLOL English curse is still there. We all predicted Los Grandes.
Oh, we've done it again. RMC, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling this out. Shout out to Rose on production as well, always making us look great. Yep. Okay. This makes so much sense now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cam's lack of prediction wasn't enough to save Los Grandes from the CBLOL caster curse. And hey, Furia definitely popping off. But Hawk, you know what? They deserved it. And I guess we're all starting the day 0 for 1.
Furia proving perhaps they're not a team to be disrespected. Now we're going to toss it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the second match on your screens. Don't go anywhere.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of CBLOL English 2024 Split 2. I am still Hawk. I am still joined by RMC. We just saw Furia take a pretty convincing win over Los Grandes. And now, coming into match number 2, RMC, we do have a bit more of a heavyweight matchup. It's going to be Kaboom against Vivo Cade Stars.
Yeah, we started with teams that went 0-1 on day 1, Hawk, and now we're 2 teams who went 1-0. But I would like to preface this by saying they got here in very different fashions. Let's start with Kaboom and the Kaboom roster. Now, Kaboom had a last-minute change to their roster. I believe it was a day before, on Friday, that they announced Lonely would be playing in Academy to start. Betao would be brought back into CBLOL. Last time we saw him in CBLOL was on Furia, and then he went to Kaboom Academy. The rest are the same, and they won their day 1 against Liberty, but they were losing right up to the moment they won. And they won with an incredible burger flip at Baron, where Malrang dives in solo, kind of picks it up, and the team is able to clean up. Despite that, the MVP wasn't Malrang. It was Betao, who went 11-2-6 on Gwen.
Yeah, it is the young top laner that did have the good performance. I mean, Betao, I feel like a player that anytime he's played in the CBLOL RMC has really impressed me with his individual level of play, was able to get it done on the Gwen yesterday. Malrang, of course, a player as well. I feel like from his time in the LEC was known for being able to burger flip effectively at times, stealing away some of those objectives. But, of course, we can't ignore the rest of this roster as well. House, Natuno, Seos, all considered some of the top individual performers in their respective roles. Seos in particular, perhaps the greatest support here that we have in the CBLOL RMC.
Well, on the other side, though, they're up against the Cade Stars. And if there's a team that would stop burger flips, it feels like it'd be the Cade Stars. This is probably our best macro team in CBLOL. And yes, I say that despite Loud having won 4 straight times, because under Coach CL, VKS has had really good macro. The problems has been their micro. They've not quite been able to match the likes of Pain or Loud when it comes to mechanics. And even yesterday against Red Canids, arguably our most mechanical team in the league, Cade Stars kind of struggled. They won, but the kill score was 10-9. Cade Stars eking out the win on just having better map rotations. That, however, might stand them in good stead up against Kaboom, where, hey, if you don't make macro mistakes, if you're not making these sort of errors, it's really hard to burger flip.
And let's remember as well, this is a Cade Stars team that stumbled a little bit at the final hurdles in the last split, ended up coming 3rd definitively. Were not able to overcome Pain in 2 consecutive series against that team, suffering both of their defeats in the playoffs to that Pain Gaming squad. But I mean, still a really strong split 1 from a bit of a hodgepodge of a roster. You know, you've got Smiley coming in from Europe, Leleco, the surprise promotion from CBLOL Academy after the initial starting mid Takui was not unfortunately able to continue for health reasons. You've got Gigo up there in the top lane. You want to talk about best in roles? Gigo, perhaps the best top laner in CBLOL last split. A bit of a quiet game yesterday, but this is a roster that's still stacked with talent from top to bottom. But, as you say, best macro team in CBLOL, I would be inclined to agree. It does feel like this is a squad that oftentimes has been more than the sum of their parts, and I mean that in the best way. These are players that have
100%.
really stepped up on this squad, and they're looking to contend for a CBLOL title here in Split 2.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And Cade Stars have been very open about the fact they brought Coach CL in to play Moneyball with this roster. And I'd argue it's worth. They've got a lot of young up-and-coming talent. Desamis being given another shot. Pro Delta coming in after an amazing I'll call it a debut split. He had 1 or 2 games prior to that. But back last year in 2023 on Pain Gaming, when he made his full debut, was absolutely massive. Now, with Cade Stars yesterday in their match, I will say they had a bit of a different read on meta. We are, of course, on sort of a different meta from what we're seeing in MSI. But Cade Stars were not only playing a different meta from what we're seeing now, from what we're seeing end of last season, but they went back. They were prioritizing Ori Nocturne. First pick Orianna when Talia was on the table. That's something we're seeing back. It feels like 2024 season 1, at the very beginning of the split, end of 2023 as well. So Cade Stars, I'm curious to see how their draft pans out. Are we going to continue seeing Orianna priority? And especially up against House, I think House has a very mean Talia. If you're leaving that open, that feels like a way that Kaboom could kind of get into the game and potentially take it.
And when we talk about drafting a little bit too, something I do want to have a bit of a conversation about is, of course, we are on 14.10. The item changes have come through, and one of the big stories in solo queue on 1410 has been AP junglers, right? We've seen a little bit of the Nidalee here in CBLOL. We've not seen anything else, though. Things like the Karthus, Lilia, Morgana jungle. Morgana in general, I think, is an insanely strong pick on the current patch in support, mid, and jungle. We have not seen this really in any sort of global competitive leagues. LPL has also come back. We've not really seen the AP junglers just yet. Teams still being comfortable in their meta, as you talk about a bit with Vivo Kate Stars. But in this game, I will say Malrang has been a player, he's very well known for his early game and his aggression, but Malrang is also a player that has been known for pulling out some of the spicy picks, pushing the limits of the jungle champion pool from his time in LEC. Maybe he could be the guy to pull out one of these AP junglers. I don't think it would be Dasami's. Dasami's always on those facilitator picks. I'm expecting him to continue in that path, but I'm waiting for the moment in which we get to see these different champions pulled out here in CBLOL because, to the layman, RMC, the meta does feel very different than it did at MSI and before.
Yeah, for sure. It should if you're playing solo queue. Also, Rose, could we get a dancing Karthus at some point as well? So dancing more, I feel like that'd be even funnier.
We need a soundbite of like the wow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but to go back to your point, Hog, I fully agree. I do think it's kind of weird that we're not seeing a lot of these solo queue picks come through because we were talking about it a little bit last game, pardon me, about that sort of Blackfire Torch, about the Faded Ashes and how well they make AP junglers.
Faded Ashes is a broken item, man.
Yeah, the clear is incredibly fast with it. And we're seeing so much Tristana mid bans as well. Yes, we're seeing that last split as well, but this split, especially AD mids, we saw the Jace come through as well. I want to see more of these AP junglers come through. We've got the right setup for it in the mid lane. So, whether or not we'll see it, we'll have to see. Malrang, as you mentioned, huge champion Ocean, but notably not a lot of AP picks that he goes with. Even his Amumu is more tank Amumu, and that's the only AP pick I can think off the top of my head that he was playing last split.
Yeah, I feel like, the big thing is that a lot of the AP junglers don't fall as much into the playmaking category, right? They're actually oftentimes more so carries themselves. And here in the CBLOL, I mean, the jungle meta for years, as long as I've been casting RMC, has been skirmishing. It has been playmaking. And while something like the Nidalee does have that skirmish power, we saw it a little bit from Wiz last game. Things like the Karthus, the Morgana, a little bit less in that direction. We do have the picks and bans, though, starting to come through. I like how CBLOL is still using the old Skarner icon.
Yeah,
that champion
see what that was.
finally making it to pro play. It is extremely good, but you mentioned that Tristana has been permabanned up to this point. B1 potentially going to be the option here for Kaboom.
Yeah, and it's a great takeaway as well from Leleco. Kate Stars, interestingly enough, has like a tier list of mid laners. Like all of their mid laners play Orianna. All of them seem to play Tristana. All of them seem to play Azir. It just feels like it's a Kate Stars thing. Now, Hawk, we were talking about AP junglers. They're hovering the Amumu, and he too can use Faded Ashes really, really well for that wave clear. I'm actually really wondering if they're gonna lock this in.
I don't think this gets locked in.
Malrang plays. Okay, yeah, no, it's got to be Talia, as we kind of talked about. Orianna taken off the table already. Tristana, Prio, Talia is just that ubiquitous mid laner that feels a little bit overpowered right now. She too abuses Blackfire Torch pretty well if she wants to go with that. The AP items in general just works well with her.
And critically as well, the Talia having a decent matchup into the Tristana. We know how strong that champion could be in the lane. Scales fantastically. Talia does have good trade back options. Seems that as well, Smiley going to go back to the Ashe. Yeah. Played it yesterday, had a really good game on the pick. Brings a lot of nice utility to the table as well as damage.
And it's always still that flex pick as well. Pro Delta, also a really good sort of, I don't want to call him Enchanter, but I guess ranged support player, whether it be Enchanters or Marksman as well. And
had 2 games on the Ashe last split.
Yeah. So we know Pro Delta can go with that. Kaboom, though, interestingly enough, because Hawk, we were talking a little bit about their AD carry. I'm not that high on Natuno. I feel like he's not been performing to the level we expected. You still think he's mechanically great, but Kaboom are not giving him that opportunity to show that. They put him on Senna duty with Nautilus.
Hey, but best support in CBLOL, though, he's going to be getting all the gold. Kaboom, they're just saying, all right, you know what? Seos, you're going to be the one to carry us this game. They've got the double 80 carries. Big Nautilus going to be on the front line. Honestly, if there's a world where they play AP junglers with the double 80 carry composition, maybe you lock in another tank top. Could be pretty good, Kaboom. That's all I'm saying. Of course, Senna does synergize very well the more frontline you do have for it. Nico is the option, though. You talk about range supports. It's not going to be the Ashe going the way of Pro Delta, but he does pick up the Nico support, a pick that we have not really seen in CBLOL, but has been incredibly effective when I've seen it. I do think it can be really strong double range bot lane.
Well, it feels like a champion Pro Delta should play, but it's actually been the Curry special, right? That Nico support. But, Hawk, there is a world in which that's not a Nico support. Now, I do think it is. But Taliyah can be flex jungle.
Nico sounds like a pretty bad mid jungle to me. But
I agree. I fully agree. That's why it probably is. But I do want to keep the potential of a flex open and on the table here. Kaboom, on the other hand, you're pretty much locked in. You're looking for a top and jungler. We're seeing the Karthus pinch, the jungle being pinched as a whole since Sejuani is being removed from the Samus' pool.
has Dasamis ever played a carry like Taliyah in his entire career? Like, that's a really honest question, because I think like the Nocturne that we saw yesterday is about as carry as it really gets for this player. I mean, he is, in my opinion, one of the premier facilitator junglers of CBLOL. And you know what? He fits into that style really well. Rel and Maokai were the most played last split. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sejuani getting banned away, another champion that fits into that bin. I want to point out as well, RMC, it is AP junglers getting banned away from Malrang. That does seem to be the read here from Cade Stars.
Ooh, and interestingly enough, a Twisted Fate ban as well. I'm curious if that signals that you want a Cassante on the side of Kaboom. And don't forget, Vayne came up during MSI as a potential counter to that Cassante, so it's no longer just a TF that is a threat. Now, Hawk, I am asking if the Samus plays carries. I was going to say, he does. He used to. Viego actually used to be one of the champions he was known for when he first started coming in from Academy. He used to play things like Diana, like Hecarim, like Lilia as well. So he has it in him. But CBLOL, as you rightly pointed out, has put him on utility duty. And finally, he gets his hands on a more damage-oriented pick again.
Samus, I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game. Oh, okay, and then we just get the Malrang special coming out. Jarvan gonna be the lock. Early game playmaking, and we've got the Brazilian pressure cooker combo coming through. Rumble Jarvan. They're gonna try to lock him down, lot of a mobile backline, and fry him up real good.
I really like that. So back in the day when Batal was playing on Furia, he was put on utility duty. A lot of Ornn, a lot of tanks. One of the big moments he had was when he got Rumble. And so I love seeing him on a carry. He carried yesterday as well. We talked about that Gwen. The one went, what, 11, 2, and 6 or some ridiculous number like that. Instead, it's going to be Gigon actually put on utility duty for his team. And you know what? I don't hate it. You had enough damage already. There's already the likes of a Viego, a Taliyah, and Ashe, and Nico. All of them are damaged. You need some sort of front line. You need something that can hold. And Ornn is probably one of the few melee top laners that can kind of match a Rumble. I'm not going to say you're going to win the lane against Rumble. He'll still bully you. But you can trade back damage. Bring him low enough that a Viego could clean up.
There's also a lot of kill pressure in this lane, actually, for the Ornn due to the lack of mobility on that Rumble. True. You can land a Call of the Forge God. Maybe that could be your way for Dasamis to get going. You set this Rumble behind. All of a sudden, you know, your picanhas might end up coming out of the oven a little bit rare when you're cooking here if you're Kaboom, if you're not able to find that big magic damage. And Dasamis, of course, I mean, on this more carry-oriented jungler, going to need to get some gold. He's got really good gank assist in actually every lane, RMC. Taliyah has decent setup, you know, with the seismic shove. You've also got the Ashe Nico. I feel like no explanation needed. So he's got his pick of the litter. A lot of playmaking to come through. I actually think I favor Cade Star's scaling in this game. It feels like they have a pretty straightforward composition to play, good ability to play towards side lanes. Ornn going to be really tanky as we move forward, and obvious initiation. Kaboom, a little bit more all in for them. They've got to make the double-A carries work, but I mean, still fantastic 5v5 in their own right.
Agreed, and I really like the 5v5, the team fight that Kaboom brings to the table. As soon as you've got a Rumble Jarvan, as soon as you've got the Hot Pot, that's already a winning formula for the mid game. There are very few compositions, very few picks you can choose which will answer that well. A lot of times the answer is just pick things with high mobility, get out of the Hot Pot as fast as you can. Can't take the heat, get out the kitchen. And that's not, unfortunately, what we've seen Cade Stars drop. They're just going to go just as hard in these team fights. Now, I do want to touch on the double marksman as well, because it's not your usual double marksman. The moment you've got a Senna, I actually really like having a secondary source, since Senna is not great at tank busting. But speaking of that Senna, Natuno right now getting run down.
Yeah, Natuno getting slowed up by that Ashe. I think he's going to have to burn a summoner right here, RMC. Yep, and that's going to be the flash coming out. Nicely done. Vivo K just walking in as 3, getting an easy summoner. Again, you talk about angles for Dasamis to potentially make plays on this Viego. Summoner spells being blown just like that can have a big impact. I mean, I'm expecting, though, Smiley and Pro Delta really just going to use this as an excuse to perma push in that bottom lane with their range advantage.
And normally with the Nautilus Senna, there are ways to kind of hold your own lane, especially where, well, back in the day when we were seeing Duran's Blade Senna come through, you can push out. So I'm curious to see if you can kind of hold your own. Nico, Ashe, it's a lot about dodging those skill shots early. And now, while we've got a bit of time, jungle starting on both sides, I'm not expecting to see too much chaos to start. I'm wondering if we can quickly flash our predictions and see if we screwed any of these teams with the Caster Curse.
I feel like surely we didn't all go Kate Stars, right? Like, I think Kate Stars, it's fair to say that they are favored in this game, RMC, but I'm hoping someone believed in Kaboom. Hey, okay, Solari, taking one for the team right there. That's
okay, so Solari saving them.
Yeah. But, okay, Gigo taking really nice trade here in topside, forcing Batao completely off the wave. I'm actually not sure if he was able to deny any of the XP on those melee creeps that did die, obviously, at least denying that CS.
And that's kind of shocking, because you don't expect the Ornn to take over level 1, just with that Q. That's not the big damage dealer for Ornn. It's really about the Bellows Breath and the ability to get that percent health damage to knock up as well. That's usually when Ornn starts to become a problem. And Batao getting chunked that early, very much not ideal. Malrang in the jungle is spotted on a ward. So right now, K-Stars are fully aware. Malrang is hitting from bot to top. They even use the Hawk Shot just to confirm exactly how fast Malrang can finish this clear off.
And I do think Malrang has to get a bit ahead this game. Jarvan, very much utility-oriented pick, but I do think Kaboom, with their double ADCs, with their Rumble, they do want to get going. And Ashe, the perfect pick into this player almost, has so much ability to just spot him out with the Hawk Shots and deny any of the trickery that Malrang does like to go for. Full clearing his bottom side, making an appearance in top, forcing Gigo to go for a base. But Gigo crashing on that third wave. I think he's more than content just to take the cheater recall while he can.
Ignite being popped onto Seos just to push him back. You're seeing the damage that can come out when that root lands from Nico. And Kate Stars, as you correctly predicted earlier, Hawk just pressuring, taking full advantage of their strength. Again, another root lands.
I mean, Seos might just be forced to base pretty soon. Out of potions, does have the Doran shield, but it's not really going to help out that much. And does have the teleport, of course, as we oftentimes see in the Senna Nautilus lane. So the ability to get the one free reset when you do get chunked out. But Smiley, Pro Delta, as they should, already laying down the pain, if you will, on this side of the map. Malrang completing his clear much later than Dasami's. Dasami's already back out onto the map. You like to see this carry-oriented jungler having that camp advantage.
Yeah, and for Dasamis, he doesn't need to gank necessarily. Like, he can just look to scale up. Really, it's level 6 when Viego becomes a massive threat. On the other hand, Malrang does need to get some action down. And kind of going back a little bit there, I really liked what Malrang tried to do when he got spotted by the Hawk Shot, rather than trying to full clear, which is what you're expecting. He just kind of rushed it, but it didn't pan out because of that ward. Batao still has flash, should not go down here. Never mind, solo
kill anyway. Flash or not, Gigo able to come up with it. Really nicely done. Batao caught trying to crash the wave.
I don't think anybody expected that. You've got Dasamis signaling, hey, I'm coming in.
Batao certainly didn't, I can tell you that.
True, yeah. Even with the flash, it didn't matter. And Gigo, cool as a cucumber. You can see him in the player's cam right now. No fear whatsoever. Knew that he wasn't going to die. Bot side, we're seeing a bit of a trade.
Yeah, Seos Natuno using that teleport advantage to try to lay down a bit of a trade back, but Wave is in a difficult spot for Kate Stars, and there is the information that Dasami's not on the side of the map. Really nice double route to land, but Seos, he hooks in on the clone. Mistiming it means that they cannot find any sort of kill. Natuno out of mana as well means that I don't think Kaboom can continue to play it on this side.
No, and unfortunately, the Senna Nautilus pairing, Hawk, you alluded to it earlier in draft. The biggest problem with this particular duo against an Ashe bot lane is Ashe is really good at punishing mistake engages. Or if you can't burst down the Ashe, you're in trouble, because she will kite you to Kingdom Come. She will chase you down, and you see how much poke the Tuno and Seos are taking on the back end of these engages. Unfortunately for Senna, Nautilus, you don't have that kill threat. You don't have enough burst. You don't even have an Ignite to secure anything down. So the engages from Seos are just really, really painful. And meanwhile, Pro Delta with this Nico gets free poke you can't answer. But Tao just getting hammered again.
God, but Malrang is here. Gigo needs to be careful. He's getting burned down with the overheat, but Tao forced to run for the hills. The scrap shield should keep him alive from the minion autos, but I don't think Malrang has the damage. No flag and drag to him. Flash not going to be used as Gigo is just able to walk it out. Wave should be in neutral as House. That's a flash in with the buster shot. Not quite able to find the angle as Natuno comes around. Leleco trading with a summoner spell of his own. Has Pro Delta in his back pocket for good measure, but will not fall.
Supports moving to the mid lane. Yes, I call it Natuno support. He's on fasting Senna, and they split for the objectives. K-Star's already starting up the Dragon. Meanwhile, Kaboom going up top. Gigo has teleport, but didn't go back to base.
Pro Delta disguised as a city carry. Fun things that Nico can do, just helping Leleco push out. No teleport on this. Tulia needs to take a base at some point and trade a neutral objective. So both teams with the early aggression so far, it really only is that Gigo solo kill that has been the difference maker up to this point. But things still boiling over. I mean, you can see both these teams not strangers to making plays in the early stages.
No, not at all. I mean, one of the best macro teams that we're talking about, the other team with Malrang, who is always supposed hyped up to be a huge, aggressive early game jungler. Now, we should note that Malrang isn't the Malrang we think of when we think of the LEC anymore, right? He's actually not that hyper aggressive. He's actually a very measured jungler who doesn't make too many mistakes. And I think we've been seeing that throughout most of last split, but he's still a very smart jungler. He doesn't give objectives for free. Hence the trade that we saw come through. Problem is for Kaboom right now, the lanes, not the jungle. They're actually losing out top. We saw Gigo find the solo. Bot side, they're falling behind in CS. And mid lane, Leleco is holding his own right now.
Yeah, but no Flash was burned last time. He's going to die to the Cataclysm. Malrang finally able to make a play with that Jarvan, and it's all too easy. A big kill getting picked up by the biggest carry on Kaboom. How's this, Tristana?
Okay, might have cursed Leleco a little bit there. Does unfortunately go down. But still, despite that, Leleco still doing fine in the CS department, still holding the pressure well. You saw how much resources Kaboom had to expend into that. And mid plates traded for bot plates, with Smalley and Pro Delta able to continue shoving in onto Natuno and Seos.
Yeah, Seos has taken quite a price to be paid here with all the roams. Natuno putting a lot of attention. I mean, again, recognizing that House is the biggest carry on the squad, most certainly, but does mean that this Nautilus has fallen by the wayside quite a bit. 20 CS advantage, not necessarily unexpected for Smiley, but definitely still something to take note of, as this Ashe is going to be very strong as this game progresses. Dasami's, though, once again, back up to the top side. Patao does have the flash, back up and available, but Malrang not on this side on the wave, pushing away from the Rumble.
Oh, did he get spotted? I don't know if
I don't think he got seen. And the jungle pets is invisible to Batao unless he has vision of Dasami's himself. He might have an inkling, though, that something is amiss based on the way he's playing.
The problem for the Rumble is you have to step up your melee at the end of the day.
He steps, though, too close to the bush, into the sun.
Okay.
He somehow misses with the ulti, and that's still not going to be enough. Batao, way too much CC and damage to come up from that duo. Bit of a funny one there from Gigo with the ult, but ultimately it is going to be a kill going to that Viego. We said it in the draft. This could potentially be a lane to play towards. Able to make it happen.
You know, we'll call it a zoning out from Gigo. He was just making sure that Patao couldn't flash, to safety there. And either way, they did manage to secure the kill. Now, this is a huge problem for Kaboom, though, because you pick Rumble normally to dominate the early phases of the game, and then to have a great mid-game presence. That hasn't happened. Patao now down 0-2. Losing out to an Ornn of all things. And now, Ornn, sure, we talk about him being an assassin, bruiser, tank fighter. He can do everything and anything a team needs. What's scary to me, though, is the skill that Ornn gives you with those masterwork items. A Rumble will never match that. And if an Ornn starts to get a hit early, that's not just your problem. That becomes an entire team problem. And the hot pot combo, might not get hot enough to actually cook the K-Stars comp.
Yeah, it was Batao that was supposed to be doing the grilling this game. Instead, he's just getting grilled. And get another look at this mid play, though, about 5 minutes ago, RMC.
Okay, yeah, that was the one on Leleco. It took 3 members. Even then, you saw how long Leleco lasted, how long he survived. But it is just that easy for Malrang on this J4. We get the replay up top onto Batao as well. And I want to highlight too, for Batao, this is one of the problems with Rumble. If you're not winning, it becomes incredibly hard to play your lane. You are a melee champion. You have to step up at some point. And Gigo is doing such a great job of wave control as well. He's not perma pushing because he's trying to pull Batal out into gankable positions. And unfortunately for Batal, you can only ward so much for so long. And the lane ganks that are coming through from Desamis, you can see Batal is warding River, but that's not where Desamis is coming from.
Speaking of that River, you know, Smiley, he's working away at Seos, but on the other side, it's Kaboom onto the Grubs. They're jumping onto Gigo, but that is already quite a tanky Ornn. Has the completed steel caps, as well as a Negatron cloak and chain vest. Doesn't look like K-Stars really wants the Grubs themselves, but they're just trying to waste Kaboom's time that little bit. The longer this goes, the better it is for their Ashe, who is now up 40 CS in 3 tower plates in the bottom lane. First Grub set to fall, but now with the push and top, K-Stars grouped up as 4. They can look for this play. Remember, Smiley can't contribute. Ash Arrow has been fired, and it might just land onto Batal. That's going to be a forceless rumble, sure to drop. TP, though, coming in as K-Stars and Kaboom want to make it a 5v4. It's a 1-for-0 at this point, and Seos is leading the charge. Pro Delta has fallen. Dasami's trying to Heartbreaker in, but he's not able to find the target. It's Gigo onto Seos. He's able to trade his life out 1-for-1 in that end, but it is ultimately going to be a 3-for-2 in favor of Kaboom as they pull the trigger in the fight. On the opposite side, though, it's Smiley continuing to work on this bottom lane tower. Should be able to get a solo turret for his troubles.
So for each plate that drops, the resistance on the turret goes up, which is why Smiley looks like he's hitting like a minion. Now, you will be able to get first plate. That's really, or first brick, pardon me, which is really, really good. But for K-Stars, it's an interesting decision they make for this to happen because they were waiting for Gigo's ult to come back up. That's why they gave over that 4th critical grub. But this is the team play they want to make. The only thing they didn't account for is the TP from Seos. So it ends up being a numbers advantage. And there's a lot of burst damage on the side of K-Stars since their AD carry isn't there. They front load it. The moment that goes down and the fact that so many members survived, that Seos bought so much space, it's easier for Kaboom to clean house, to just sweep everybody off with the double marksman. So K-Stars, they made a choice. I don't know if it's necessarily the best choice, but you're getting Smiley fed, you're getting the Drake stacking. It's certainly better for the K-Stars late game.
Speaking of AD carries getting fed, though, House was the one that picked up all of the kills, I think, in that fight.
Wow.
Malrang got 1, and then House picking up the rest. We're going to take another look at this. It was Leleko that TP'd to the top lane. I think he actually got dove here because it was only 3 kills in the grub play. And yeah, Malrang able to make it happen. They have the Void Grub to tank. Really nicely done from Kaboom, continuing to attack on this top side. And this Tristana, already 2 completed items at 13 and a half minutes. Are you kidding me?
And I guess that's why you absolutely got melted between the Kraken Slayer, the Navori Flicker Blades, your attack speed plus the Q that Tristana already has. You're well over 100% attack speed boost at that point, and you're just going to absolutely shred through. It's going to be great for taking turrets as well. Kaboom, as it so often feels like on teams where House is your mid laner, it's all in on this mid lane from House.
Yeah, and he's going to be the one to try and carry him. Malrang, though, wants Gigo, does not have the Searing Charge to break out of the Cataclysm, which means he should probably die. It's going to be another kill to this Tristana, all too easy. Another Grub spawn coming, rather Rift Herald spawning in just a second. Kaboom has the opportunity to take it if they would like, but perhaps need to answer in mid.
Only 1 ultimate burn from Kaboom to make that play happen onto Gigo as well does mean that K-Star shouldn't be able to actually answer onto this Herald take. But Hawk, this reminds me of what we saw a little bit yesterday with K-Stars and Red, where Red Canids, they were winning fights. They were finding picks. But K-Stars stayed competitive through their superior macro play. Smiley getting caught out here.
Charge onto Smiley. Has to flash off of the equalizer. TP as well being burned from Gigo. They want to turn it around, does Cade, as they're on to Seos. Only level 9 on this Nautilus, getting burned down, but I don't think they have the damage, as he is indeed able to just walk it out.
Now, this ain't your support Nautilus for Seos right now. He's been able to farm up. He does have the tankiness to survive that one. Enchanted Crystal
been able to farm up is maybe a bit debatable, depending on how you feel about the 50 CS deficit, RMC.
I'm comparing it to supports, man. Like, this ain't a support Nautilus. He's got, what, 66 CS advantage over Pro Delta, so he's tankier than a support Nautilus would otherwise be.
And this gold graph, by the way, is heinous. House is so fed. He's 2,000 gold ahead of everyone. He's 3k up on the Leko. That is craziness.
And here's the problem, Hawk. If he's up 3k and your teams are pretty much even in terms of gold, who is at a deficit for your team. Who's not able to perform and do the damage you need to? For VKS right now, it's simple. The goal, kill House. Kill House and you should be able to win the fight. Whereas for Kaboom, who do you kill? Even Gigo is a threat in these team fights right now. If you don't take out Tasamis, he can clean house. If you don't take out Smalley, that's a sustained damage, and Aliko is an issue.
I will say, though, easier said than done to kill House when he is on this Tristana, and using those 6 Void Grubs well. Kaboom understanding that they can deathball around the map. Play to where you are strong. Play to that 3,000 gold advantage for your, I'll say AD carry, even though it is your mid laner. They should be able to pick up another tier 1 tower right here, continuing to press their lead, forcing Cade Stars back into their own jungle, and denying map control.
First turret of the game for Kaboom right now, and they still have Herald in their back pocket as well, so they can look to try and break that mid lane potentially. And I was talking about how, Cade Stars yesterday, they were winning through superior macro and map rotations. This fed Tristana really puts a crimp into their plans, because now you need to be able to deal with the split push. Who's going to answer it? We saw Aliko get absolutely melted as soon as there's any sort of CC to hold him in place. The Tristana also takes turrets faster, so if you're looking for rotations to try and just trade turret for turret, House alone will win that, much less when there are equal numbers pushing. So for Cade Stars, excuse me, for Cade Stars, you can't rely on just actually moving faster. You need to rely on picks onto House, and I'm curious to see how you manufacture that, because House wants to split push. You have a Talia. Can you get the numbers advantage in the drop?
Well, they're not going to go for the pick onto House, but they're going to go for a pick away from him instead. They find Seos, but Malrang buying so much time with the Cataclysm in the back line. Beautiful disengage, and it's just going to be Gigo getting taken down. Flash, not enough, as the rest of Cade is zoned out. Malrang, that was beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. And House as well, that reset, you can see the rest of Cade Stars, they don't want to walk in, they don't want to reinforce Gigo, and because of that, Gigo goes down, the rest of the team's alive, but it doesn't matter. Herald, Shelly, gonna keep on going. Cade Stars can't stop this push.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could just take another tower right here. They have the contest to come through, but the Void Grub's doing so much work. Okay, tower does survive with the lack of minion wave, but still so much damage getting output. It is the Dragon Soul stacking that is going to be stopped as well. And I want to give credit again to Malrang. That disengage with the Cataclysm was so nicely done, RMC.
Yeah, he buys time for House to get there. Watch where House starts. House is all the way in bot lane when all this action comes across. But again, because Seos is tanky enough, because of that beautiful disengage, that stall that you're talking about that came through from Malrang, he just runs all the way through the terrain. The knockup is sufficient. House gets to the fight, and the moment House is there, we talk about Viego resets, but for Cade Stars, they're scared of the House Tristana resets. If she starts jumping, nobody gets out. So Cade Stars, they make the right call cutting their losses, but make no mistake, it is a loss, and they are still hemorrhaging gold.
And Kaboom already back out onto the map. House looking for Gigo, up a level, up a full completed item. Gigo just gonna try to TP out. No Buster Shot means he will survive, but it's still a massive cooldown getting burned. On the other side of the map, though, Cade Stars did at least manage to take their second tower of the game, the top lane tier 1.
And once again, it goes back to that issue of who's answering House. House just pushed out Gigo. That's TP burn. House gets to push up now. And look at Kaboom. They push mid. They set vision onto this bot side jungle. It's beautiful. And now they look for a pick.
Yeah, they want Tasami's Cataclysm going to be dropped, but Malrang is pretty far ahead of his team. He is the first to die, and that's a reset for Tasami's. Now Flag and Drag misses on Seos, but should still be able to take down the Nautilus. One more Heartbreaker will do it, and Smiley cleans it up with an auto. This time around, Kaboom stepping a bit too far forward. House not able to get in the fight, and it seems that, the answer to the million-dollar question so far for Cade Stars has been to not answer. Instead, they've just been looking for fights anywhere else they can find them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kaboom, I think they pulled the trigger a little bit early. They didn't have the full vision setup they were looking for. And most importantly, House, as you pointed out, was not actually able to get in the fight. Laleko trying to cut off Batao, but a nice easy flash will get him to safety. Let's go back to the bot side, because once again, Gigo. Gigo has been the monster of this game. He's on the Ornn. We were saying, oh, he's playing utility because everybody else is the carry. No. Despite that, this MVP from the 2024 Split 1 regular season continues to put on MVP performances right now. He held House down. House wasn't able to get in, and Desamis gets his resets off. House wasn't able to find it, and that's what's keeping Cade Star still in this game somehow.
And again, you want to talk about Desami-san carries. 3, 1, and 2. This Viego starting to get strong. 2 items in his inventory with the Sundered Sky and the Kraken Slayer, and K-Star's feeling confident enough to push out mid-wave as a team, move towards this all-seeing Baron, and Leleco, with this Baron on the map now, you know, he's going to be a lot safer answering bottom waves because Kaboom, rather, it would be a big risk for them to commit multiple members to making a play on the bottom side when, I mean, this Baron could get burned down so fast between this Viego and Ashe.
Yeah, double Kraken Slayer on this K-Star side. Now, we did see TP expended by House to try and stop this Baron threat from coming through. Keep in mind, Kaboom have multiple TPs. Seo still has a TP, but Tao still has a TP as well. Kaboom just clearing out vision around this Baron. They know this is the big pressure point for both of these teams. 21 minutes does feel a little bit early, but not for kills. Arrow doesn't land.
Ooh, yeah, I like that though. Smiley trying to look for the play, but it's going to be the re-engage coming through from Kaboom. Pop Blossom doesn't really get much as Pro Delta forced to drop, but it is Malrang immediately traded. Geeko getting taken so low. Dasami's way too far in though, as it's a double kill over to the Tristana. Seos, did you step too far? With the team behind him, should just be able to walk it out. Ooh. Junglers traded. Support is the additional kill for Kaboom, and it does mean they're going to start up the Baron. Gigo, remember, no teleport due to that bot side play earlier, meaning he has to stay on such low HP, and I don't really know if K-Stars can do anything about it, but the threat of the long-range damage from Leleco and the low health bars does mean Kaboom will be thwarted on the objective.
Oh, and look at that damage number that came through from House. 5.5k throughout that fight, uninterrupted. Nobody was able to get onto him. We talk about how deep the Samas went. I think that's the right goal because somebody needed to stop House from just free firing from half a screen away, get those resets, and just run you over. Desamas did that at the expense of his life, but it was enough. And Baron, that's why we're saying at 21 minutes, we're not looking for a Baron take. It's just an excuse to fight over, and Kaboom recognized that. Going for the actual Baron itself would have been a little bit over ambitious. The damage is just too high. The shred is just too good. And even though Seos is tanky for support, as you rightly pointed out, 141 CS, that's not really solo lane numbers. That's not really solo lane tank sort of statistics.
With K-Stars, though, opting to retake a bit of topside control, it does mean they lose the position over this dragon. Would only be the second of the game here for Kaboom. It is a Chemtech, so I think K-Star's going to be fine to just let this one fall by the wayside and instead try to take a position of power in their own right. We talked about how quickly this Baron can go, and they're on to it. Leleco, Dasami, Smiley, so much DPS between the three of these characters, and I think Kaboom is going to be too late, RMC. I don't think they can get to this Baron. Gigo, you've got to step up, though. Look for the disengage. Nice Weaver's Wall to come out as Malrang is getting closer to the pit. House jumping in. And
he gets it again!
For the second day in a row, steals the Baron, and now Smiley's in the front line after the depth charge, forced to flash away. Dasami's looking for the
House,
and they've answered the $1 million question, making 1,000 gold over to Dasami's. Now he's on a Natuno. It's a double to the K-Stars jungler, and even though Malrang was able to steal the Baron, it's K-Stars that steals the fight 4-0.
I said it once. I'll say it twice, Hawk. I'll say it 3 times. Baron this early is not about the buff. It's actually about the kills, and K-Stars are able to bait Kaboom in. Kaboom, they had to run it. They had no choice. It's that or lose the Baron for free. And Malrang makes the miracle happen, but K-Stars, from the very get-go, the call is to try and find the kills, and they were able to do that. Malrang now facing down Gigo. Buddy, I don't know if that's the fight you want, to be honest, in a 1v1. Yes, your team's coming back up, but they're not fully respawned just yet.
And House still 3.7k ahead individually of Leleco, but the team is down now 2,500 off the back of this. The rest of the team is behind RMC, so once they get this Tristana, it's all over.
Yeah, and the initial steal from Malrang is beautiful. Part of it is the terrain ended up actually really working against Kaboom. They overchased. House felt strong, and he was strong, but he steps up. The terrain means that where are his tanks? Seos was not in a position to be able to follow up. Nautilus has no way to get over that wall, unfortunately, and that left House exposed. And like you said, it's a $1 million question. He goes down. That's $1 million down. I don't care if you're up $1 million gold at that point. It just doesn't matter. And for that, K-Stars are able to massively punish. They lose Baron, but look at that Baron power play. It's a huge one for K-Stars. That's plus 3,000, you know what, plus 4,000 gold, I'd even say, considering that there is an initial influx of gold onto a team that gets a Baron.
And I will say, RMC, you know, there has been criticism thrown House's way over the course of his career for, you know, at times a lack of clutch he flashed forward into what was an eventual pop blossom. Now Seos, he gets flicked back, easily taken down. Pro Delta looking for the flash forward of his own. Malrang able to buffer very nicely with the flag and drag out of the fight. But with the Nautilus dropping, that is just going to be a really easy defense, and the Baron going to amount to nothing. Look at the top left of your screen. Almost negative 4,000 gold on the Baron power play is absurd.
Yeah, we just gave over another 300 gold because we were pushing too far, and understandable for Kaboom, right? You're wearing the Baron. You recognize that, hey, we've got a Tristana, we've got Baron. We get to a turret. Normally, we take that turret, but you just botched a massive team fight. Katestar's just spent. They are sitting on a power spike. Smalley, 3 items, one of them being a masterworked for Leleko, being able to pick up the components of that Void Staff or Crypt Bloom there. The Oblivion Orb, you know, you're going to be able to do more damage, more magic penetration. They were on a power spike, and Kaboom just overextended, got their hands bit off. And now for Kaboom, it gets a little bit complicated because prior to this, House was just so incredibly strong. You could brute force fights. You were up gold as a team. Now, you're down 2k gold. And let's not forget, each masterwork item is effectively worth 1,000 gold. So on paper, they're 2,000 gold down. In effect, they are 4,000 gold down and counting.
And once again, RMC, I've got to apologize to Dasamis. I was not familiar with his carry game, but 7-2-3 on this Viego. Having a fantastic performance so far has been massive in these team fights. He was the one that picked up the band off of House right there in that fight. And 3 items, Guardian Angel, means he can really get down and dirty. Kaboom, though, they are not out of this game just yet. Only about 2,500 gold behind is not insurmountable. They have the positioning over the Dragon, and now they're in onto Gigo. Pro Delta, though, going to try to disengage with the Pop Blossom, as it's just Malrang getting one shot, and they once again found Howls in the front line. How does this keep happening? As now Seos is the target. That's going to be a 3-for-0 as Dasamis picks up yet another double kill, and with the wave in mid and only 2 alive, Katestars might even be looking for the end.
No equalizer from Batal means no way to instantly clear that wave. Netuno gonna try and cut that wave as much as possible, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if that's enough. 1 siege cannon plus this much damage could be enough for Katestars.
And with Batal getting 1 shot, yeah, Katestars, they're gonna be able to close this one out. They almost fumbled the game around the Void Grubs, but it was a beautiful team fight around the biggest Void objective on the map, the Baron, that leads to the win, RMC.
And Hulk, I'm looking at Katestars right now. We came in saying, you know, they were definitively the 3rd best team last split, and we were expecting them to be so coming to the beginning of this split. The early games have been rough from this Katestars team. They're not as dominant as we remember them being. The game plan doesn't look as clean, but we get to the mid-late game, and that's when Katestars keep popping off. Their target selection has been on point. Dasamis on this Viego. I'm going to be honest, J4 was the most impactful champion this game for both these teams. Dasamis played the J4, it feels like, better almost than Malrang did.
Whoa, hang on. Malrang had a pretty good game, though. I want to give Malrang some credit. He had
got
Baron
1 steal.
He had, I'll be honest, the offensive equalizers were pretty, cataclysms were pretty bad. He had some really good defensive ones, both at the Grubs fight, also the one around the Dragon later on. So, Malrang playing well on his signature champion, but, I mean, I do still want to agree with you overall. I think Cade just had better playmaking. They were choosing better fights, especially when we got into the mid-late. You know, they tried to win on both sides of the map around the Void Grubs. They got punished. House got fed. But from that point onward, they didn't really take any more bad fights, which is what allowed them to get back into the game later on. And, I mean, you know, critically, they just outhands their opponent, really, around that Baron.
Yeah. Okay. First off, I'm not saying Malrang is bad. I'm saying Dasamis did better than Malrang, which is to credit of Dasamis. Like, to me, that's insane. Because you're right. Malrang did do a lot for his team. Like yesterday, he looked utterly lost. I think he wasted like a minute hovering down bot for absolutely no reason. This game, not the case. His pathing was efficient. His ganks were on point. Sure, he got spotted by wards, but he didn't waste time and he made it work. His Baron steals are like against Kaboom right now. It feels like Baron's the biggest flip, both for and against them. Malrang's getting incredible steals, but yesterday, Kaboom threw at Baron. Today, again, that felt like the big moment where things turned around. But for Katestars, despite how incredibly well Dasamis played, the player who still stands out to me, even more than Dasamis, was Gigod in that top side. Because today, he was on point. Not only did he crush the Rumble, known lane bully in the 1v1 in lane. But even in a lot of these team fights, it was Gigo stepping forward, making sure that Malrang struggled to even reach his backlines. How many times did we see Malrang die for the backline? But he actually couldn't get the flag and drag Cataclysm combo off offensively. He'd flag and drag in, he gets knocked up, and suddenly when he Cataclysms, the prime targets aren't there anymore, and he couldn't quite get the combo off. Who stopped that? Gigo. Who broke the Cataclysm? Gigo. Who found the fights for Cade Stars? Gigo. This man is an absolute beast.
Orton was definitely a turbo pick that game. Using the R5 well, Gigo, hey, he may be a big carry, but he definitely can leverage the tanks. Also want to point out Smiley, deathless on the Ashe. Great performance so far. This split from him has been so consistent for Cade Stars all year, and that consistency has netted Cade Stars an undefeated first weekend. But when we come back, we'll have our third match of the day on your screen, so make sure to stick around. And welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English, where we now have our third match of the day queued up and ready to go. We just saw Kate Stars take down Kaboom in a very entertaining bloodbath of a game, which had some Baron Steel, some crazy team fights. But now we've got RMC, your favorite Pain Gaming, up against who you proclaim to be perhaps the greatest team in the world after day one, Fluxu.
Fair enough. You know, this game is really, really interesting to me. This was my match to watch, not necessarily because of the gameplay, but just the storylines between these two teams and how they performed.
I'm sure the Pain Gaming is the match to watch for you, yeah.
Not every week. Never when it's against Loud. Yesterday it wasn't. I was a little bit scared of that one. But that's it. Pain did win yesterday, and that's critical. Pain should usually wins against Loud early. They didn't make a single change, so we expect them to continue being that top team, that second place team that they were last split. Whereas Fluxu, on the other hand, made some big changes in their jungle and bot lane roles. So we can pull up their roster here. They were, I think, probably the second most hype roster change. Obviously, BRTT being the biggest, but Shinny coming out of retirement, switching from streaming to playing and playing in the jungle. Last time we saw Shinny was back in 2020 Split 2 on INTZ, where they won. He went to Worlds and even beat Team Liquid from the LCS there. And now he's coming back into competitive play. Usually when you're coming out of retirement, we've seen a lot of players struggle with form. Even BRTT, not quite as dominant as we remember. Shinny yesterday looked absolutely amazing though. And Fluxu in their win over Furia looked like the cleanest team from yesterday.
4 years almost since Shinny last won a CBLOL trophy. RMC, for reference, the last time Shinny played League of Legends competitively, I had yet to start my casting career. I started about a month after, or maybe a couple weeks after the World Championship in 2020, in late October, early November. So it has been a long time since Shinny last played, but I mean, clearly making Fluxu look really good in their first day. You know, worth noting it was against Furia, but Furia, of course, they bounced back now today. CBLOL oftentimes renowned for its parity, right? And I think the big question on everyone's mind is whether Fluxu can repeat their performance in today's match up against a very strong Pain Gaming team.
Yes, and if we look at the Pain Gaming roster, as we mentioned already, this team is the exact same team we saw before. And just to make that clear, this is the closest last split, was the closest Pain Gaming has come to beating Loud in a grand finals. They took it to the full 5 games. Their only change last split was Titan and Curry coming back, and we just saw Pro Delta's Nico. Well, if we're talking Nico's, it has to be Curry's Nico in the bot lane, and I expect to see that ban. This man truly has made Nico an MVP support here in CBLOL. And fun thing about Shinny and Pain Gaming specifically. Now, Shinny has been an INTZ player for most of his career, and he has seen Pain traditionally as his rival. So I've been told, you know, by our community that generally speaking, Shinny is known for making memes about Pain. And I have one of them here translated from the original Portuguese captions into English. They're always Joker memes. So you think it's funny to see Pain losing? Yes, I do, and I'm tired of pretending it isn't. That's Shinny's attitude. Now, when he's a streamer, you can trash talk, and nobody can say a thing. But now, Shinny's playing against Pain, and it's time to put his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, I think I know one person that's tired of seeing Pain losing here on the desk. But yeah, Shinny definitely never getting old with that. And I do think, you know, we already alluded to it a little bit. Big test today for Fluxu, right? Because they looked really good yesterday. But this is a Pain Gaming that had their best split, still second place, but their best split that they've had in a while, just last split, where they did take Loud to 5 games. And I think a big proponent of that was Titan, right? They changed out this bottom lane, and Titan was the guy that, to me, added a little bit of spunk to this roster. You know, he added a little bit of X factor, a little bit of playmaking that perhaps was lacking. Not something you always expect from the AD carry position, but something you most certainly expect from Titan if you are a CBLOL enjoyer. And, you know, his ability to solo make plays at times felt like it lit a bit of that fire for Pain. And you know, against the individual prowess of Weiser in the top lane, who had a bit of an off split last split, I want to say, but, you know, we know how good he can be. Of course, Dinkato and Titan, the 3-headed Hydra, if you will, of Pain, going to be a big question for Fluxu as we have Champ Select queued up and ready to go.
Okay, and as we're in there, Pain on the blue side, banning out the Skarner and Sejuani already. So really kind of targeting the utility champions that Shinny looked really good on yesterday. Meanwhile, Fluxu, as you're talking about Titan bans Callista and Lucian, are we even going to see a Draven? Not necessarily a Titan champion, but it feels like that would fit the trend of sort of early game champions. And hey, it's Titan Sheshkadele, that magic of Titan that makes things happen. Draven's just a perfect, champion for that.
Yeah.
All right,
Removing some of those early game aggressive AD carries that Titan likes to go for again. Taking the big playmaker off his big playmaking champs, but it does leave some power up and available. You talked about the Talia, Tristana. We saw it, big performance last game from House until he flashed into a Pop Blossom, was perma-banned in the rest of CBLOL so far. AP jungler is still something that could come out. I don't expect Karaoke to be the one to go for it. And of course, that Varus getting picked up on 1 from Titan.
Okay, so that's interesting when Tristana is open, when Talia is open. Dinkato actually didn't play a single game of Tristana last split. Now, I don't know if that's because he's not comfortable with the champion currently, but just giving it over to Fluxu like that does feel a little bit dangerous, especially when it's Fu. Fu, a mid laner, had come in and caught a lot of us by surprise. It's a Kali game to start the split, was absolutely epic, but Tristana feels like one of those big playmaking champions he can also take over the game on, and it's doubly important when your AD carries Trigo, right? One thing we didn't touch on, we're touching on Titan. Well, Trigo is back from his trip to LA. Ooh. It did not end well. He got benched in the LA coming back in. So having a secondary AD carry, especially when you're going something like a Jhin, who isn't a great tank buster, is huge for Fluxu.
Yeah, and the Jhin getting busted out. Gonna be the second AD carry on the side for Trigo. Champion that's been performing exceptionally well on 14-10 and 14-11 so far after the midseason updates. Like to see this one getting pulled out. We've been waiting for some of those newer meta picks. The AP jungler is not the only one. Jhin, part of that. So on the other side, though, we're not going new meta. We're going old meta. It's still Nautilus, Varus. Look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, RMC.
I was kind of hoping for the Nico from Curry, but yeah, you're right. Nautilus is just such a steady champion. He brings so much to the table. The instant lockdown as well. Yeah, nothing. Tristan is one of the more slippery AD carries, and even she can't do a thing about that depth charge. Now, Pain on the B3. Going with the Hui still, Hawk. And that's interesting because Talia, again, I keep harping on her because she's such a good pick right now. I'm surprised we're not prioritizing her. Dinkato's Hui is good, don't get me wrong, but it's not the Talia that can kind of do everything.
And, Dinkato had some master performances on the Talia in the grand finals, if you remember, up against Loud. He was huge on that champion. Way a bit of a risky pick into the Tristana. I favor the Tristana side of the matchup. You do have the range harass, but Tristana has the ability to jump in for those trades. And depending on what the jungle choice will be for Shinny, presumably on 4, they will have some playmaking, perhaps, to be made. RMC, though, I do see you reacting as we got our second Leona of the day for Scamber.
Yeah, and I've been a big proponent of Leona for a while. I think she's actually great into Nautilus. She wins a lot of those trades, especially with the Eclipse. I just don't know why she's suddenly popping back in. Rakan is still there, and it feels like everybody just went, Rakan who? Like, we'll take Leona all day long, right? But I'm just a bit surprised that comes through. I do like it for the engage potential, though, because we're talking about Hui, the fact that he's going to lose lane against Tristana most likely. His advantage is the ability to kind of poke out the Tristana later on with extended range. That doesn't work against a Leona. With the Solar Flare, you can force the engage, and Hui, not the most mobile of champions, a little bit easier to tag with that Solar Flare.
And with the Gwen getting banned away, that's the big AP top laner that we saw Kiari do really well on yesterday. And magic damage has to come from somewhere. Rumble is also no longer on the table. It was actually Fluxu that banned it away, perhaps from themselves. So I wonder, does Shinny go towards an AP jungler? That's the read from Pain, removing the Karthus. I talked about Morgana to you backstage, RMC. Pick Morgana jungle here. Shinny, it is so good against Nautilus, Hui, Varus. Pick it. Do it. Morgana jungle. It's good.
Or potentially Lilia as well, if you want, a bit more damage to come through.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that too. Instead, we've gone with the Xinjiao. So that's a lot of physical damage coming through, though, right? Tristana, Jhin, Xinjiao, all of it's physical.
Slam Malphite right here.
Top laner.
Do it, Wiser. Wiser Malphite. I need to see it. I need to see it.
Kiari's taking it to the top side. You don't have Rumble, you don't have Gwen. What other AP options do we have? Do we just see a Gragas?
Gragas? Mordekaiser's been performing well on the patch. You can pick Mordekaiser. True. I don't know. Like, if Wiser wanted to go for a tank. Jack's blind, though, does make a lot of sense. I guess this actually could be for Karaoke, technically. And it actually is. Okay. As the Cassante is the hover right now, It's not the Malphite, but it is equally tanky. Don't play Olaf. Don't play Olaf. You don't need to.
Yeah,
This is
why
such
does
an
Olaf
ego
last
pick
game
if you
wasn't
pick Olaf.
great?
Okay.
So we've got the Jackson top lane. That's an interesting pick. And Karioka back on his Lee Sin. And last split, Karioka come hell or high water was brute forcing this pick. He was known for his Lee Sin back in the day. Last split was a little bit mixed. It wasn't his best. It wasn't his worst. I'm kind of okay with it. What I don't like from Pain is their lack of a tank. Your tankiest member is Curry on the Nautilus. And even Sales with income wasn't able to quite tank. Curry without income with support item is just going to feel really, really rough.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred the Jax Flex to come out for Karioka and then pick a true tank in the top lane for Wiser. But
Yeah.
Pain going a little bit more early game. They do still have each of their laners on a big time carry. And Jax is a massive pick this game. Bit of a difficult lane matchup up against the Gragas in top lane. Kind of, not only not flexing it to get the tank, but inviting this pick a little bit. But if he is able to, go even for Wiser, scale up into the game, so much auto attacking. Like basically Fluxu's entire composition is auto attacking with those 4 champions on the other side. So he could be a really big problem as the game progresses. Fluxu going to have their work cut out for them. I think they have to try to shut Wiser down somehow.
Agreed. I do think it's a bit of an ego drop from Pain. There's a lot of carry potential, as you rightly pointed out, but you kind of have to get a hit with this composition. If Wiser was to fall behind, sure, you got Counter-Strike, you can ignore autos for 2, 3, 4 seconds there, and then as soon as that's done, you're just going to get absolutely ripped to shred. Even worse is the fact that we were thinking what top laners are left that run AP. Gwen's off the table, Rumble is off the table. We said Gragas, so surely that must have occurred to Zero as well, and yet you pick Jax, who gets hard countered by Gragas. That was a choice and a half.
Yeah. Don't exactly love the draft for Pain Gaming either, but they do still have a lot of comfort, a lot of playmaking on their side. You can go ahead and take a look at the predictions. RMC, I know you were really high on Fluxu. Are you going to put your money where your mouth is, or are you still just going for your Pain Zetches here?
My mouth has always been with Pain, and so it's always going to be Pain for me.
Understandable.
Okay, wait, Rose just saved us.
This time.
I got scared for a second. I thought we went all Pain. Thank you, Rose, for saving us.
Yeah, a necessary sword to fall on. I mean, I feel like, no matter how good Fluxu may have looked yesterday, they still have so much to prove here in Split 2. And Pain, with this roster, with this core in that top side, they have already proved so much. And Wiser, the one that everybody's eyes are on with this Jax pick, loading into the Rift for Game 3 of the day.
Okay, Hawk, we've talked a lot about Pain's draft. Let's touch a little bit on Fluxu's as well, because we really like the first 3 picks on the bot side of the map. The Trist, the Jhin, the Leona. On one hand, you've got a tank shredder. On the other hand, you've got somebody who can absolutely bust through squishies. Now, Pain doesn't actually have tanks. So Trigo this game, a lot of weight on his shoulders. And we were just talking about the fact, hey, he took a split off to go to LA with Grevtar. It really didn't work out. They ended up 5th in that region, and Trigo got benched during the playoffs. So Trigo not having a good time coming back to Brazil now with an all-Brazilian team as well. We need to see more from him. In day 1, when he was on that Kog'Maw, he didn't get a chance to perform because it was the Chiari show from front to back. Now this game, Chiari on that Gragas should be more utility, shouldn't be the big carry. And if anything, this bot lane, I want to see Shinny get some early pressure down there. He's starting on the bot side of the map, but with Xin Zhao, you can kind of just clear down, get the early gank, and then go top.
Yeah, Wolf start allowing a lot of flexibility. If you did go for the early gank in bottom, wouldn't have the red buff. So I'm actually expecting it to potentially be first play made towards top side once he picks up that red. But we'll have to keep our eye on it. I mean, Karioka seems to me that he's just full clearing from top. So he wants to full play towards bottom side, not going to go for any sort of early Lee Sin shenanigans in this one. It's allowing Titan and Curie the confidence to push up.
My correction. I've been corrected in chat. Apologies. Dark Knight, yes, it was with the Mad Mexican Growl, not the Mad Mexican Greftar. Greftar was here the entire time. My bad. Yes, going into the bot side from Karioka as well. I did expect to see more attention being paid into this bot lane. Top side might be critical if you can shut down Wiser. But again, you got that hard counter pick with the Gragas. That should happen naturally in the 1v1 if Chiari plays that right. And I trust Chiari to play it. Bot side gets a lot spicier though, because as you can see, Titan, regardless of the champion, even against a Jhin who's known for strong early damage, Titan will play aggressive. They will look for action, and Titan hit level 2 first.
Yeah, and that was already Ignite dropped from Curie, forcing the cleanse away from Trigo. This Varus Nautilus, I mean, look, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Tried and true duo Weiser trying to push in top as well, get his 3-wave crash down. I'm actually not sure if he was able to push fast enough, RMC. See when the camera pans back up there, but it could be a bit problematic if he wasn't, with Shinny hovering up towards the top side onto his red buff.
And it's kind of tough into Gragas as well to really get the shove going when you've got so much AoE clear to kind of thin the wave as it comes through. Karaoke, they're looking for a dive here.
Karaoke looking for it. Shinny not on this side. They're not tanking just yet. Now they're in on a Trigo, but the CC's already gone. Beautifully played from Pain to take Trigo down, as all of these minions are going to fall to the wayside.
I love that so much. That clean play is something that I've been wanting to see from Pain. We see glimpses of it at times, but that was picture perfect. And the toughest part about dealing with that crash coming in from the bot lane, and the reason why you don't usually see it too, is because the dive gets really dicey against all that CC. But because the wave was huge, because Trigo kind of hit somebody first and drew the minion aggro, that ended up actually backfiring because he takes so much damage to dive gets so much easier. And you saw from Pain, no one was at risk of dying. Nobody had to burn flash. Nobody had to burn ignite whatsoever. So see that huge stack. You see right there. Okay, so actually Trigo didn't end up drawing the minion aggro, I guess, to change the aggro. The turret still tanked it the entire time. And they didn't need it anyways. It was just that clean. Kuri's the one taking the damage. He's the support. He doesn't care. Titan gets the full shove in, and Trigo misses up a whole bunch of the wave.
I mean, the fact that they didn't even have to burn summoners, really impressive stuff. I agree. Pain, a beautiful dive that comes through. Weiser was able to stay safe on the top side as well. He's down a little bit, but should hopefully at least be able to clean up a few of these creeps to keep himself relevant in this game. Heads up play from Karaoke too. You know, he didn't finish his clear, RMC. He went straight to the play without a red buff, recognizing that the dive was there. And Shinny, I think, getting punished for the early path, wanted to play to attack Weiser, was not able to find it in the bottom lane, paying the price massively.
And unfortunately for Shinny as well on the Xinjiao, that dive is not so easy for the Xinjiao. You can go in, you have no easy way out, and the bot lane wave kind of bounced as well, so it's going to be really, really tough. Karaoke not actually spotted by that ward. Weiser's baiting with his body.
I think he's just helping him push out. That is body slam burn, though. Karaoke going to be forced to flash as a result, so well played, Karaoke. Minimal time investment, able to critically help his top laner crash the wave, getting a flash to boot for it, and good time to do it because Dragon traded immediately from Fluxu on the other side, at least getting something back for themselves in this early game.
And with the desyncs between Herald and Dragon as well, or I mean Void Grubs and Dragon, we're not going to see Karaoke be able to trade objective for objective. So Fluxu effectively get this for free. Kiari was looking to base anyways. He was running down his mana, still has TP available. Now hits level 6. Hook lands onto Scamber.
Yeah, Scamber getting taken very low. No ignite, though, or rather, it is dropped onto Scamber, already back up. Forced to flash from the piercing arrow. Oh, those blight stacks, so much damage can come out from that Varus. And yeah, just a summoner spell burn, not really much. Pain, the 2v2 Titan and Curie really putting down the beatdown. And I will say, you talk about, the Dragon Take and those Void Grubs. Shinny incentivized to stay on the bottom side right here, and Karaoke likewise in top. Not what we might have expected. Bit of adjustments coming through in the clears from these junglers as Karaoke makes an appearance towards mid, but Fu, he is not gonna drop to that gank.
Yeah, and I think Karaoke a little bit caught between, hey, do I want to go bot? Do I want to make this happen?
Curie.
Up a creek?
He's a little bit caught, but okay, good dredge line, and Fu having invested the rocket jump for damage, arguably a mistake, but maybe doesn't get the kill anyway, means that the Nautilus will be safe. Curie, though, no flash, has the explosive cask, and not able to find the right angle. Double body slam, but Weiser with the flash, able to stay alive. Kiari gets taken down in top lane.
Did burn both their flashes at least, but that is cold comfort, and I fear there's no backup coming. Karaoke will now be able to move for those Void Grubs uncontested into the mid lane. Shinny hunting.
Weinstein Kato, but he's only level 5, and there's a Curie still waiting in the wings. The flash forward with the Q3, and they find it, and the heal for Shinny means he'll survive. Beautifully played by the veteran jungler of Fluxu to get one and get out.
And that's the thing we're talking about with Fu. When you give him champions like Tristana, like Akali, mobile champions, he's not afraid to go in. He hopped in as soon as Shinny got tagged up. Spiraling Despair, be damned. And with that kill, that pressure, that's nice for them. Unfortunately, they weren't secure in that, so they actually called up multiple members. Trigo and Scamber both moving up. Titan is now a 2-level advantage over Trigo. Okay, level and a half as Trigo takes up there. We're getting a replay on this top side. And I kind of want to highlight too, with Kiari, unfortunately, there's no good place for him to body slam. Like, he's dead to rights. If you are going to get out, you pretty much had to explosive cask, like, right from the get-go to dissuade them. And even then, it's kind of a 50-50. So that gank, you're pushed out that far, you were dead to rights. This one impressed me a lot more because this is decision-making coming through from Shinny and Fu, knowing that, hey, we're kind of dead. Like, doesn't matter. We just go all in to make that happen. And Shinny lives, but even if Shinny dies, I think he still says worth. Hey, we made the play happen. We still shut down Kiddo, and we still get Fu accelerated and snowballing.
We saw last game what a Tristana can do when it gets going. Maybe Fu gonna try to do a bit of the same if you can help it. But Titan, richest member in the game. I will say it was a nice play towards mid from Shinny to get something back. But I do think Carioca is still outpacing him quite substantially in this game. I would like to see Shinny step up a little bit more. I think he's been a bit lost in terms of where he's supposed to be on the map at any given time. Something to keep an eye on as we move forward, especially when, I mean, you know, Fu, pretty happy, but Chiari falling a little bit behind with Weiser getting that kill, and Trigo is miserable in this game at the moment.
Yeah, the side lanes are not, I think, panning out the way Fluxu had hoped. We were hyping up, you know, the fact that Chiari got that counter pick. If he can shut down Weiser, he makes life a lot easier for Fu. And if Trigo gets taken out the picture, that's a really bad sign for Fu as well, because now Fu will be the one person who gets focused down. We don't care about the Jhin if Jhin is horrifically underleveled, you know, is behind the curve right now. I will say, though, for Pain, I actually expect the Titan and Curry to kill Trigo by now, more than the one turret dive. I mean, they are both level 6. There is a lot of CC and lockdown available. And yes, Trigo has cleanse, but I don't know if that's enough against all the CC that a Nautilus brings to the table.
Shinny finally making an appearance up towards topside, but a really great ward. Does actually get swept out, so Shinny at least knows that he's spotted, but not going to be able to find the lane gank onto Weiser. Maybe just covering Chiari on the push in as the Graga is going to go for a recall. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Titan still laying the beat down on a Trigo, up 25 CS and a couple of tower plates. Means that I would expect Pain to have first access towards this objective, but you know, Fluxu investing their time to at least try to set up around mid as best they can to give themselves a lane that they can play through.
And if there's a place for Shinny to try and really get active to the game, this teamfight might be it. The Crescent Guard, I think, is a stronger teamfight tool than the Dragon's Rage from Carioca, unless Carioca can
pretty good ult, yeah.
Critical target. Yeah, but it's so much harder to execute compared to, hey, you're near me, press R, and I just ignore all your damage. Fu, did he try and rocket jump that? Did he just get dragged back mid-jump?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, either way, losing the control of the wave is not going to feel good because, I mean, I do think Fu and Shinny at the moment are the ones that Fluxu is looking to contest this dragon with. That is Pain taking first reset. Weiser popping the ulti just to chunk Chiari out on the top side. Chiari does have teleport advantage, so Weiser perhaps feeling compelled to chunk him out and dissuade the teleport in, as it is Fluxu that, you know, despite not taking their reset first, they're onto the dragon first, and I think they should just be able to take away this objective, no problem, unless Pain has anything to say about it. Good solar flare, though, onto Carioca as Kiri interrupts the Zenith Blade. I don't think it's going to be enough to get his jungler out, or in fact, it will be. Kiri, a beautiful disengage, just standing in front of the curtain call. Dragon traded, but no kill for Fluxu.
But Hawk, it's borderline criminal that Fluxu got that. We saw Titan just hammering Trigo in the 1v1. Trigo was low health, like you said. Pain should have had priority, and unfortunately, Curry might have saved Carioca, but Curry didn't get the vision in the first place, which should have revealed when Dragon was being on. That's why Carioca can't just walk face first. Lack of vision, lack of control, and for Fluxu, you don't get the kill, but you got that dragon stacking. Ocean Soul going to be the soul, the Drake of the map here, and that one's always obnoxious to deal with. They have the advantage. Carioca now starting up Void Grubs. Dinkedo needs to kind of distract so that he doesn't get spotted.
And Gaming does have 4 members in the area with push from Weiser. Fu is going to be the first to play from mid. Curie going to find Scamber. Scamber does have the flash if he needs it. Good dodge onto the dredge line. Pain looking to deny the stack of grubs from Fluxu and in fact get it for themselves. TP coming out from Chiari to make it a 4v4. If Pain can secure one of these, they will get the Twitch chat.
Got it.
Chiari body slams in. They get the Twitch chatters, and now here comes Weiser. Dredge line in, a lot of AoE damage, but it's Curie that's going to be the first to fall. Scamber should be traded back as it's a 1-for-1, both supports dropping, but it's Pain winning the space.
Okay, and Karaka will be able to get back in there with Wiser. Look for that 5th Void Grub as well. It's just icing on the cake, but the fights are close, and Kiari snipes it with a barrel of all things.
How do you let that happen? Pain falling asleep at the wheel a little bit. Fu taking a nice trade on the Dean Kato as well. They do still get the 4 stack, but not the 5. Honestly, I think the real story, though, RMC, is we've hardly had the camera be bottom because the action has been more towards mid. But Heighten is blasting Trigo up 1.4k individually. That is basically Pain Gaming's entire 1,000 gold lead and then some. You know, going even in these fights doesn't really matter if Fluxu, their 80 carry, just cannot hang in this game.
And you see right here sort of the threat of that Jax that we were talking about. Unfortunately, because Trigo's not here, because Kiari's not a big carry, the big threat is Fu. And you can see all of Pain Gaming. They're just diving through. We don't care about the AoE. We know what our job is. Once Fu is out, the fight swings a lot more in their favor. So things are really close. It's a 1-for-1. Karaoke didn't have Smite. You already used it on the second Void Grub, and so unfortunately just didn't have enough burst damage. While the replay was rolling, Wiser finally goes down in the 1v1. Honestly, I thought that would have happened a lot sooner.
You're already starting to get pretty strong, but Scamper, he's caught with no flash. This Leona almost certain to drop, and this is going to give Pain Gaming all the control that they need to take this Rift Herald. So, Pain, you know, despite not getting that 1 Void Grub, they're going to get their revenge. They even maybe want Shinny, as that's going to be a dredge line into a depth charge into a Q. Shinny, nice dash away. Didn't have the Krug though, and he will die. Kiari, not enough to get him out. And in fact, now he's going to be the focus. Fluxu walking in one by one, giving over a double to Titan. It's going to be an attempt at a trade back as Fu does actually find one. He's going to find a second. Pain went too far forward. Fluxu somehow able to punish.
That came up to what? 3 for 2 at the end of the day, Hawkeye? 3 for 2. Okay, yeah, I lost track of what was happening there. Fluxu just a little bit not in position, not expecting a fight there. There was nothing really to fight over. The Void Herald had just spawned, and meantime, Wiser bot side finds himself the first turret of the game. Fu taking a beating. I know they're trying to set up a gank here onto Dinkato, a potential dive, but with that flash, I'm a little bit worried. Yes, Tristana does a lot of damage, but that's IE Tristana, not Kraken Slayer.
Here to cover as well. Scamber goes in without really any support. Fu will find the kill, but this is almost going to be 2 for Pain in kind. Curie finding the first one, as now Scamber not long for this world. No way out. Just going to buy a little bit of time. Support Leona with that W. Can be quite tanky, but Karaoke finding his second of the game.
Okay, so let's talk optimization for a quick second, because we saw what happened when House had any sort of CC on that dive. Oh, hold up. We get the replay of what happened to Wiser in the 1v1 here against Kiari. And Wiser's already low on health to start, so yeah, just nice quick combo. You have to be respectful of these sort of AP Graguses. I actually don't remember what Kiari is building, but I assume he's building AP with how squishy he's looking right there. And then this is just the whole start of the action for Fluxu. Scamber just gets caught warding. The big problem is what happens to everybody else here, right? Like Shinny, unfortunately, no Krugs for you to jump through. And Kiari came in as well thinking, hey, I can back you up. But remember, before this happened, Kiari already used the explosive cask on that topside fight. He didn't actually have any tools to disengage. So when you walk in there, even if you body slam to try and force people back, great, you knock them back, but you yourself are now in the middle of multiple members of the enemy team.
Will say it was critical that Fluxu was able to get those 2 kills back. It meant that the Herald did not drop, as well as some gold in their back pocket. And now they have found Dinkato. He's going to be the first to fall. Trigo, nice curtain call. Getting something back for himself, and a good cast from Kiari. It's a double. Fu picking up the second one for Fluxu, and now it's them onto this Rift Herald. Pain stumbling a little bit in this mid-game, RMC.
Yeah, just not respecting, I guess, the amount of the amount of speed Fluxu had in collapsing in. Wiser will be fine, just poking his head in. Fluxu gonna be able to pick up this Void Herald completely uncontested. And Pain, that felt like a bit of an overstretch, just not really respecting what Fluxu could do. They didn't really have the vision to be pushed out that far. And unfortunately for Dinkato, you're also very immobile as far as champions go. You don't really have any way out. Your flash is down, so you push out that far, you're dead to rights.
And we've got another, yet another Fed Tristana. RMC 2.1k ahead of Dinkato. I feel like I've seen this movie before. Different build, though, from Fu. Skipping the Kraken Slayer, going straight for the Infinity Edge. Now has the Navori Flicker Blade. So, We'll have to see if accelerating that crit path going to be better, worse, about the same. Kraken Slayer, very gold efficient though on the current patch. This has been the favored first item of most Tristana players currently. Clearly, Fu feeling differently.
Yeah, and I think with the IE, like it's very effective because there's no true tank on the side of Pain Gaming, so those big crits are going to be absolutely popping people. But as a first item, it just doesn't give you as much burst as something like the Kraken Slayer would have given you, and that's why we kind of saw the top dive go a little bit wonky when they called out Scamber onto Dinkedo. With the Flicker Blades, though, I do like the IE. It's going to do a lot more damage, and now Weiser has to be very careful under this turret. Yes, you can ignore autos, but there's still a lot of people around, and more importantly, Scamber and Shini can actually tank a couple of these turret shots.
Yeah, but much the same as Kaboom. Fluxu wanting to play towards their strong mid laner. Pain, though, doing a really good job of covering off any of these dives, not allowing to come through. It feels like most of the kills that Fluxu has gotten in this game have come from Pain's own overextensions and not so much the outplays of Fluxu themselves necessarily.
Yep, but conversely, you can also say that a lot of Fluxu's catches have been manufactured by Fluxu, by them playing aggressively, by them stepping up as well and actively making the look things happen. So in a way, it's what you'd expect, I guess. The fact that Fluxu has a lot of those younger members stepping in, Pain, a very experienced team, they are more willing to sit back, and that brings the question of scaling to the table. Because if both these teams are kind of letting Pain make action, or letting Fluxu make action happen, and Fluxu isn't always able to find this because Pain's able to block, who scales better? On one hand, you've got that Tristana, and Jhin, I know not usually considered a scaling champion, but when there's no tank on the other side, I actually think he scales very, very well. But Pain have the quadruple threat in terms of damage, or triple hard scaling threats with the Jax, with the Hui, and with the Varus as well, and we might just get to see that right now.
Chains of Corruption gonna land. Kiari, he's going to drop almost certainly, trying to body slam away. Flash out, Scamber blocking. Weiser, though, with the flash and the Grandmaster's might, means that he can secure that kill. Bot lane tower is taken by Fu. Karaoke wants him. TP from Dinkedo. He may be fed RMC, but I don't know if he can turn this 1v2. And the other side, Fluxu, they want to go for the re-engage as Shinny is in. He's going to find the shutdown onto Titan, but he's still in a 1v2. Trico going to try to fire the shots as Weiser gets 4-shot, gunned down in the river, and Fluxu cleans up the 3 kills for themselves. Dinkedo and Karaoke were able to take care of business onto the Yordle in the bottom lane, but ultimately it's a 3 for 3 across the map, I think.
Yeah, but the turrets are not going to be equal, Hawk, and more importantly, Fu bought so much time. Karaoke, Dinkedo, Hui, Lee Sin, skill shot champions, and Fu bought so much time. Meanwhile, that mid lane fight, Shinny gets the last laugh in this situation. He comes in, and the moment they finished off Titan, they didn't have enough damage to actually find Shinny. So we kind of get to see the fight here. Again, keep in mind, Shinny and Scamber are both really, really tanky. Meanwhile, Jhin, Trigo on the back end with that curtain call. He's so incredibly far away, but he's able to contribute. And more importantly, he's not under any pressure at all. Meanwhile, Titan's pumping out the damage, but with that curtain call coming through, with everybody low on health, it's so hard for them to actually step up. And now, with that safety, Shinny able to kind of tank up there. The moment Titan was down, there was just no threat.
Xin Zhao, so good in those long fights. Shinny, bit of a quiet early game. I was critical, but, he's been coming alive in some of these mid-game team fights for the squad. Has a Sunder Sky, has a Steris Gauge, and at 11-11, 21.5 minutes into the game, RMC, we are definitely seeing a CBLOL kind of game. These teams been fighting each other with reckless abandon, and I do not expect it to slow down or drag it on the map in just a couple of seconds. Basically, everybody that matters having 2 completed items. Critical things to keep track of are the flashes. Karaoke not having his. No kick flash available. And Dinkedo forced to use his to get away. But Trigo puts a bullet in the back of his head as the curtain call finds it.
And just the range of this engage coming through from Fluxu right now is too much for Pain to handle. We talked about Leona's Solar Flare. Hey, Dinkedo on the way, not the most mobile champions. You can actually lock him down as soon as the CC lands. Everybody just dogpiled right in, and Pain just had no answer. So point going the way of Fluxu. And if they get Ocean Soul, Hawk, things are going to be real tough for Pain.
It's going to be tough indeed. Ooh, potentially being the one that Pain is looking to. Hex Flash over from Kiri. I think he should just be able to walk it out, though. Rocket Jump for good measure. And, RMC in the draft, I was a little bit critical of the Hui pick for Dinkato. We were surprised to not see it come out, and he's having a bit of a stinker here in our third game of the day.
Yeah, I understand the Hui does good damage, but it's just not been his historical best pick. The CC change coming through. It was actually Trigo, landing the initial route from the get-go. And unfortunately for Dinkato, there's just no shielding. There's just no protection. Nobody's there to peel for him, and there's no tank to come through. So Pain, recognizing that, hey, once any of us gets found, we have to walk away. And that was why I said this draft from Pain, a little bit of an ego draft. Yes, you've got a lot of damage. If you go first, you win.
No flash, no way out. Explosive cast, Chiari on the flank. It's another crit coming through from Trigo, and that might just be the signal to start the Baron. I mean, Titan was also in that bad position with Dinkato in the last fight. Lost the flash then. You have to question some of the positioning from these Pain Gaming players. A lot of individual mistakes coming through from those that are often seen as so incredibly consistent. Now, though, Carioca does still have the flash, maybe, or rather, he has his life, no flash. Maybe he can get into the pit. He is being zoned so well. The CC chain coming out from Scamber, and now they're turning for the fight. Carioca's already down. Trigo finding a second one onto the way, and Carry will make it a third after being bullied all early game. Trigo 7-1-4 on the Jhin.
And Shinny is really living his glory days right now. You saw it in the picture earlier. INTZ fans still remember Shinny, still cheer for him. The last game he played in Brazil, in CBLOL, was a grand finals against Pain where he beat them 3-2. And right now, fast forward, 2024 split 2, Shinny is looking to win again.
And Pain looking completely flustered. Fluxu is, against all odds, RMC, they've had the better objective setups than their opposite numbers thus far. Yeah. I mean, Pain just looks a little bit lost, dare I say, around the map. And, Fluxu, they got outplayed in the early game. Still have some steps to take there. But for a roster that made some pretty significant changes coming into this split, Fluxu looking mighty coordinated in the later stages here.
Yeah, changes that some would argue they needed. And again, this is why I'm so impressed by Shinny, right? The fact that he's coming out of retirement and he's already performing right from the get-go. Once again, stepping up, threatening all these members of Pain Gaming. And for Pain Gaming, look at where they are right now. Weiser is not with the rest of the team. They're looking for a potential flank, but I don't think you'll want that smoke right now. If you go in, Scamber's just going to CC you to hell and back. Trigo right now is a huge monster as well. Trigo has been an issue for Pain.
It's going to be about plus 4,000 on the Baron power play with this bottom lane tier 2 getting taken by Chiari. Pain now relegated solely to their base in terms of control. Chiari can even clean up this wave on top. 7,000 now is the overall gold lead in Weiser. Seems to be the focus. Fu walking up.
Must
be able to get away, but Fu cuts him off with the rocket jump, and now it's all about buying time. Maybe he can try to turn it around or just fight the stun. Weiser, there's no way he walks out of this. With the flash, he does.
Yeah, and for Fu, I was actually really worried if Chiari isn't there. Yes, Fu is up a level. Fu has a lot more gold, 3 items completed, but that is still a Jax. Yeah, who largely ignores auto attacks, which is exactly why we said you dropped it this Jax. So Weiser still being a bit of a menace, but that's only in the 1v1. Pain as a whole right now down 6,500 gold. Fluxu, they're waiting for the dragon. It spawns in a minute. They're done with the Baron push for now. They're looking for the fight instead. And for Pain, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You show up, you're down gold. If you don't show up and give over Ocean, they're already having problems killing Fluxu.
And it's so beautiful to see for Fluxu. They're first to the play. They're already set up with control wards, Lotus traps, everything you could want. Setting up a choke point that Pain cannot really walk through because they have no true tank. Our issue with the draft. Yeah. Weiser should have gone Malphite. Pain is trying to take a little bit of space. Weiser maybe could be first hit onto the mid wave, but look at this. Fu and Shinny doing their due diligence. Fluxu not overextending to hit the objective, as we have seen so many CBLOL teams do. They're just taking their time, slowly closing the trap, as now Pain compelled to engage onto Scamber, but a beautiful explosive cast into the front line as the curtain call is opened up. It's going to be the first kill, though, and that's Fu. He got caught out as Scamber forced to dodge away. Trigo is still alive, but it's going to be a shot in the back as Dinkato finds a double. Pain somehow winning the fight as Fu got taken down.
at the critical time as well, Hawk. If they had lost that fight, it's not just the kills that go over, it's losing the Ocean Soul, it's losing any pressure on the map, it's the increased snowball from Fluxu. Instead, Pain buy themselves a stay of execution. Second Drake to them, they get a bit more regeneration as well, and more importantly, they show Fluxu, we can still bite back. We still have a lot of damage, and your carries have to stay safe.
The AoE that can come through from this wave Varus needs to be respected. Wiser as well. Finally hitting a point in this game where he can buy space, RMC.
And I was really scared for a second. That choke point right there was when Pain got picked the last time. But this time, Curry forcing the engage. And Fu was not in position to follow up fast enough. By the time he gets there, Shinny and Scamber actually want to disengage. And that's what left Fu just the slightest bit exposed. He was stepped up a tiny little bit. His tank stepped back a tiny little bit. He gets hit by CC. And the moment Fu goes down, Trigo's got a lot of damage. But Trigo was using Curtain Call. He was not ready to actually stand up, auto, and pull out that damage. He was all about that burst instead.
The gold lead being cut to only about 4,000. Pain, not a game-winning play by any means. Fluxu's still on the front foot, but it does save the game, at least for the time being. Fluxu, though, knowing that they still have the control of the map, they are just going to turn their attention onto this Baron. Use the last one to great effect, wanting to replicate that moving forward.
Slow able to stop Shinny from getting in there. He's eating a lot of poke on the back end from Dinkido, and that's why Dinkido likes this way. His ability to lay down that poke, that damage from safety, and the great skilling that comes through. But it's not enough to kill Shinny and Fluxu. Once again, look at that vision control. It's lit up like Christmas for Fluxu right now.
Interestingly, Dinkido not opting for the Blackfire Torch, going for the old way build with the Seraph's Embrace, another Horizon Focus. So no new Faded Ashes items to come through, apparently, in this game. Perhaps a bit of an itemization mistake, but you can see, finally, how much damage Dinkido can do with fights like that last one. Shinny, though, wants to find Wiser, but the counter-strike means that no Q3 knockup can come out. It is Fluxu, however, just pushing Pain out of their own jungle, and they are going to start up this Baron. Spotted out with the Scryer, though.
Yeah, that just delays them a tiny little bit. Karaoke walking head first.
Oh, it's such a beautiful bait, but Karaoke good heads up play, chains of corruption, not able to find Shinny as everybody dancing on the edge, but a fight yet to really break out.
That's a huge ultimate down from Titan. That's their ranged engage to come through. The cooldown isn't that long, but Fluxu is far enough into the game that they can shred Baron Shinny in.
Fluxu's still baiting. They found Titan, though. He's getting so low, and Trigo finds a shot, weaving it through the members. It's going to be another one in the Curie. 2 for 0. Fluxu finally finds their fight, and they're going to find their second Baron of the game.
Yeah, and like we said before, with the damage they have 30 minutes into the game, that Baron absolutely melts. Karaoke no shot at even looking for a steal right now, pushed all the way out. And Hawk, this feels like the problem Pain has had repeatedly with Dinkido's way. It's not that Dinkido's bad at it, it's that he's not enough to finish it, and Titan keeps getting caught out first. The moment Titan went down, Wiser couldn't get in. Dinkido did damage, not enough to kill anybody, and now Fluxu, they're right back on track to close this one out.
And Chiari is having a great game on this Gragas for the second time, finding Titan on his own, and Trigo able to weave the bullet. Magic bullet theory coming through. I don't know how he was able to get that one through everybody, but found it on a Titan, and that was the damage that Fluxu needed. And now, I mean, you know, a hiccup around the dragon, but they are right back to taking over this game.
Now, the big thing for Fluxu is that their last push with Baron was kind of difficult, and now you don't have any easy turrets to take. You're looking at inhibitor turrets. That is where Pain can still snap back and try and find a kill. Look at Wiser. That's the person I'm looking at with maybe Karaoke to find flanks into the backline. If they can find food, they can win the fight. It really does feel like it's coming down to the marksman. Does Titan go down first, or does Fu or Trigo go down first? Trigo's been positioning immaculately. After that first dive early, he's not died a single time. Fu, on the other hand, well, he's been caught out a couple times.
Seems to be the running trend with Tristanis today, sometimes stepping just that little bit too far forward, but Fu, I think overall having a pretty solid game, and Trigo has been on point with his positioning, just firing in the damage from so far away. Karaoke looking for a bit of a play, but Fu is on to him. Rocket Jump was expended a little bit early. I think Fu has been a bit premature with some of his rocket jumps, just, you know, jumping onto people, but not realizing that they can just immediately then dash away with the Tristana no longer having the mobility spell. Now Shinny It's changed up, flashing away from the dredge line. Pressing guard was forced. Chiari, though, continuing to push in bottom. Working now on Weiser. Grandmaster's Might going to get popped as Scamber is the focus. Carioca has a big flank position, and Fu is just pushing. He wants Trigo, but Fu wants the base. Now he's teleporting into the fight as Chiari was the first to fall.
Guard.
Shinny, no ult, no way out. Traded for Carioca. Weiser wants to buy time as Fu is firing in the damage, but Scamber going for the re-engage. Flash for flash with Titan, but can't find the Zenith Blade. And ultimately, it will be a 2-for-1 in favor of Pain as they hold on to the game.
That's that threat of a flank we were talking about when Fluxu has to push up into the base. Now, Fluxu still get the critical inhibitor turrets, but they do have to back off. They will be able to get Soul, though. Pain had to go back, trim those waves, and Fluxu, they're continuing to accrue these advantages, Hawk. It's getting tougher and tougher. Now, this fight's interesting because the turret goes down. Chiari is honestly overextended, but he actually survives long enough to buy time. And for Fu wanted to take the inhibitor. That's why we're seeing a late TP come through. By the time Fu comes in, it's too late. Chiari's down. Shinny used the Crescent Guard earlier and didn't have it available. With the front line down, Fluxu just can't play the rest of this fight out, even with the fact that, hey, we've got more gold, everybody's low health and pain, but just not enough. Who's going to step up? Who's going to take the initial burst of damage?
And honestly, some cracks in the armor showing there for Fluxu. Some missed executions here and there. Not the cleanest fight, but able to get the soul anyway. Fluxu is still in a very, very good position to win this game. The gold lead has not really grown all that much. And, you know, it's not insurmountable for Pain, but the critical thing is that they managed to break open the base. Exposed inhibitors in mid and in bottom gives clear targets for Fluxu to continue to progress this game. Slow and steady wins the race here for this squad. And you're going to try to get it done as Scamber avoids being rooted up by the chains. Does get rooted by the Hui, but not much damage to follow.
Yeah, and it's still going to be fine. Now, Trigo is full build. Fu almost there as well. So Fluxu are basically about to peak. If Pain can hold out for another 10 minutes, then that's when they can start fighting on equal grounds. Can they, though, is the hard part. Because as you mentioned, without the inhibitor turrets, it is easier for Fluxu to just kind of brute force and walk their way in. Shinny has the Crescent Guard available, and every time that's up, Titan is effectively half out of the fight because he can't get past the Xin Zhao, and you can't ignore the Xin Zhao.
And I would like to see Fluxu try to play on 2 lanes as opposed to just the one. Now they're moving towards mid as a 5-stack, but in the 5v5, Pain is a difficult composition to dive on top of, right? Fluxu wants to play these fights very front to back, and Pain has ways to disrupt this Fluxu comp, who also does not really have a true tank. So, you know, I feel like not quite sure how they want to progress this game. They want to target these inhibitors, but, you know, weren't willing to play on multiple lanes to try to spread out Pain means it's very difficult to do.
Yeah, and the split push is not in their favor either, unfortunately. Chiari, even with the Lich Bane, is going to struggle to match the Jax. In laning phase, yeah, sure, all good and well that Gragas kind of, his abilities counter a lot of Jax's abilities, but the skilling for Jax is innately better. Now, the other thing that is working very much in favor of Fluxu right now is the fact that they got Ocean Soul. Now, we talked about how that makes them really annoying to deal with. It also kind of takes Dinkido out of the fight, because Dinkido, a lot of his power is in the poke, in getting that damage down early. That gets thoroughly nullified by that Ocean Soul, and that means Dinkido is now about burst. And frankly, Hui, yeah, he does do quite a bit of burst, but we've seen before it's not enough to finish the fights. And so Fluxu now, kind of like what we were saying for Pain, where they can just focus the Tristana, Fluxu can just focus down the Varus. If they take out Titan, we've seen before, Pain cannot carry the rest of the fight.
And now with Baron spawning back on a Summoner's Rift, it will give Pain something else to think about on the opposite side. They want to find Dinkido, who has been chunked so low. Body blocks coming through on the curtain call, but Carioca has thrown his life away in the front line. Shinny and Scamber, though, do still take so much damage from that Hui Varus combo. Support traded for jungler, but with Shinny so low, not sure if Fluxu can actually continue this play. Again, Pain, a difficult composition to dive onto when they are grouped up as 5. Shinny healing off the Krugs as the teleport comes back into the fight from Dinkido. Pain going to retake some control over this river and force Fluxu away from their objective.
I'm just so confused what happened to Karaoke there. He was so young. He had so much to play for.
Titan, a beautiful flash predict, though. Goes flash for flash with Chiari. But now Shinny into the back line. Does find Wiser, but that Jax is so strong. Level 18, forced to Zonia's as Shinny forced away. Fu cannot find the damage due to the counter-strike. And yet again, nobody dying. Fluxu does aggro the Baron, but I don't think that is their prize. And again, everybody walking away. Wiser needs to heal up. But RMC, here's where the conversation of the Ocean Soul really comes into play.
Fu right now hitting Baron. I don't know. Fu has taken more damage from Baron than he has from Pain in this last engage. I don't know what exactly they're trying to look for. They might be able to sneak it though. Pain don't have vision and Fluxu know it. They're dropping so many control wards right now to get control over this area. And it is successful. Problem is, you've got Trigo and Chiari showing in the mid lane. So Ping know you don't have everybody there, and that's what's giving Karaoke the confidence to step up, to double check with his face if need be, since the wards aren't enough. Hawk, we're starting to hit that point. 6 items, full build for Fu, for Trigo. They're capped out.
Death by 1,000 cuts as well, seeming to be the strategy here for Fluxu. They have found a lot of good nicks, but they have yet to find the killing blow here onto Pain. And letting a team like this linger is very, very, very dangerous. Fluxu, an commendable effort from them so far in this split, and definitely a team not to be trifled with moving forward, but leaving the door open can be very scary. Pain wants to walk in. I think the Baron is already gone. Fluxu picking it up uncontested. Pain just going to opt to try to pre-push the mid wave and deny a little bit of that Baron push, but Fluxu say, we don't need mid. We can just walk top and try to knock down this last inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and if they can crack the top side, that's super important because Elder is spawning in 8 seconds. Pain is trying to...
They're too slow. They're too slow. They got a base.
Yeah, they are up against a Baron up Tristana. You cannot be looking at the dragon, but they still are. Titan is sitting there. There's no vision from Fluxu. They don't need it. They are going to dare Pain, and now they have to peel off.
Karaoke's not here. Pain, they are completely out of sorts as Dean Kato is already out of the fight. Now it's all up to Wiser to try to buy time, but the Nexus towers have already fallen. And just as we say the door left open, Pain says, we do not want to walk through. Fluxu, take the game.
Okay, Fluxu left the door open. Pain slammed it shut on themselves, and you know what? It's only day 2 of CBLOL 2024 Split 2 here. I shouldn't get too caught up or upset, but hey, Fluxu, they won yesterday as the cleanest team. They beat Pain today. They are now 2-0. Does this make Fluxu the best team in CBLOL?
I mean, honestly, performing at a really high level, their mid game in particular impressed me so much. And I mean, you know, you talk about frustration at this result, RMC. Titan, you saw the player reactions. He was not happy when he just stood up. That game was uncharacteristically bad from Pain. I'm going to be straight up. I think that was a game they could have won based on the early game. they fell apart. Rose, the only one that's going to be right off of this. I mean, Fluxu, credit to them, performing so well. And I want to talk one more time about player reactions. The happiness, you know, they were all jumping up, hugging each other. That is a big win for this team, very clearly, not just in the standings, but also for the morale moving forward.
And very well deserved as well. This is not a free win. Yes, Pain made some mistakes. That last call especially is probably going to haunt this team, and I'm sure they're going to go back and review what on earth happened to it, why they made that call.
The game was probably lost by then anyway. You know, like...
Agreed.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is Fluxu playing incredibly well as well. Shinny, again, I cannot sing enough of this man's praises. He came back in, and as a Pain fan, obviously I'm not super happy when people trash talk my team, but Shinny is putting his money where his mouth is. His Xinjiao was obnoxious. We were out here calling for an AP jungler, and he said, no, Xinjiao, trust. And he absolutely delivered. Trigo as well this game had an absolutely massive standout game. I think it's flat out just illegal and criminal that Pain did not drop the tank. You saw the Jhin. And you chose, he said, hey, we're not afraid of Trigo. Guys, let's remember which AD carry was the one who stopped Pain from making grand finals. The only time Pain has not made grand finals since franchising was against a little team called Renska, against a bot lane of Trigo and Damage, and Trigo just somehow seems to get in Pain's head.
If I'm a Pain Gaming's coach, I'm saying Wiser, after that game, 50 Malphite games. Go, solo queue. I'm telling you, it was so good that game. And he just didn't pick it.
I share the frustration. His Jax was fine.
His Jax was fine, let Karaoke play the Jax and play Malphite. That's the
True.
freest game I've ever seen. I don't know. I definitely felt some of the same limitations on the composition from Pain, but again, all credit Fluxu 2-0 joining Cade Stars at the top of standings has to feel amazing. We're gonna send it to a quick break. When we come back, we've still got 2 games left. Don't go anywhere.
Oh man, the Joker memes.
hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Oh.
And welcome back to the CBLOL English, where we are now ready to go with our fourth match of the day. Fluxu just took, maybe it could be called an upset over Pain Gaming in our third game of the day. It was a very entertaining third game of the day, a very messy CBLOL.
No, call it what it is. Freaking Fluxu took up all over Pain. That's what happened, man.
The funniest part about that is your mic cut out in Discord, so I have no idea what you just said. But
Rose censored me. They knew that this couldn't go on there. So
I saw you yelling something at the camera, so I was like, I was there for it. Like, it got me hyped up. But yeah, Pain stumbling a little bit, gift wrapping a win in the end to Fluxu, and now we have our fourth match of the day, which is going to be Liberty against INTZ. Two teams that I don't think we were really sure what to expect from them coming into this split. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think we're really still sure what to expect from them.
No, not at all. I mean, INTZ, they made some big changes. We take a look at their roster. They changed out their top and their mid lane, but how they changed it was interesting because those players there are not INTZ players. Yups is still technically on contract to Pain Gaming. So, hey, there's a chance, Pain, for you to get a win of some sort today. But they just borrowed Yups from Pain Academy, whereas Dioj on loan from Kaboom Academy. Both these players performing incredibly well in the academy scene. And yesterday, Dioj actually managed to win MVP despite having the biggest goal deficit at 15 minutes of all players yesterday.
Yeah, hanging in there was Dioj and the rest of INTZ. Unfortunately, or fortunately rather, managing to get a win. Unfortunately for us, we're already in a draft.
Wow.
The main thing to keep in mind, though, Liberty running back the same roster that they did last split, narrowly falling short of a playoff berth.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, yesterday we saw Macau actually pull out the only Draven up tilt this morning when BRTT played it of CBLOL thus far. And that's such a big departure from what we saw Macau play last split, where he was on things like Smolder, like Senna. And here again today, they're putting Macau on a lane dominant champion on Kalista, a champion, pardon me, who has been countered very heavily by the likes of Talia, by Poppy. Now Talia is off the table. What are the odds Yampy plays Poppy?
I mean, he can play it. We've seen it in the past. Yampy, I feel like a player. I've been critical of some of his performances. I feel like he had a rough split one this year, much like last year, but a really good split two. So maybe he can do something similar this year as the Tarek is being hovered. Oh, yeah. Seems Liberty feeling Enchanter one way or the other. I would love to see Tarek. I think Tarek is actually really good right now. And
do it, Cavallo.
Come on, Cavallo. I think
it's locked.
It's locked in. All right, we got Tarek here in CBLOL.
Okay, I actually really like this. This was a combo that we actually used to see with Kalista, especially because Tarek with that Cosmic Radiance, it buys time. You can get that dive going as well, which Kalista absolutely loves. So I really like that pickup. And usually when I see a Tarek, I want to see other champions that want to dive. Right now, Liberty's still looking for jungle and top laner. You know, things like Nocturne, things that are willing to go in and go hard.
Yeah, some sort of initiation at the very least going to be needed, because that is the main thing that Tarek does not offer. Incredible defensive utility, perhaps the premier Warden style of champion in the game, but Engage is lacking. I mean, you know, we've seen top lane tanks get locked in today. We've seen, you know, initiating style junglers get locked in. Things like the Sejuani still up and available could perhaps be an option, going back to last split where we have the Sejuani Maokai handshake back and forth.
And now the ban's coming through. Cassante and Jinx being removed by Liberty. And INTZ paying the makes tax with the Darius ban and the Olaf. Now, Zac being locked in is an interesting one because neither Drake Hero nor Makes really played it last split. But I almost feel like this might actually be the Makes pick more than the Drake Hero pick. I'm hoping so, because we finally got to see Drake Hero play aggressive champions like a Bel'Veth yesterday, and he almost managed to carry the game.
Yeah, Zac champion at the very least fitting that bill of being able to jump in with reckless abandon, and good synergy with the Tarek as well. You know, champions that have their own sustain built into their kits, really good with Tarek, because when that Cosmic Radiance goes down, you know, if you've already been chunked out of the fight, you can heal up during that invulnerable and get a lot back. On the other side, though, Aphelios seems to be the lock for Ninja Kiwi into Macau's Kalista. A risky prospect here in the bottom side for this Aphelios Nautilus. This is not a winning 2v2 RMC.
Not necessarily, but Ninja Kiwi and INTZ by extension has always fared best when you give Ninja Kiwi something that scales. Zeri got banned in the first ban phase, Jinx got banned in the second. You kind of go down that list, what's next in terms of team fighters? It's Aphelios, or maybe Azaya. So, Ninja Kiwi kind of go with that one, makes sense. Gwen being picked up potentially, thinking that we're running into a Zac as well. And hello! We were talking divers. This definitely fits the bill and makes, man, I love this guy.
All right, Makes, the superstar, surprise superstar top laner from Split 1, busting out the Kled here in Game 4, flexing that Zac into the jungle. RMC, I'm going to be straight with you. I think Liberty just outdrafted INTZ. I think they have a better composition through and through. They have the stronger bottom lane 2v2. They have the Kled being a powerful side lane, initiation to come through from the Zac, long range from Pilot on this way. I feel like the only way you lose this game is if Pilot gets run over by Dioj on this Tristana.
Yeah, basically. And the sick part is what backs up that Kled as well. The fact that you've got that Tark, we were talking about Cosmic Radiance, he goes in. There is literally no way to stop him. Unfortunately, when he starts charging in, Tristana, Aphelios, even Gwen all get countered by this Kled pickup. Now, Hawk, let's take a look at our predictions from the CBLOL English, because I'm going to be honest, I actually flip-flopped a lot on my personal prediction. Coming into, we predict before the weekend starts. So before I saw any games, I was kind of high on Liberty. I know they're not scrimming anybody, but I think beginning of the season, that's the best time to not scrim other people. Then after watching yesterday, I kind of flip-flopped onto INTZ. And then now after seeing this draft, I don't know, man, like this is looking heavily Liberty favored.
It is looking pretty Liberty favored. We can fly those ones, the predictions on the screen, because I predicted Liberty coming into today because I believe in a guy like Makes being able to make some plays. Seems like you're not the only one on the INTZ train, at least. RMC, I do think this is the most mixed prediction that we've had so far.
Yeah, and especially after yesterday, I'm not surprised considering how well INTZ has performed. Now, INTZ's drop this game, though, is still really solid. Like, there's nothing bad about it. It's still a really good front-to-back team fighting composition. The scaling is good, especially when you consider that Gwen has been performing incredibly well in CBLOL thus far. The Tristana as well has been doing a lot of work. And hey, maybe if you can't deal with the Kled running at you, at least split pushing is still an option for this INTZ squad.
Yeah, INTZ, it feels like they're playing CBLOL meta, but Liberty is playing the meta, and they've tried to adapt to the midseason. And honestly, we'll have to see what ends up prevailing. I will say, INTZ, they have a lot of great scaling. They have Gwen, Tristana, Aphelios with double tank frontline. Like, that is a tried and true formula. Little bit more mid-game oriented here for Liberty on their side. I also want to point out that Makes has barrier teleport.
Yep, a lot of times with Kled, you'll kind of see that, where they don't need to run the Flash or the Ghost, so they don't need an extra mobility spell. More frequently, we see Ignite teleport, but I think Barrier, a lot of people have been picking Barrier for dueling, because it kind of feels better, often has more impact. Makes, though, invading Yampi right from the get-go here.
This feels a little ambitious, although Yups does not want to give up the wave, so he's just 1v1ing Yampi, even sacrificing maybe top lane XP just to be a pain for this INTZ jungler, getting a big chunk out. Drake Hero as well with a delayed invade, playing on a split map. So clearly, Makes going to be fine with saying, hey, I'll sacrifice myself. I will fall behind in my one-on-one to make sure that our bot lane is able to dominate.
Yeah,
Gwen going to try to cross for the 3 quadrant. We'll see if he's able to make it happen.
Gwen, not the most abusive of early laners anyway, so you can't afford to let that happen. And I love this from Liberty, because this is a set play. This is a coordinated play. And because Liberty isn't scrimming other teams right now, INTZ probably had no clue that this was going to happen. The fact that Makes goes in wasn't to kill Yampi. It wasn't even to slow Yampi down that much. It's actually to buy space and time for Drake Hero to finish that sort of a red buff steal. And now Drake Hero looking to try and snowball that, coming back to finish off the job because his top side kind of got counter invaded. And it's a good setup to potentially gank Dioj as well.
Now the question is going to be, where does the play come through, right? Because the jungler is just going to trade vertical quadrants relatively evenly. So whichever jungler is able to make the better play in their respective split map side, that will be the determining factor of this first clear. Drake Hero already towards bottom lane right now. maybe there's some sort of dive to be had. Health bar is looking pretty good for INTZ at the moment, and the wave not really in position for Liberty to make a play. But as I say that, they're trying to push that one in and go for it anyway. Ninja Kiwi only level 2,
right
now
guns.
taking level 3. Flash out of the Cosmic Radiance, or that's not the Dazzle, that's the stun. As Macau, now they're trying to turn it around onto him as Yups, of all people, has teleported into cover. Drake Hero, flash of his own to get away. And that is quite a hefty investment from the Gwen for little reward, RMC.
Yeah, Drake Hero doesn't even get his passive burnt as well. Yups got the early advantage in lane. All of that has been utterly burnt by this play in the bot side. But I don't hate it. Because we said before, INTZ, even with the changeup of Yups and Dioj coming in, I still see them as a team that plays around Ninja Kiwi. Even though Dioj won MVP yesterday, Ninja Kiwi was the one putting up the damage numbers, putting up the kills for this team. So the call is still keep this Aphelios alive. What I want to highlight in that play too is the fact that honestly they didn't need the TP. Ninja Kiwi and Damage already played that so incredibly well. That flash from Ninja Kiwi was all they needed to survive.
Yeah, that's the issue I have with the play. Yups, I mean, just giving up his individual advantage. I mean, you know, since Makes made the level 1 play, it only gets him back to even, but it was just a teleport that wasn't really useful, and Makes able to use that TP advantage to get back into the lane very easily. Now trading heavily against this Gwen into the wave. Kled with those violent tendencies on the W. Quite a menace in these auto attack trades.
You know what? That's a match made in heaven. Makes his violent tendencies. We've seen it with the Darius before. He has literally
He does have violent tendencies, yeah.
He does. And let's talk a little bit about Makes and Yups, because both these players just last year were playing in CBLOL Academy. And I've said this before, Makes didn't really stand out to me too much in Academy. Like, yes, he had high highs, but there are quite a few top laners who did. Yups, on the other hand, was actually a bigger carry for Pain Gaming Academy. In fact, just one Academy last split, a lot of it coming off his K performances in team fights with Aatrox. So this reunion kind of has the story flip, because it's Makes who made it to CBLOL first. Makes who has made a name and a reputation for himself before Yups came up here. And likewise for the mid lane too. Pilot, Dioj, both coming up from the Academy. Dioj this split, Pilot coming back last split as well. Dioj's name is probably more well-known there, but Pilot has had a standout split 1 in 2024. Used to be more of like, you know, okay, I don't dive, I don't do that much. This year, he's been doing a lot for this team, and if Liberty end up going to the late game, the one I'm actually watching for is Pilot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, RMC. In, what was it, 2023 split 1, I think was the last time we saw Pilot. Before this year, I thought he was the worst mid laner in the league. This year, 2024, he was far from that. I think Pilot really came a long way. The extra stint in Academy definitely helping him out. And, you know, again, talking about Academy players, Makes not the only CBLOL Academy top laner to really make a name for himself. There's been quite a few over just the last couple splits that have really stepped up. Yups, trying to be the next one. But he's not the focus right now. It is going to be an attempt in bottom as Cavallo does get hooked up, but Yampy was not quite in position to follow through. It is, however, going to give a bit of a health advantage over to INTZ with this dragon on the map. Liberty, though, they want to say something about it.
And the wave state lane states aren't terribly favorable for INTZ either, so they want this dragon, but they're gonna need to scrap for it. Bot lane, nobody's level 6 yet, so Cavallo, honestly, Tarek 3-6 is not quite as impactful. His stun requires him walking up. He's going to eat a lot of damage. With Gravitum up and available, I feel like INTZ need to maximize their use of it. Oh, they just cleared out Gravitum.
The recall, though, coming through from Pilot, I don't think that Liberty goes for this. Or, okay, never mind. He canceled it. So Pilot does actually want to fight here. He's a bit low on mana. I don't think Liberty is going to be able to get in here, RMC. Really forcing for it, though. The Crescendum turret simply zoning it. Drake Hero does get hooked up. Damage, though. I don't think he wanted that hook. As he goes to his own demise, Ninja Kiwi can only watch as the support falls.
What's that term that 4-4 likes to say? Damage has never met a fight he doesn't like. I mean, that guy's got great engage, but that engage was not the right call. Now, Yampy up a creek right now, has flash, doesn't want to have to burn it, will be able to stop for now. But that felt like a great window for INTZ to get first Drake. And it just kind of all fizzled out. They lost Gravitum too early. They didn't have full control over the area. Damage looks for a fight when the rest of the team was calling for Drake. INTZ, are they going to reset it and go for Dragon, or are they going to look for Void Grubs now?
And I feel like it's not that bad if they get the Dragon and, you know, Damage. Okay, like he went for the fight and he died for it. But the fact that they don't even get the Dragon, all that time invested for nothing. And Damage, yeah, doing his best Din Djarin impression, right? 1v4, I like those odds.
Yeah, unfortunately, those odds liked him, and it just did not pan out. Neither team going for that Void Grubs, it looks like, just yet. Actually, Drake Hero is starting to pop up there. Yups, all inning onto Makes right now.
The needlework getting popped. Makes getting taken very low. Ghost going out, but here comes the barrier as Makes wants to remount. Does get Scarl back, and Yups knows that he can no longer fight. That's the tech coming out from the young top laner of Makes, getting him out of a sticky situation and actually having him win out in the trade.
Yeah, and consider what Makes did last split. He's been a pioneer in this top lane, in a region known for our top laners with people like Robo, like people like FNB. It has been Makes actually kind of leading the charge up top, literally in this case. And because they're not scrimming other teams as well, like we were talking about, INTZ and most of the other top laners probably have no clue what Makes is going to put out on any given day. So I like this idea from Liberty to try and not scrim the other teams and just play internally, see what we can cook up. Now, I do need to see Makes do more than just show me new tech with this barrier remount, though. I need to see him either start dominating the top side or having impact in team fights. It's a good start. I just want to see more.
2 tower plates is definitely a good start. It also gives Drake here the space to take away the Void Grubs. INTZ finally going to get that dragon that haunted them earlier on. So the neutral objective trade does come through, albeit quite late. 9.5 minutes into the game for these first neutral objective spawns to get taken down.
It kind of reminds me a bit of game one, where teams were a little bit slow in terms of how they wanted to play things, kind of gave things up. It does go down now. Void Grubs going to Liberty is a bit interesting to me because I do still think of Tristana and Gwen as better split pushers than Kled. Kled, a bit more of a bigger threat, but as the game goes on, I do suspect that Gwen will be able to hold her own. So for Liberty to prioritize those Void Grubs, I really want to see what they're able to achieve with it. Are they actually going to be able to get the shove? Right now, Makes is the only one who has gone any sort of meaningful damage onto this turret from the side of Liberty.
Yeah, I wonder if it honestly just stems from the fact that INTZ has actually had good pressure in the bottom lane. Macau and Cavallo, I mean, obviously going even, they have the kill for Macau as well, but not exactly dominating in this 2v2. I think the Kalista Taric going to start to come alive a little bit more in the mid game. So, maybe Liberty just opting to sort of trade neutral objectives away from that side of the map for the time being so they can really come online. Drake Hero, I'm not sure. I think he's out of that ward right now, just making sure Makes can push up. Taking a really good chunk onto Yups. This Gwen is struggling.
Yeah, and that's a straight 1v1 from Makes. Now, let's go back to the bot lane and touch a bit on that too, because on one hand, yeah, it's actually pretty amazing that Ninja Kiwi and Damage aren't falling behind. Part of that is the Taric pick. But on the other hand, you pick Kalista to win laning phase, right? It's the same as like Lucian or Draven. If I see a Kalista and I don't see first Dragon being in your pocket, I've got big questions why. And why did you pick this pick, TP, up top onto Makes?
Oh, yeah, they want Makes. He's going to use the charge to get away, but that's a pretty short charge right there as he's just charging into his death. The Q going to come out as Yappy secures the kill up in the top side, punishing Makes.
Now, it does mean that Dioj TP'd away from mid lane, and you're seeing Liberty respond. Drake, you're actually going to the area, but not helping push. So Pilot, not going to be the fastest pusher, unfortunately, on this way.
Still at least able to get the wave in. Should maybe be able to take a tower play with the Void Grubs. Dioj, though, getting free time, has the demolish on this Tristana. So couple plates, forcing the teleport out of Makes. It is still Liberty nursing about a 1,000 gold lead, but INTZ plays like that, helping them clap back.
Okay, Yampy down a level, but just covering this bot lane right now, making sure Drake Hero can't get the damage. Void Grubs, though, doing work as Mikau able to find 2 plates onto this bot side, and that Kalista, that's kind of what we need to see. Advantages somehow or another.
Ooh, and dropping a mid wave now. So Yups TP'd mid to pick up that big cannon wave that Pilot stacked in, but then left for this wave. So an entire wave of creeps is still dying to this mid turret, and honestly, Liberty, I think, responded really well to that play. Immediately trying to transition their pressure point in towards mid and towards the bottom side. They don't get any kills for it, but I think they got a jungle camp, and they also were able to get a few plates to mostly equalize everything.
And this, in contrast with what we saw from Liberty last split a little bit, they didn't make any roster changes, but Liberty last split was chaotic, to say the least. And a lot of it felt like it depended on, hey, we need Makes or Pilot to just kind of dominate their lanes, or we're waiting for Mikau to skill up on a small.
There were a lot of Makes 1v9 games.
There were.
But straight up, yeah.
This split so far, though, Liberty have shown us much better early games and sort of really good planning coming into this, and I put that out their coaches. Turtle, Belzy, both coaches who are very well known in the scene. Belzy was part of that 3-time winning Loud squad, and it feels like they've got the early game on lock.
They're going to try to get Yampy on lock. It's jumping from Dioj onto Pilot, but the Cosmic Radiance going to come down. Here's the Taric on full display. Still forced to flash away, though, as the depth charge will follow. A good Dazzle to try to disengage the fight, but with Ninja Kiwi arriving, he'll pick up the kill onto Pilot.
Okay, we got the curse. So just when we were talking up Liberty, kind of backfires. Makes getting run down as well by Yubs. Barrier is back up, and might have jumped a little bit too early, though.
Yeah, Make's not going to be able to get the remount that time as cleanly as... I mean, okay, and the passive getting popped. INTZ, they're starting to find some stuff around towards mid here, RMC, as... Remember, that was a play that Liberty started. It was INTZ that turned it around.
And Hawk, this is why earlier I was talking a little bit about Yups and Dioj, the fact that these guys in Academy honestly used to look better. Ninja Kiwi might get run down right now. Has Flash, but so does Mikau.
Yeah, he fancies the 1v1, getting another nice spear in. Ninja Kiwi, he knows he's dead. Cavolo, auto him once for the assist. Okay, or get the heal, but give it to Mikau. Callista, yet again, putting another one on the board. It has not been early game dominance from Mikau and Cavallo, but still ahead nonetheless.
And you know what? This brings me back to old Mikau. Mikau right now is probably the oldest AD carry in CBLOL. Actually, no, sorry, BRTT's back, so I can't say that anymore. But he was last split, even more so than Titan. And Mikau, in his prime, was known as a mechanical player who missed positions at times. Makes able to charge right out to safety there. But more recently, we've known Mikau as a player who doesn't have the hands. When he plays center, when he plays Smolder, it's not about the mechanics. This split, though, he's been revitalized. A Draven, a Callista, first turret going to this bot lane. This is old school Mikau.
Yeah, all of a sudden, almost a 1,000 gold lead just for the AD carry. That is going to be really big going forward. Mikau, if he's able to dance around these team fights, it's going to be so huge. Dioj, though, at least will find the tower in answer in top lane, but of course not going to get that first turret bonus gold. Doesn't mean it is still a winning play for Liberty. Still only about 1,000 gold in the lead, RMC.
Yeah, and a lot of that feels like it might have just come from that early turret bot side that Mikau is sitting on now. Liberty and INTZ all around this top side as Herald has spawned. Dio still applying pressure in that top lane. Mid lane has been bounced back as well. And you can see Yups coming out of base is instantly rushing up to this Herald. Is Liberty going to contest?
Doesn't look like it to me. I think INTZ should just be able to take away the free objective. Cavallo is going to try to find some information, knows that they are now on the Rift Herald, and I say they're not going to contest, but Liberty looks like they want to try to find some sort of fight. Maybe they can try to pressure towards this mid lane tier 1, about half HP on it. But INTZ already got the objective and got out. Liberty a little bit lost in that sequence.
Too little, too late coming through from Makes. The TP timer does take some time. And for Liberty, they're starting to stall out, Hawk. That's not okay. We praised their early game. It was very, very well executed. They found themselves lead. They felt like they're always on the front foot. And their comp demands it of them. The Callista does not scale incredibly well. Kled scales well, but does it scale as well as a Gwen? I don't think so. Yes, your Hui will scale up, but we saw it in the same game, with Pain, the struggles that a Denkato can have if he is the primary carry for the team. So right now, you've got the Cosmic Radiance, you've got the charge on lock, Makes this online, has the Rapinus Hydra. I really want to see Liberty use that combo, show us the strength of this Kled that we know he has.
Yeah, Liberty yet to really full send a fight with their Kled, with their Cosmic Radiance either. I would expect that the game will slow down for the next 3 or so minutes until this Dragon is alive. Maybe bottom lane tier 1 could be a focus for INTZ if they want to go for it, but they don't really want to give up this mid tower if they can help it. RMC, I want to take a moment to go back to, the point you were making earlier about the development of the players on this Liberty team and, how they came in with a really nice early game plan, contrary to some of what we saw last split. And, outside of really Mikau, this was a developmental squad, right? This was not a Liberty we really expected to succeed initially. And honestly, I think going 9-9 last split was better than a lot of us were expecting. So I think the main hope is that they just can continue to build on that here in split 2 and push for playoffs.
Yeah, not just a 9-9 record, but they had a 7-game win streak. Like, they were just ripping
They were
everybody
hot,
apart.
yeah.
Yeah, they took out Pain, they took out Loud during that particular win streak. So we know that Liberty can, on paper, pull this sort of stuff out. The problem with them last split was a lot about whether they were able to close out the games where they got those early leads. And that much we've not seen yet from Liberty. Just yesterday, Liberty was winning right up to the moment they lost to Kaboom. They lost on a Baron flip. They should have closed that game out. They should have won. That particular problem reared its head. And against INTZ, it feels even worse because INTZ with Ninja Kiwi is already known more as a late game team who goes for those late game team fights. If Liberty can't shut them down, they're going to enter INTZ's comfort zone. And even Pain Gaming Academy, where Yups was on, they were a late game team. Kaboom Academy, where Dioj was on, Dioj himself often doesn't dominate the laning phase. That's not what he's about. He's more about the mid-late game rotations and team fights as well.
Dioj doing some good work on the makes. Buster shot into the wall. That's just going to be a solo kill from INTZ's mid laner. Makes doesn't respect the damage that this Bork Tristana can output. I think that's going to be a bot lane tier 1 going down.
Yeah, and nobody on Liberty is even close. INTZ, first to the collapse, first to make sure that they've got the numbers. And let's not forget, Hawk, Herald is still in INTZ's pocket. They can choose to drop it mid. They can choose to drop it bot. It's just more and more pressure all around for this team.
I think the fact that INTZ has been able to hold on to this mid lane tier 1 for so long, kind of criminal, if I'm being honest, from their side. Liberty, you know, they have the ability to just go for a dive with 5 members, you know, with the Zac, with the Taric, Cosmic Radiance up. You're not playing for the kills, right? But you can take the tower.
Yeah.
We've not seen that, and it's allowed INTZ to have so much more map pressure than I think they really should, just based on the virtue that Liberty can't push up mid as far with Macau as they would like to. Herald, though, was summoned a bit prematurely. Charge doesn't really get a whole lot, and then INTZ taking their reset, actually losing control over this dragon area.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think it was running out of time, so they just kind of had to drop it. It's not synced up with anything. I was hoping they'd drop it bot with Dioj's push to kind of get inner turret advantage. Didn't happen. And now, Liberty are first to Dragon. They're set up, and it looks like INTZ are completely seeding this Dragon over. They're not even looking at it. I'm seeing pings on Baron. I don't know if that's the call at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this Dragon is already gone. They're going to hit the Baron now, but I think Liberty will very easily be able to get towards this.
Do they know?
As I say that, guys, finish the Dragon. Okay, they've done it now. Baron down to 9,000, 8,000. INTZ is burning it. Does Liberty know?
I don't think they did. I think it took that's why they took their time with Dragon.
Yeah, damage is probably going to die for it, but the Baron is just gone.
Ooh.
INTZ, highway robbery yet again. Nautilus paying the price, but that is more than worth it. Maybe Liberty can try to take a tower for their troubles as well. A tower, a kill, and a dragon. Traded for Baron.
Maybe too, as Liberty is able to push in. Only Yups kind of getting back in time using the needlework, but it's not that effective against the minions. So INTZ, ballsy call. I don't hate the idea to do it. They actually managed to start in Fog of War, and because it was so unbelievable, Liberty didn't suspect it till too late. But the way they retreated, I thought was perhaps not the best direction. They took way too long. You lose 2 turrets. You lose all control over the mid lane, and they might get re-engaged upon.
They do at least have some push in their side lane, so INTZ will have waves to play towards later on that bot wave. Slow pushing up to the tier 2. This tier 1 in mid should also be set to drop. Liberty yet to take their resets after the sequence, meaning that at some point you got to go back to base. You do have to give something, but honestly, I think the trade for Liberty, if they can hold on to their tier 2s, is not that bad.
True. Now, that's the fun part about Baron. And early, we rarely see early Barons, but Baroned up minions early are actually really hard to clear, and teams will often struggle to do that. The opposite side of things is that, of course, your team itself is not that strong. So the AD AP buff is not that good, and Liberty can just look to engage. And Hawk, what have you been screaming for Liberty to do all game? Oh, yes, engage. So even if INTZ has Baron, Liberty can definitely still overwhelm that. And I think that's what's holding INTZ back a little bit on their Baron push. They don't want to overextend and put themselves in a position. They don't want to force Liberty into a position where they start to realize how strong they could be with that Cosmic Radiance in charge.
At least for now, though, Liberty's seeming content to not hard engage. Well, okay, as I say that, Drake Hero is going to jump in under this tier 2. They did get a top lane tier 1. Dioj not opting to join the siege, instead just pushing in mid as the Moonlight Vigil going to chunk Macau quite low, and that will earn them this bottom lane tier 2. The question was if Liberty could hold on to their tier 2s. The Baron might not have been worth. However, losing them in both mid and bot, plus 1.8 thousand for INTZ on this Baron power play with 1 wave left to play. Things starting to come up in their end.
Charging onto Tio, just looking for him.
Yeah. Good rocket jump away. Out of the path of the charge means that he's not able to lock on. We have seen this before. Does not really win this one-on-one. Pops the barrier, but already off of Scarl. Misses the Q. That might be critical. Pilot barely able to take him out. And with the remount, makes will not fall to the satchel charge. And now, Drake Hero looking into the bottom lane. Makes is going to have the teleport when he comes out of base. Doesn't really have the best wards to go to. That one that you see in the left side of the screen is the closest. Yampy, though, getting burned low as the Cosmic Radiance is going to come out. Everybody's invulnerable as Yampy's burning down. Gwen is immune for right now. Ninja Kiwi wants to try to fire in the damage. He is untouched in this fight. Maybe with the Infernum and the Severum, he can try to make the play, but it's a flash stun. Cleanse doesn't matter. He's taken out as it's a double for Pilot, and it's going to be a clean ace. Triple kill for Pilot on the way.
And this is that glow up Pilot we keep talking about. This is why I said when it gets to the late game, Hawk, look to the mid lane for Liberty. The Hui able to answer. By the way, picked up a Blackfire Torch. That item is strong, guys. Please build it on your Huis. And for INTZ, a little bit overconfident. When Dioj got picked, the resulting fight was going to be a 4v5, but INTZ opted into it. I can see why. You saw how close Ninja Kiwi was to turning it. If he gets one set of crits, he could have turned that fight. But as it is, you just gave Liberty a way back into this game. Heck, a way to take control of this game.
With Dragon spawning in 50 seconds as well, Liberty first into the river. They're going to set down all their vision control. But let's take another look at this fight. This is after the pick in mid, 4v5, Liberty going for the chase.
And notice the lack of immediate damage, unfortunately, that INTZ has. Because they can't pop somebody down immediately, it gives enough time for that Cosmic Radiance to channel, and they actually soak a lot of damage. They're pumping out damage all throughout. Cosmic Radiance makes you invincible. It's not like the KO Ultimate. You can still attack the entire time, and that's what makes that critical difference. And unfortunately for Ninja Kiwi as well, we didn't see those crits come through when he needed it. If he takes out any of those members, if he takes out Drake Hero, if he takes out Makes, maybe that's enough to turn the tides. But it wasn't, and the CC that they were able to continue putting out throughout that fight just made it sure that Aphelios could not turn the tides.
Yoj back into pushing top lane. The gold lead, only about 2,000, less than that for Liberty. So it's not total control going their way, but as you said, it was a way back in. It's going to be a free Mountain Soul point. Mountain Soul, I don't think it's honestly the best this game for Liberty, but it is still going to feel pretty good. It's going to make the Zac very, very tanky. Cavallo likewise. INTZ wanting to set up around the Baron in trade. However, unfortunately for them, the Purple Worm not up just yet for them to start it. Dioj, though, with the teleport from Yups, it's a full force onto the top side for INTZ.
I love that these two Academy players, it's worth noting they've not played on the same team before. So Dioj and Yups, they played against each other, but I love that coordination play to come through. Just to teleport to buy time to let Dioj take that. And we're still seeing INTZ on the front foot. They know they're strong. As you called out, Mountain Soul isn't the strongest soul necessarily to deal with INTZ. There's a lot of damage which can shred through, but every little bit helps. Pilot, meanwhile, on this bot lane, has TP available, split pushing. INTZ is completely ignoring him.
Yeah, Liberty, maybe a little overextended. Drake Hero going to get burned down. Doesn't have the flash to get away. Dio's jumping in. Ninja Kiwi knocking him down. And now, Jungler out of the fight. It's Baron time.
Perfect timing as well. Literally spawning as Drake Hero goes down. Liberty can't really contest this. I mean, there is a world in which you try and abuse the Cosmic Radiance with the invincibility, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not confident that that works out, and you're still probably not going to be able to outsmite Yampy, who has his ult to stop the engage. Liberty, thankfully, did not overcome it and should be able to just walk this off.
Yeah, it was a really nice overstay from INTZ. I think Liberty contesting that mid wave, assuming that INTZ had based after taking their control, wanted to answer that bot push that was coming through from Pilot. Instead, overstaying, making the commitment on mid, catching Liberty unawares. And now with their second Baron in hand, they made pretty good use of the first one, taking every turret that is not in the Liberty base, save for... Wait a minute. No, okay,
they got all.
No, they took them all. Sorry. Yeah, I got confused. They took all the outer turrets. Now it's about whether or not they can crack open the base.
And that's always the tough one, right? Because that's the one where you're in a choke point. And we saw what happened when Liberty actually full 5 engaged as a team. I kind of don't want to see INTZ split up because you can get picked that way. But at the same time, I don't see them forcing their way in to the front door.
Ooh, speaking of forcing, makes forcing when damage is just in the area. I do not think this was a fight he wanted. Makes big mistake in top lane, giving up his life for nothing.
Makes giveth and makes taketh away. Liberty trying to maximize that though with this mid lane push. But alas for them, they already took the inner turret a while ago. Back on, I think, on the last Baron when INTZ blitzed it down at 20 minutes. And now you're pushing up with no Baron recall. INTZ going to be able to answer that. Yups just pushing the top wave in the meantime.
Really like to see Drake Hero go bottom right now and pre-push this bot wave. Yeah, it pings on to it. If they're able to pre-push this, mid got pushed so far up. Bot lane will now be pushing back into INTZ. They really only have to worry about the minions coming from top if that's the case. But Drake Hero feeling compelled to come towards mid as the 4-stack of INTZ is already here. They don't have makes for another couple seconds. He does have the TP when he respawns. The Spiraling Despair just to force Dioj away. And here comes the teleport. No charge, though, remember, as the jump in gets interrupted by the Bramble Smash. Yampy getting taken so low. Cavallo, he found Ninja Kiwi. The cleanse out of the Dazzle, though, and now he's able to kite back into the choke point. Zach goes into passive as Yups is now on the flank. Pilot forced away. Macau already so low as it's a double kill, too. Already going the way of INTZ. Yups just going to try to interrupt the rest of the backs as the team can push. It's 2 more going the way of Gwen and INTZ. RMC, you were right to flip-flop. They're going to wrap this one up in 30.
And once again, the rookies are absolutely popping off. Yups, this is why he was doing so well in Academy. He's got that flank. He knows that sense of engage, where to go. And frankly, I wish this ran a bit longer so we could see a replay on how Mikau dropped. I didn't even see Mikau in the area, and he just died to Yups. I think that was just accidental damage coming through from the Gwen. Dioj, once again, great performance on this Tristana, constantly pressuring, getting the turrets down, getting the gold going the way of INTZ and the Sleeping Giant Hawk. This might be the split. They finally wake the hell back up.
It's been a long time since INTZ was at the top. We thought we might have seen glimpses of it in Split 2 last year. It did not end up coming through. Now starting 2-0, joining their brethren Fluxu and Kate Stars. Not the teams, maybe Kate Stars, but the other two, not teams that we necessarily expected to be up at this 2-0 mark, but INTZ making it work with this new roster so far. And as for Liberty, you know, you can see glimpses of greatness, just as we did last split, but they still have not quite figured out how to bring it all together.
And I know it's only week 1. We've only seen the team play twice, but I do really feel like we're seeing the strengths and weaknesses of Liberty's plan for this split to not scrim. They have cooked in the offseason. They brought us some of their best early games, some of the most exciting sort of rotations, the ideas, the drafts that are coming through are absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. But at the same time, it really doesn't feel like they've got a good grasp on how to play out the rest of the game. Once again, in the mid game, they fell apart up against INTZ, up against stiffer resistance, I think, than they expected. They just kind of floundered. We never once saw the Cosmic Radiance being used proactively. It was always reactive. And hey, it was useful reactively. The Mountain Soul made it easier to kind of time it and actually get it off. But you didn't pick the Tara Cosmic Radiance to play defensive. You didn't pick the Kled to play defensively. The charge with the Cosmic Radiance, that combo never came through.
Yeah, it feels like Liberty not really able to make their composition function the way it was designed to do. But credit to INTZ for, you know, not really giving them the angle very well either. Yups, as well, want to give some credit over there. We talk about these young CBLOL top laners. Look, he got wrecked a little bit in the early game, but later on ended up coming alive. We're going to go to a quick break, though. We still got one last game ready to go on the second day of Split 2, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of day 2 of Split 2 of the 2024 CBLOL English Split. Coverage provided by the CBLOL English. My name is Hawk. Joining me, RMC. We got one last matchup ready to go for you all, and we saved perhaps the best for last. We've had some good ones. Game 2 between Cade and Kaboom. It was pretty good. Game 3, Fluxu and Pain. Pretty good. We just saw Liberty struggle up against INTZ. INTZ proving to 2-0. Team looking really solid. And RMC, the game that we saved for the end for the people. Red Canids up against Loud.
Yeah, and last bit I remember, people were asking who can take down Loud. Is it gonna be Pain with the Titan bot lane? Is it gonna be Red Canids, who are the most mechanical team arguably here in the CBLOL? And if you look at their roster, completely understandable why you'd say that about the Red Canids. Now, there is a small change to their roster. This is not the exact same roster they ran last split. FMB in the top lane, Aegis in the jungle, Greftar mid lane, Brunty as AD carry, but Frosty as support. Last split, technically, Frosty was a somewhat starter. He was supposed to trade time with Jojo. Didn't really happen, and Frosty played 2 games. That was it. Jojo played the rest of the season. Now, in the offseason, Red Canids traded away Jojo, and Frosty was actually being tried out by some teams as an AD carry, but ultimately decided to stay and play as support for Brunty.
Yeah, and it was a disappointing finish for the Red Canids last split. 4th place, bowing out to the Vivo Cade Stars in the lower bracket. They got 3-0'd by Loud last time these two teams met as well. So, you know, the change in support perhaps going to try to help elevate them. But, I mean, you know, for as strong as we expected this team to be individually, I think FNB and Greftar in particular had pretty lackluster splits. And it feels weird to say for a team that came in 4th place, but I think a lot of the wins really did come off the back of Aegis and Brunty. And, I mean, I'm expecting that to still be true, RMC.
Yeah, and I think anytime you've got Brunty on your team, you can expect him to be the big carry. Yesterday, though, I think Greftar had a pretty decent game. Not necessarily playing for Aegis in the jungle, but despite that, they weren't able to find a win against the Cade Stars. On the other hand, Loud, our current reigning champions, 4 times with the crown, but without a win just yet, Hawk. Yesterday, they did end up dropping to Pain Gaming, showed signs of life in the mid game, but it feels like the international hangover is still an issue for our reigning champs.
As is tradition, you know, generally you don't want to see reigning champions go 0-2 in the, you know, first week of the new split. But, you know, up against Pain and then a Red, it at least is a tall task to cut out for them. Loud, though, I definitely agree, wanting to bounce back, getting Root onto his comfort. Varus here as we've started up the picks and bans. Malachi over, presumably to Croc. Pretty tried and true picks here for Loud. Meanwhile, Red Canids picking up that coveted Tristana.
And frankly, after watching Croc's Lee Sin yesterday, I think, yeah, slow it down, pick something a little bit safer. He likes to go a little bit ham, too ham sometimes. And Hawk, we're seeing the Karthus hover. It's a lock-in. We've been calling for this all of today. And it's a perfect fit for Aegis. One of the problems for Red has been that Greftar, unfortunately, often has to play second fiddle to his jungler. But Aegis doesn't always get his carries. This time, he's on a hard carry. Karthus can and should win you games in the current meta.
Yeah, finally, we're starting to see some of these teams adapt a bit more to the new meta. We had the Blackfire Torch Hui last game, and now the Karthus coming out. Callista is going to be the pick, so it's going to be the double marksman composition for Red. A bit of an early game for Brunty and Frosty on the bottom side, and some scaling for Aegis and Greftar in the mid jungle.
And as the answer coming through from Loud, it's once again going to be that Hui. We saw this matchup prior, Hawk. We weren't super impressed with the Hui side of the matchup. He does struggle to match the pressure Tristana puts down early. The scaling strong. But if there is a mid laner to really make this work, who else would it be but Tinones?
Yeah, I mean, Tinones, he's going to be strong on this champion. This gives Loud's composition a tremendous amount of range. However, my concern for them is, you know who has more range than any composition in the game?
Infinite range all over the map.
It's Karthus. Yeah.
Yep.
You've got infinite range. You can hit from anywhere. I will say, underrated piece of tech, the WW from Hui. It is an AoE team-wide shield, potentially, if the Requiem does come down. Not a big shield, but it is a shield. So, that is something to note. Tinones might want to leverage that, but either way, Loud, again, very standard composition coming through from them. I'm a bit curious, though, RMC, as we do have the second round of bans. What do you want to see from Red to round out what they're building here so far?
Tanks. You've got damage aplenty. You need a front line, and that's something we've kind of seen today. Pain didn't pick a tank. They struggled. Teams without tanks don't have that fallback. Both teams still looking for supports and top lanes, and I'm expecting to see things like Nautilus, like Leona, like Braum to potentially come through. Top side, on the other hand, though, Loud, I think, recognizing the same, have already taken away that Cassante from FMB.
Yeah, leaving up all the other tanks, though. You know, we already saw an Ornn earlier today. I know I was begging for the Malphite in the Pain game as well. There are other tanks that are viable at the moment. Interestingly, Nautilus is still available. I would actually expect Loud to take that one on 4 if it is not banned away. Of course, it could be a Maokai support. However, I think more than likely it's probably Maokai jungle with, you know, Braum. Maybe you can go like Leona here we've been seeing today. But Nautilus seems to be the pick. Yeah,
I think you called it right. Like it's such an easy champion to execute. Press R, point and click, and I don't care how far Kalista hops, I don't care how far Tristana jumps, they'll get locked down anyways. Makes sense. But as you call it, there's lots of options still for Red if they want tankier supports to kind of back things up. Now, we did see the Ashe take away as well. That one's actually very curious for me. I don't know why Loud would ban it when you could have potentially picked it yourself. You already have a tank in the jungle or half a tank in the jungle. And I do really think that Red need more than just one tank. If they go for a tank at the top lane, Vayne and Twisted Fate are both still available for Robo to really try and bully out and take advantage of in the 1v1.
And our third Leon of the day. Getting locked in.
Yeah.
It's going to be that front line. It's going to be that initiation. It is good into the Nautilus as well. Gonna hold down the targets for these marksmen, for this Karthus to hit. And we saw the Zac last game from Drake Hero. Now coming through, presumably for FNB in the top lane. I'm gonna be honest, the Zac last game didn't really do all that much.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of that's, you know, just the fact that Liberty seems scared to pull the trigger when they should have, and how much of that was perhaps maybe Drake Hero not really being as comfortable in that champion. Not really a champion that comes to mind when I think of him. But now it's up to Robo to figure out what he wants to do. And what with the Poppy. So that is nice chunky front line. A little bit surprising. I thought with the Nautilus and with Maokai, maybe he goes for something that can dive the back line a little bit. Because right now for Loud, they don't really have too many divers. They've got good engage with the Nautilus and with Maokai to follow up. Poppy's actually great at holding people down as well. But they don't really have a way to threaten that back line. They are looking to try and play front to back.
Yeah, the top Poppy, a bit of a Robo special coming out here. He's been a proponent of it. It's a very good pick into both the Kalista and the Zac. However, to your point, if Tinones and Root do fall behind, it's going to be very difficult to kill anyone because there's a stalwart front line on the side of Red with both the Zac and the Leona being substantially tankier than that Nautilus. They're going to need their damage dealers healthy and doing well. And for Red, they got a good way to keep them unhealthy. We finally have Karthus here in the CBLOL. All eyes on Aegis in this pick.
Yeah, and that's my fear too, because Karthus already known as a champion who can absolutely run the 1v5s or the front to backs part. I mean, he's king of damage here, and I fear that even with a Hui, you might not be able to match that. But Hawk, before we get into game, it's been a bit of a rush in this pregame. Let's take a look at the predictions and see which way we kind of thought it might go. To be honest, I was going to say, I think it's a really close matchup, and I think our predictions kind of reflect that. A little bit more green than I expected, considering we know that Loud likes to have an international hangover.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be a bit more 50-50. We got the 5-3 split, so it's not too one-sided, but we'll see if 4i4, Rose, and I think it was Soph with their red predictions are able to have the Canids overcome Loud. Loud starting 0-2. Again, it wouldn't be a great look. However, not one that we're necessarily unaccustomed to seeing from this team as we are loading out of the Rift for the final game of the day.
Oh, somebody goes home 0-2 here. Because both these teams lost yesterday, which is shocking and surprising. I think most people expect there to be a clear top 4 this split, that being Loud, Pain, Cade Stars, Red, in some sort of that order, not necessarily that way. Pain's going to win it all, obviously. But, you know, the start of the season has not been good. Red, Loud still looking for their first win. Pain has already dropped the game. And, you know, really, it's only Cade Stars who are kind of doing well right now.
Yeah, teams like INTZ and Fluxu as well, stepping up in their own right. You'll love to see it. And Red already going for a bit of an early invade, just trying to get down some vision. Not fishing for any kills. As I say that, though, recalling on a ward, Redbird might want to go for a dredge line. Opts not to pull the trigger, though. Loud now grouped up in their own right as 5. Try to get something back.
And I'm curious if Loud is going to keep playing aggressively. I don't feel like their level 1 is that strong, unfortunately, with the likes of Ahui, with the Varus as well. And speaking of Varus, Root, we've been seeing Hail of Blades all day long. Running first strike with this Varus, this looks a bit more like maybe a poke Varus to come through. That would be one way to get past that front line.
Yeah, I mean, first strike, very strong on the current patch as well. You know, the 15 guaranteed gold on an activation. It's a much better income rune. It actually is not quite as good for damage as Robo's harassing Aegis around this blue buff. He's going to be able to secure it, but not without taking a pretty substantial health bar deficit. Now, Robo and FMB, they're going to slap each other on their way back up to top lane.
And Root getting engaged upon Ripper, not quite able to land the Akutasi. He knows. My bad, I whiffed, haha. And yeah, that's one way to deal with first strike Varus as well. He is very strong, but he wants to be traded.
Ooh, another big trade too. Root actually forced to flash and cleanse the Ignite. Cleanse feeling maybe a little unnecessary. I feel like if anything, he could have just used the cleanse to get out of the Zenith Blade and the Ignite when they dropped and not flash, but either way, Summoner Spell and Health Bar advantage for the red bottom lane.
And if Aegis was on something like a Lee Sin, at this point, I'd be worried about potential dives to come through. And let's say, okay, maybe you burn both the flash and the cleanse, try and keep yourself as healthy as possible for potential dives. But that's a Karthus, and Aegis can't really dive on it. So, yeah, I agree. Kind of feels like Root was a little bit overzealous there. And we'll have to see how they're able to navigate this. Root, probably, arguably the best AD carry in the region. But when we're talking about laning, Brunsey is undoubtedly the highest pressure AD carry we have.
And, you know, when Frosty was playing in that stint with the Red Canids back in 2023 split to RMC, he was, for me, the most impressive part of his game was the laning. I actually thought he had some issues with linking up with the team and stuff later on, but the way he was able to have impact in the 2v2 alongside Titan at the time was impressive. But remember what we said, RMC, if Root falls behind, it could be problematic here for Loud, and with Aegis making his way down, Croc completed his clear on the top side. He's getting zoned off this wave. The dive comes out. Redbird drops for first blood. And now Brunsey flashing in for second. Frosty dying doesn't matter. It's a double to the Callista.
And that using flash early comes back to bite him. I'm going to be honest, Hawk, I'm actually surprised the dive worked as well as it did. Now, obviously, I did expect casualties, so the 1-for-1 trade was fine. But when Root went down as well, that's a problem. You were just talking about that, hey, if Root gets set behind, that's a problem for Loud as a whole. And not only did he get set behind, the problem is that dive is repeatable. Both kills go to Brunsey. When he gets that reset, I wouldn't be surprised to see Serrated Dirt come through to enable more aggression in that bot lane.
And bad going to worse as well, Croc actually stopped his clear to try to run bottom and cover that dive. He was too late. It means he wasn't even able to get a camp advantage. He's actually behind Aegis in the clear.
Oh, no.
Very problematic. Now FNB and Frosty, they want Robo. This Poppy has already flashed. Croc is going to try to get him out. But I think this Poppy already set to die. They want to try to get the passive. Robo's still alive. He's going to pick up the buckler. And now they're in onto Frosty.
Oh my goodness.
The passive is going to be killed. And here comes Robo. As Frosty, almost certain to die. Aegis wants to get a kill. Robo's not able to dodge the Qs, and now he's trying to find Croc himself. Low on mana is the Karthus, but it's going to be a double going over to this Karthus as it's a 2-for-2 in top lane.
And Aegis, this is the dream scenario for him. 100% KP, 2 kills, 2 assists, picks up both on the top side. He gets accelerated, is that much closer to getting 6, and that Requiem unlocked as well. Faded Ashes, first time we're seeing this item picked up in the jungle. Aegis is going to be able to power farm. And for Croc and Robo right now, hey, that was a great fight up top. But Aegis' prediction on the flash from Croc was even better. I want to highlight too, Croc took a long time to actually get into this fight. He walks up, and I was thinking, you need a flash? You need to help out Robo, buddy. Instead, Robo has to do all the hard work, and when Croc walks up, what does Croc do? He hits the wave first, instead of just sprinting it topside. Thankfully, Robo is just that good at Poppy, and there's a reason why we called him, you know, a pocket pick of his. They're actually able to win this trade out. Problem is, going for Frosty there buys enough time for Aegis, and watch us how Aegis plays this. When you play Karthus, the biggest thing is landing that lay waste. Those Skittles have to land. And right here with this flash, watch where the Skittles goes. Front, forward, perfect predict onto Croc. You didn't need that last Skittle, and Auto would have done the job.
Stylish from Aegis and RMC. Dare I say that the two most dangerous members of the Red Canids are very fed right now. Brunsy, a big over root, and Aegis 202 on this Karthus. He's level 6 at 6 minutes. That is insane stuff for the jungler of Red. We said it in the pre-show. So many of their wins have come from this bot lane and from their jungler, Aegis. To my opinion, RMC having the best split that he's had in a while just this past split.
Yeah, and it feels like the meta has just fit him perfectly like a glove with carry junglers coming back in, Red, able to secure the dragon as well. What we'd expect to see with a Kalista, and I'm going to be honest, I think Red could actually contest these Void Grubs as well if they so wish. Unfortunately, Aegis still on that bot side, not really hitting top, wanted to try and secure that pressure bot lane, so Loud at least still able to trade 1-for-1 on objectives.
I mean, I will say, though, I feel like Loud's composition does not use the Void Grubs very well at all. So, sure, they're going to be able to trade 1-for-1 on objectives, but I don't know how much Red really cares. And Aegis is already going to be well on his way to level 7. He's the richest guy in the game. He's very far ahead in XP, taking away an enemy blue buff. Sure, he'll lose his own, but he's faster on the play. Root and Redbirch still only level 5. They do have the Summoner's Cleanse going to come out. Frosty has the Fates call. Super clean. Now Aegis, hang on a minute. He's the one tanking. They've got to get their Karthus out of here. Tinones has roamed down, but he's out of mana, and Brunsy finds it. Tinones with the last of his spells, at least able to find the shutdown onto this Karthus. But it's only going to be the one kill. Answer back as Brunsy is massive.
And Tinones had to leave lane. This gives Grefthar the space he wants. Grefthar not able to find a significant lead prior to this, but every time Tinones has to leave, Grefthar will keep pushing, keep picking up those minions and get small leads. And Hawk, the first time they dove, I didn't think it was going to work too well because Karthus is kind of squishy, but we are now at level 6, and you saw the Fates call being used by Brunsy. Now Frosty can initiate, can tank, and can get pulled out. And for Aegis with the Requiem as well, one thing to note, he ran out of mana on that dive, but after he died, that's where it actually gets tough for Tinones, because when you're dead, infinite mana, unstoppable Requiem can come across, and that will be something Loud always has to keep in mind in fight. You can't play on those thin margins.
Yeah, and Aegis just continuing to power clear as well. He's got a full jungle to go back and do. He is so strong. I hope that this game shows CBLOL the light of AP junglers, man. I mean, I know, like, we saw the Nidalee, sure, but you know, Morgana, Lilia, Karthus, all so strong right now. Karthus, the strongest of them all. Brand, another one. And, I mean, Aegis, this is my favorite part of playing Karthus, because he's at the point in the game where you can just power clear, basically, and say, all right, guys, my gank is up and available. Go make a play, and I'll gank from my wolves, you know? Like, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, hey, top, mid, bot, all of you go at the same time. I'll gank you all at the same time. I'll just press R.
Yeah.
And it gets even better from here, because once you build something like Liandry's as well, the burn that comes through with the Blackfire Torch and Liandry's, the synergy is so incredibly good. Even though they're like tank shred items, they work really effectively against squishies. Aegis right now just living in this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, every jungle camp getting stolen away is big. He's level 8. He is the highest level in the game. Loud going to try to turn something around onto Frosty, but this Leona has flash, and he is tanky. Redbird just gets one shot. Croc does follow through with the twisted advance, so it will be a 1-for-1 so far. Root, a critical kill back to his name as Brunsy wanted. Croc, Grefthar, hit him to the tower. He dodged the fear, and he might just get out with his life. The Spiraling Despair explosion finally pops and kills him, but Grefthar making plays.
That has to be the most gratuitous Grefthar gank I've seen in a hot minute. You did not need to do that. Requiem was up and available from Aegis. Croc was just dead to rights. He is not going to survive that. If Grefthar could get Root or Tinones low enough for the Requiem, maybe I see the justification for that. As it stands, just stay mid. Get the small advantages.
Yeah, but RMC, he had to go for the pro gamer move. Like, it was way more stylish, albeit completely unnecessary, way more stylish. I also, by the way, love how while that was happening, the tank top laners were proxying each other behind each of their turrets. Like, just top lane gaming right there, man. I don't even know what these guys are doing.
I swear at this point I think Robo would just proxy you on anything. Like he's done it on any tag pretty much, right? Udyr he does it, Rek'Sai he does it, Olaf he does it, Poppy now he's doing it as well. I swear, give this guy like Tristana into Nara and he'll probably still proxy with that too.
Yeah. 2,500 gold, though, is the lead for Red. Robo's CS advantage, 20 up over his opposite number. I think a drop in the bucket compared to Aegis and Bruncey's position in this game. 7 kills shared between the two of them. Bruncey 4-0-2 on this Kalista, already has the Blade of the Ruined King. And with that, it means that these Void Grubs not long for this world. No steal to come through this time around. We had the Gragas steal earlier today.
Yep.
Root can't find it. And Robo only trades it for a tower plate.
Pretty darn close. So 10 health, I saw that after Root's arrow landed. Just one more auto, and he'd have been able to take it. Now, interesting to note as well, Root rushing the edge of night.
Yeah, you know, trying to, I guess, negate some of that CC, some of the initiation that can come through from the Leona, or the Zac as well. You know, that elastic slingshot, not having the follow-up CC, but it is a very defensive purchase, and a lot of times when you're behind like this, I mean, again, Root has to be a lot of the damage, and when you start falling behind, oftentimes better to just build full damage and try to outplay than it is to build defensively when you're likely to die anyway. Speaking of, Croc completely caught out into the jungle. Teleport to come through from Robo to maybe get a kill back as the depth charge is on to Bruncey. They want to get this big shutdown off of the Kalista as he's got nowhere to go. It's found by Root. That's exactly who you want getting that kill. And now Tinones is coming into the fight. With the grasping maw going wide, though, I don't think there's any chase to be had. It's a 1-for-1, but Loud not going to be upset about how that one went.
Nope, definitely not. When they shouldn't even have been able to get that. Red just over chasing a little bit, trying to make that happen. And Root, the perfect donation once again. Root had a very rough early laning phase to start the game, but he's been able to maintain that 20 CS differential. It's not really been growing too much, and able to find some kills at least to try and stay competitive with Bruncey. Bruncey's 5-1-2. That's not coming off Root necessarily. I mean, that's from the bot lane as a whole and with a lot of jungle pressure. If Root can maintain that 2v2 or 1v1 homeostasis, that's a good sign for Loud.
What's not a good sign, though, is Robo's position on the map. He's got no flash and only one friend in the area. Aegis burning him down. Okay, apparently he just walks away because Poppy does that. I don't even know. Dude, like, this game defies all logic and physics. Tinones and Grevthar heavy trading as the passive, not enough to take down Grevthar. But the Severing Bolt goes wide. Tinones maybe still hunting. A dragon has been slain, however, on the other side.
Yeah, they don't get Robo, but they get Dragon at least, and Frosty's still looking for more.
Here comes Frosty. We're still going RMC as Aegis makes an appearance in mid lane. Nothing's going to happen. Supports are just going to hook each other and say, no, you back up. No, you back up. And then they all back up in the end.
This is why, Hawk, they saved Red versus Loud for the last game of the day. They wanted to end.
This is what it's all about.
On excitement.
Yeah. This is why we call the CBLOL the best region in the world.
Yeah, true. This is
what we're seeing right here.
Kind of old school CBLOL where they just keep going hard at each other. Now, the problem is, at least for Red, is Loud just need to stay competitive. If you've watched Loud in the regular season, you know what they're like. The early game tends to be a little bit weak, tends to be a little bit sloppy, but they come alive at 20 minutes, and that's what I'm watching right now. 6 minutes time, if Loud is not in a 4K deficit, they're going to start coming back with massive team fights. You've already seen Root come back. Tinones is starting to win the 1v1 as well, and he's not even on a power spike. He's still charging his Archangel stuff.
And I got to say, my friend, it's a little concerning when Robo is making fun of you like this, and it's a regular season game. Usually he does this to people in playoffs, but like he's kind of just spat in the face of Red all game. 2-1-1 on the Poppy, having a pretty good look. Root, though, getting jumped on as he walks back to mid. Depth charge just to get him out, and Fate's call to get Frosty out of that play. Red, they wanted to barrel down mid, but Loud defending.
Yeah, Loud burning 3 ultimates, trading it for the 2 of Bruncey and Frosty as well. Kind of just, maintaining things. Redbird, though, might have been caught out.
Yeah, he's getting slowed up by the Scorch Pup, I think, of Aegis. A lot of damage and First Strike being thrown down. We've not seen as much First Strike on the Karthus after the changes. Karthus, actually one of the only champions in the game that doesn't benefit from the First Strike changes. Basically, him and Assassins, because it's less damage, more gold, right? But, the Dark Harvest damage oftentimes preferred from Karthus players as the ulti comes out just to farm some gold, I guess. You get like 150 gold every time you pop it, so it's pretty good.
See, I guess that's what you're doing, right? It's just farm Karthus, bank Karthus all the way. Sure, less damage, but you accelerate yourself in the game. And hey, if you buy your items that much sooner, if you can play around your power spikes, I kind of don't hate it. At that point, you might as well do, what's that, cashback rune as well? Maximize your economy.
Yep, cashback, hey, it's gold efficient for your second item. So, you know, as long as you get to 2 items in the game, then that means cashback is better than the magical footwear. Take that to your solo queue games as well. Yeah, Aegis, though, just trying to take it to the bank. I mean, again, he's level 11 on this Karthus. He is crazy strong. Already has the Blackfire Torch, building towards the Liandry's, going for the double Faded Ashes items. This Karthus is going to fry Loud if they don't find a way to deal with him.
And what's kind of scary too is we haven't really seen the team fights come through. And Karthus really shines in the team fights. That's where he can get his defile across as many members as possible, just kind of sitting in the middle of them. Aegis doesn't care about dying. He cares about getting the right position to maximize his output. And for Loud as well, their team fighting is nothing to scoff at. Seraph's Embrace finally completed for Tinones. I'm actually really wanting for like sort of a stat check to see how these two teams will stack up in a 5v5.
Well, we got a 5v5 in mid. Flash forced off of Aegis right there, and now it's a Flash Dredge line. They're in onto the Karthus, but it's all about the position of the death. No Requiem, though, RMC. Remember, used at bottom, which means Robo can pick up a second kill. Loud, they do take quite a bit of damage from that Karthus, but without the ultimate, nobody falls. It's a tower and 2 kills. Traded for nothing over to Red.
150 gold, Aegis wasn't worth it. Not having that critical ultimate up at a critical moment. And the cooldown on Requiem is unfortunately so long. Great play from Loud to recognize that. They go in on this. And you can tell right from the get-go, Chains of Corruption didn't land, but Loud was always looking for this fight. And they have absolutely no fear engaging this. Even in the follow-up fight as well, yes, Karthus kind of hurts, but without that Liandry's completed right now, Loud is still willing to fight in, to push in, if they are able to win that out, and win they were. With that said and done, Hawk, Loud is still only even in gold with Red.
Yeah, but you could see in that replay, though, how much damage Tinones is starting to do on this way as well.
True.
You know, after Root fell behind a little bit, he's back into the game. Tinones has always been in a good spot. These carries, as Loud needs them to be, are fairly strong. And now, Loud positioning over the Dragon. FNB does get the top lane tier 1 at the very least. The Dragon not up for another 10 seconds. Doesn't mean Loud waffling just a little bit. And in fact, just going to go for a play in bottom. FNB does have to teleport to join, and he will use it. Robo already taken so low, but they're in onto Aegis. Jungler down. Nobody
Requiem.
low enough. Requiem will come out to at least chunk them. But I don't know if Red can really fight this. They still have quite a few resources. Spiraling Despair, Keeper's Verdict, Nature's Grasp even coming back up. I think it is just going to be Red losing out on another play.
Yeah, they needed to push harder because Robo has teleport, so he needed to cancel his backs. Instead, FNB is eating a lot of poke, and now Robo coming back in full health.
This is getting really dangerous. Robo, he might not even be here to defend his team. He might fancy that fight. 1v4, maybe similar to damage, likes those odds. Nature's Grasp going out. Keeper's Verdict to try to zone some of the team away. Ultimately thinks the better of the play, though, as Loud will just disengage with their prize, stopping the soul stacking.
Yeah, all they need to do right now is secure that dragon. That's what's important for them. And Inferno Drake for both these teams is going to be excellent. For Loud, they are a little bit lacking in damage when compared to Red because they went with double carries and triple tanks. Whereas for Red, well, you've got more carries, you want to do more damage. So obviously that's great. It's even better for the Karthus as well. The more you can stack the damage that Karthus puts out, the more you're going to be able to burn people down. And Aegis as well has completed the Andrews. We saw what he could do to Robo. Every little bit of percentage burn really helps put him over that edge.
RMC, 20 minutes into the game. The game standing on a knife's edge. Red up 1 tower, 1 dragon. Everything else completely even. As the Canids walking into Loud's jungle, trying to get down wards here and there, start to control the area around this Nash. I don't expect any sort of crazy Baron start. However, I will say Tristana, Callista, Karthus will melt that objective.
Karthus triple damage on single targets with that lay waste. If Aegis is there and just able to
and the double percent HP burn as well, yeah.
Yeah, it's just absolutely busted, right? So, like, the Karthus can absolutely shred this, and Loud has to be aware of it. But conversely, Loud this is usually where they start to wake up, and they've been making good plays. This is their sort of bread and butter. These big team fights around objectives is where the cooler heads and the experience of Loud tends to show. And given how many Baron burger flips we've seen so far already, this is only day 2, by the way, guys. This is the 10th game of CBLOL, and we've already seen, I think, an equivalent amount of Baron flips. So if it does come down to that, I do feel like this is the place where Loud could just blow the game open.
Definitely possible. I mean, I will say, I have some critique of Red, the way they've played this mid game. You say Loud's woken up, but also I think Red's front line has not really done a good job of getting their fed carries, Aegis and Brunsey, in positions where they can actually fight, right? It's been a lot of time Frosty and FNB sort of starting the fight by getting chunked out and then not being able to buy space for Aegis and Brunsey. Oftentimes Red has been on the back foot, kiting away. Their composition very much would rather go forward, RMC.
Yeah, and both these they're team fight compositions for both of them. So they do want to scrap. But yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. The fact that Redbird has been finding, and Croc have been finding much better engages on the side of Loud. And when you've got a Leona as well, this is something that I'm struggling a little bit watching CBLOL play today, because historically CBLOL has been great at Leona. I think back to Damage, especially in the past, on his Leona was known for his incredible engages. We're not seeing that with Frosty right now. Robo in the back.
We might just see one now, but it's Croc that gets the party started into the back line, and now Robo zoning out Brunsey. Croc, though, gets burned down so fast, and Robo with a million spears in his back. They're going to get ripped out as there's a shutdown going over to Grevthar. FNB does get put into the passive, and the poke from Root and Tinones from so far away means that after everything, no, Red, they don't, the snipe! The severing bolt, FNB does end up dying. It's only a 2-for-1 in favor of Red, but no objective to be had.
And again, it is in favor of Red. If you're looking at the map state right now, it looks like Loud won that fight with the way they're pressuring up. No, Red was the one who walked away with 2 kills. And in that fight, Hawk, once again, it's still Loud who pulled the trigger. It wasn't Frosty. It wasn't FNB. They ended up getting a better position on the counter engage, but that was kicked off from Robo looking for the flank. Loud is fully awake and online. And again, if Red, even if you win the fights, it's not about the fights. It's about objectives. It's about the map pressure that facilitates those objectives. And Red is still on the back foot.
And look at what was burned, RMC. You have Robo and Croc's flash. Obviously big losing the frontliner's flash, but I think more importantly, Brunsey lost both of his summoner spells for this dragon fight. That, to me, is the really big prize that Loud is going to be able to take away from this play. If they can get on top of that Callista, I mean, as we've seen, Aegis does a lot of damage, but he is not strong enough to 1v5 these fights. And Grevthar has just not really gotten there with his items to where he's the biggest damage threat quite yet.
Yeah, and I think Grevthar has been playing very well reactively, but it feels almost like he's playing utility style champion with the way his buster shots have been working, and he hasn't been pumping out the damage. I'd actually be very curious to see what his damage numbers are compared to Brunsey. For now, though, Dragon about to spawn, Loud forcing the issue.
Yeah, you asked for it. Another team fight. FMB getting rooted up. He's going to take so much damage in this front line. Forced to bounce on out of there as a good keeper's verdict punts out too. And guess who they found again? It's Aegis as the spiraling despair sends him to his grave. Ultimate not going to mean a damn thing as the shield comes out from Robo. Another dragon going the way of Loud. Another botched fight from Red Canids.
And another Loud just walks at you. What you gonna do? Red just not quite able to pick the right answers as needed. I am baffled right now, Hawk. This composition from Red. On paper, it's such a great teamfight composition. Grevthar hangs back. Frosty goes forward. FNB goes forward. Aegis goes forward. But we're not seeing that. Somehow, how is FNB behind Aegis? Why is Aegis the first one in? Why are they not finding the corral on this? And I'm just so confused by how these fights are playing out. And watch here for Frosty, because to me, FNB got chunked out early. Frosty needs to step up and be that front line.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you see the split and how it goes. And hey, perhaps it's because of the direction that we saw Brunsey and Grevthar kind of run into. But no matter what, they were already safe. You needed to go and play with Aegis instead. You need to help Aegis get into a position where he can pump out damage.
I mean, RMC, we actually talked about this a little bit earlier in the game. Frosty, so good in the early stages. One of the strongest laning supports, in my opinion, in the league. Yeah. But I think he's really been struggling to find the right angles whatsoever in these games. He is really just not found ways in for his team. And you know, it's put Aegis in a position where he's felt like he has to do everything on his own. And, you know, I think you can be critical of Aegis for that, for maybe overforcing a little bit in his own right. But,
Sure.
I mean, Frosty's got to get in there. You know, FNB has rightfully been kept completely out, and I think that's credit to Loud's front line. But Red has 2 tanks for a reason, right? It shouldn't be all on FNB to get these fights started.
Definitely. And the good news for Red and for Frosty is that all of that's underwater, is water under the bridge. If he can land a good solo flare, he can still correct the game where we stand right now. Karthus still scales. Tristana still skills. Brunsey will still be a threat, especially when it comes to securing objective. At any point, as long as Frosty can land that critical ultimate, they can still turn the game. So, for Frosty, that's what we need to see right now. Land that critical solar flare on Tinones en route.
Speaking of Tinones, level 16 on this way, 403.
There we go.
Robo having a Robo moment in the bottom river. He's got TP when he respawns. I don't know if Red can do the Baron off of that. FNB jumping in maybe a little too close to the sun. Chains of Corruption going to go onto him. That's a big chunk taken. Locket forced from Frosty as well. And that will definitely deter the Purple Worm from dropping. They do at least find a kill, buy themselves some time, but not even any control. They do not feel strong enough to walk into this top river, RMC.
And I love the way Redbird just did that. The moment FNB tried to go in, the hook instantly to pull him in and set up that series of plays route as well. Not afraid to burn Chains of Corruption early. The cooldown on that ultimate is fairly low. And again, the game is more about objectives than actually getting kills, right? You get a kill to facilitate things. Grefthar might find himself killed.
Nature's Grasp going out, has the rocket jump, but the flash follow. Redbird finds him, piercing arrow not needed. It's a shutdown over to root. Now teleport coming in from Robo, who has respawned. Tinones in the back line. FMB once again, seemingly just throwing his life to the wind as Frosty, hang on a minute, he's starting to get in there. Brunsey, good flash over the wall out of Spiraling Despair. The Requiem to be dropped, but the shielding keeps Robo alive as Loud will not drop a member. Frosty still trying to look to re-engage this fight in the 4v5 as Aegis does still do damage. Chains of Corruption not able to find anything. It's just health bars being traded back and forth every which way. Grefthar, the only casualty either side.
Red able to stave off the disaster that was caused by Grefthar kind of getting picked off. In fact, we'll actually get to shove into this mid-outer turret as well. And a Hawk, these sort of fights, this sort of pressure over Baron, this is what we expect to see in a 35-40 minute game. We are not even 30 minutes in yet. 28-15, mid-outer turret yet stands for Loud, but the fights have been going critical.
Yeah, the fights. I mean, that was, it feels weird to say when it's still a 1-0 against them. That was probably the best fight we've seen for Red in a while.
Yeah.
Because they actually found a way to fire back a little bit. And Aegis didn't die. I mean, that's pretty good. He's got a death cap as well. A very, very fashionable hat for the Karthus. Surely this is what Red needs to start trying to take over. Frosty and Aegis are going to get spotted. Redbird, though, he's Spider-Man. He's all good. Everybody just staring at each other. RMC, we have seen virtually no side lane play in this game. It has been straight up ARAM. Everybody grouping up, wanting to fight.
Well, who's going to go to side lane? Hawk? We've got 2 tanks as the top laner, so it's got to be what? Grefthar going to side lane, and we have seen Grefthar try. Loud is just punishing him every time they look for it. Now, Aegis has flash available. I know it's kind of weird to think of an engage from Karthus over the wall, but if you know Aegis, you know he'd do it in a heartbeat if he thinks that's the right angle.
Robo gonna find an FNB around the Baron, but no one gonna do anything. I'm just waiting. Like, I see these 2 teams grouping up and staring at each other. I know one of them wants to full send and engage. Okay, Red is doing something very curious. Completely sacking all mid lane priority just to get onto the Baron. We talked about how quickly they can burn this down. Grefthar is not here, though, and there's a ward on the Baron, so they can't even... What was that? What?
I don't know. That's gonna be flashbacks to Pain and Elder Drink, but at least they didn't lose the game off of it. Or did they?
Oh, okay. And now Frosty's getting caught out. He's already too low to fight.
No,
FMB going to try to jump in. Frosty goes back, but he's just gonna pop to the Way ultimate.
Frosty.
Very scuffed play from the Red Canids ends up leading them to their graves. FNB going into passive, certain to die. It's gonna be a Loud Baron. Whoa. I'm at a loss. I give up. I give up.
want to say, Hawk? Like, some of these questionable decisions they paint at Elder, Red at Baron, like what? Hey, you know what? First of all, I do want to give props to Frosty. We've criticized Frosty a lot for some of his play. That game, that fight right there, Frosty did the right thing. He went in, he bought time, he saved Aegis. But in the first place, the hell was Red doing there?
RMC, I'm gonna keep it hang on, talk about the replay first, and then we can.
I mean, it just comes down to positioning. The fact that, first of all, Red is already suffering from the debuff. It will wear out partway through the fight, but they're starting at a disadvantage. Now you're fighting in a choke point, and you weren't ready to fight. You can see that they were kind of split off, whereas Loud went in as a cohesive unit, and all Red can do at this point is just sacrifice members to get out. The fact that they have to lose that many members kind of sucks, but it's the right play. Now Red trying to find something at this Dragon.
TP in, FNB, no passive. Dragon already going to go down, but they did find Tinodes. Wait, that's really big. Red able to find the first kill out of the way. Grevthar does die for it, but
Aegis.
I think they're okay with that. Aegis to die, and no Requiem yet again as it's a double kill over to Root. He is zoned off by that Karthus passive getting taken so low, but the damage is mostly out of the fight. Brunsea burning down. The tanks of Loud are simply too big, and FNB, he's dying. It's a double for Robo as Frosty's the only one left alive. 30 seconds on all the death timers. Loud is barreling down the bot wave. I don't think they can end, but it's almost certainly an inhibitor going their way.
Frosty able to dodge out, and Redbird just trying to slow them down. Root low on health does not matter. 13 seconds before Grevthar comes back up, and Hawk. Today, what a throwback. This is the peak CBLOL English started to. Back in 2021, right when we were franchising, these were the sort of fights. I salute Red for going for that fight. Was it the right play? No. Was it the Brazilian play? Were you trying to make action happen? Yeah, and they honestly almost found it. Unfortunately, Grevthar got burst out way too quickly. If Grevthar didn't get caught out and traded for Tinones, Red would have the numbers advantage. Maybe Red could have found something there.
Yeah, a kill per minute here in this game. RMC, what I was going to say about that Baron play earlier before we were interrupted by replays and dragon fights and all that was, I don't say this lightly. I've been watching CBLOL for a couple of years now, and this is the greatest region in the world for many reasons. One of them being that the games are just entertaining, if not the highest quality, very entertaining. Red's Baron play, on God, might be the worst play I've ever seen in the CBLOL. That was so stupid. I could not believe it.
But what's funny to me is that in spite of losing the Baron on that play, Hawk, Red are still competitive. They're down 6,000 gold, and they are still giving heart attacks to Loud in some of these fights as well.
Grevthar pushing in on bot, able to take a tier 2. He does need a base, though. We saw this before. Trading for bot lane objectives when the enemy team has Baron, a dangerous prospect. Regardless, Grevthar still pushing. Frosty getting one shot. Fate's call out of the fight. The inhibitor already gone. Loud not actually confident enough to step in for the Nexus towers, though. Instead, they're going to rotate around to this mid wave and probably do the exact same thing. Their Baron has fallen off, but they have even numbers. FNB jumping in. He's half HP. Just gets one shot by Root. Now Frosty rooted up in the front lines yet again as Brunsea gets depth charge. Forced to flash away. This Leona made of paper. Root, the sniper, finds a double as Grevthar getting back to base to find two of his teammates already in graves.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there wasn't even a TP from Grevthar, but it got cancelled, I think, probably by Robo. I'm not sure how it happened, and Grevthar still gets to run, but the TP did not fully channel. FNB didn't have passive. That's literally sprinting at that point. If you have passive, that's an engage. No passive, you winted.
Yeah. Oh my good. That was an SFW. Aegis just gets deleted under the Nexus towers. I'm with you, RMC. I think FMB has not looked very good on this Zac so far this game. I mean, credit to Robo and co for keeping him out of the fights. Tinones, though, with a flash ball. It's going to be 2 more kills going over to Root. And after the biggest banger of the day, Loud, the reigning champions, going to improve to 1-1.
As a Pain fan, I'm glad this wasn't the Loud we faced yesterday. As a Brazilian fan, I am glad that Loud has woken up. This is what we need to improve our level. Loud playing clean in the mid to late game. Like we said, 20 minutes in regular season, Loud turns on their monitors, Loud starts to clean house. And for Red, who would have expected start of the season, end of week 1, and Red are winless in the standings?
And especially after that start that they had this game, Brunsea and Aegis primed to carry, but the support staff, the tanks, just weren't really able to create the space that they needed. not understanding what fights they needed to take. And I mean, credit to Loud showing their resilience. They have, I think if anything, that is something that they have learned from all their international experiences and titles is, they know how to hang in there like some of the best in the world, and Loud putting it on full display.
Yeah, I think we've never seen Loud tilt, at least in CBLOL. We've never seen them crumble. Like you said, they're taking risk beatings on the international stage. We won't talk about the MSI just happened. It never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. But yes, this is Loud as we expect to see them. And draft-wise as well, I looked at the Ridge draft, and I thought Rid had a really good draft. I was a little bit worried about my predictions, but Loud, they just fueled it perfectly. They show more than any other team, it's not about the early game. It's always about how you close out the game.
Yeah, it is about how it closes out. Loud closing it out in dominant fashion. Let's take a look at the standings one more time at the conclusion, though, of our first week of CBLOL Split 2. INTZ and Fluxu, the surprise standouts at 2-0, alongside the expected Vivo K-Stars, Liberty and Los languishing at the bottom. But I think for Liberty in particular, not without some glimpses.
Wait, hold up. That ain't right. Red's 0-2. So to be 3.
Wait a minute. Yeah, you're right.
3, 4, and 3, I think is how this sounds.
Red also languishing with Liberty and Los.
Who would have expected this at the end of the day as well? Actually, who would even have expected that Loud would have won this game? Because again, could we get the predictions again? Because I could have sworn more people are voting red than Loud here. Oh no, we did say
no. You were saying there was more green than you expected.
Okay,
right?
yeah, sorry. Other way around. Okay, yeah. So not too bad. Most of us got it right. Unfortunately, 4x4. So Rose, your faith was not rewarded.
Everyone
today.
point at them and laugh. Haha.
You know what? I'm just happy I broke even on my predictions. I'm 5 for 10 after first week compared to last split where I think I was 2 for 10 after week 1. This is an improvement. We take this.
I think I only got 2 games right today. I need to think about. I think I got Cade Stars right. I got Loud right. What was the first game we saw? Okay, yeah, I got 2 games right. I forgot to predict yesterday, so that one's on me. Axeman, though, always the like chaotic evil of predictions. He's joining me here in 7th place at 2 points.
This is how we know we're screwed, Hawk. The fact that I'm top of the standings in week 1 is not okay.
Yeah, the fact that you only have you have 5, like, I guess you have more than double my points, but you only have 5 games when you predicted both days. That's a tough scene. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like CBLOL is nothing without parity, and I mean, we always see, especially in the regular seasons, teams go blow for blow one another the entire time. We saw it a lot today, a lot of long games today, but some very entertaining ones, as there always will be here in the greatest region on Earth. But RMC, I'll toss it over to you one more time. Anything else you would like to say to the people before we wrap it up for week 1?
I mean, this is what CBLOL always does in the early weeks, right? It's expect the unexpected. People always show up. I'm just glad we're starting to see CBLOL adapt to the meta as well. And I'm really glad to see the rookies really pop off. I'm really hyped for INTZ. Very much looking forward to how they perform. And CBLOL Academy starts tomorrow as well. And from what I heard, I think they're actually running full Fearless this split. So pretty hyped for that as well.
Yeah, and I heard that some guy named RMC likes to stream CBLOL Academy games. So maybe check that out. I actually don't know if you're doing that this split, but you have in the past. Okay, great. Yeah, so be sure to check that out. But for us here at CBLOL English, we'll be back next week as the CBLOL action continues. I've been Hawk. It's been RMC. Have a great day, everyone.